What you know about loyalty and respect, nigga? Honesty and trust. Everything on the up and up, nigga, when you fuckin' with us. It's a thin line between love and hate, even thin the line between real and fake. Nigga can't appreciate what they ate, too worried about what's on my plate. Same nigga that kick it with you, be in the secret competition with you. Same nigga that kick it with you, in the secret competition with you. For the right price at the right time, or the right bitch, or the right lick. I done seen the motherfucker switch, nigga, quick do his dog like Mike Vick. I thank the Lord for discernment. I've been peeping niggas whole card. I play the game just to play the game. I'm a veteran, nigga, I go hard. I'm standing on like a rock, nigga, I'm 10 toes on my soil. I'm in tune with my intuition. I know when niggas ain't loyal. Nigga.
No, y'all ain't loyal. Hey. Shout out to all American Aborigines.
No down bad, no cash on that love for me. Now you down, wanna hang around, you don't fuck with me. Catch on the body, trying to bring it down to that loyalty. Your best friend, your main bitch, your family. No, these niggas ain't loyal. See it when it come around. Never been loyal. They just wanna kill you now. That bitch ain't loyal. Can never trust nobody. Niggas ain't loyal. Talking about any and everybody.
See, I done seen real niggas turn to fuck niggas, seen sucking niggas turn to bosses. One thing that make all the difference, how a nigga bounce back from them losses. You gon' win some, you gon' lose some, you just gotta keep on keeping. The streets is watching and you know they talking, just let them keep on speaking. Don't pay attention to what they saying, just understand you gotta watch your man. 9 days a nigga enemy, fuck around to be a nigga closest friend. I peep the shit from a mile away, ain't shit slick cause I'm oil. I'm in tune with my intuition, I know you niggas ain't loyal, nigga.
Yeah, loyalty is royalty. Let's go. Pride, Indiana.
No down bad, no cash on that love for me. Now you down, wanna hang around, you don't fuck with me. Catch on the body, trying to bring it down to that loyalty. Your best friend, your main bitch, your family. No, these niggas ain't loyal. See it when it come around. Never been loyal. They just wanna kill you now. That bitch ain't loyal. Can never trust nobody. Niggas ain't loyal. Talking about any and everybody.
Yo, go punch it in, you hear me? Bam. None of these big things can't change us. Big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slinger gon' famous. Gangbangers on swingers. I know young niggas in Dodges. Track hawks and charges. Foreign cars and garages. Foreign broads and menages. Crack baby with a meal ticket. If you really want it, then you will get it. Got a pretty bitch with a bad body. If you pull it out, then you will lick it. In the Jag sitting crooked with it. Tell me what you need, better cook and get it. Big 40 with the big switch. Give a op shorty with whooping with it. Anybody wanna look and get it. Matter of fact, the whole hook can get it. Acorn and the apron. I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking with it. Big chef like Raekwon. A lot of gang like Jason. All a soul away from the Golden State. That's Mo Green and Draymond. Big boss nigga, okay, man. Me falling off, no way, man. This conversation gonna run the nation. Let the congregation say, hey, man. I'm true to this, not new to this. Like toilet tissue, I do the shit. Cause I know the pros, they grow the draw. I throw them rolls like Ludacris. I show them hoes, I do the bitch shit. Act like I never knew the bitch. She blew the dick, but I did need it. Cause the kitty smell like tuna fish. Like, who is this? Bitch say she on birth control. She done let too many nasty niggas hit it raw. Now the pussy on dirt patrol. 1 sniff, it'll hurt your nose. 2 sniff, it'll hurt your soul. 3 sniffs, it'll knock you out. Take another one, then you curve your clothes. And I'm not going for the okie dokie. I'm still ducking from the roly poly. Make you turn around and do the hokey pokey. Then shoot you back and leave it holy moly. Then go to police from the pawn shop looking for it. Niggas say stoley roll. You the nigga riding in the backseat, pointing niggas out, trying to show the police. I'm the nigga riding down the back street, just sold a dope that I score from Wooly. Screaming free my nigga trade 6P, body look call, Lil D and OG Loki 45. I'm your OG. In the city that your OG know. Smoking yoga pants got me choking. Ran out of money, yeah, Loki broke. Don't know how to save, don't know how to stack. Get a little paper, don't know how to act. Got 50 racks, now he want a cap, 10 on the chain, 20 on the lap. 5 on clothes, 5 on hoes. We end up with 10 trying to get it back. Caught a fresh case, hate to say that. 80 on the bun, had to pay that. And you gotta try to come up with the money for an attorney. DA wanna send a nigga down a long road on a journey. About to lose again, face it 2 to 10, gotta share a cell with Gay Birdie. Don't wanna end up on a gurney. Gotta pay a gang or pay Jeremy. Join a gang or pay Jeremy. Ain't no room for error when you're in the streets hustling, trying to make ends meet. Keep your head up and your bread up. Never let your chest and your chin meet. Flip your money, then put it up. Don't touch the money for 10 weeks. Then put your homies on the same hustle, so when you eat, then your friends eat. Put some money up for your bail bond, cause the hatred for a nigga skin deep. Let them sleep on you if they sleeping on you, cause their eyes open but they been sleep. If your opposition pull up on you 10 deep, let the Draco blow them back 10 feet. That nigga said that nigga dead, that nigga head is meant me.
This revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional cotton swab. Latest
Please don't do it to him.
I know these niggas can't stand me. If they want a verse and they paying me. Like I don't do this for the family. They're for the birds, fuck 'em. And you know that's off the muscle. If it ain't no money involved, it's over my tolerance, zero Russell.
You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove.
Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. Working my shine, I'm obese. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm a red-nosed pig, far from a stray, but I've been off the leash. Got ties with the mind, capiche? Say you want a feature for me? Shit is gonna cost you a fee. You know, got Bobby back in that mode. Ever since Dizzle came home, got word that Dolo got on. You know, for sure, created a lane of my own. So how the fuck you put me on? What kind of dope you smoking on? Let's go. My tolerance zero, Gilbert Arenas. Me, my niggas keep them woods in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer, with a splash of Alpina. Name a fat, a nigga cleaner. Got a bitch of Howard named Medina. Got a bitch of Howard named. Come on, man.
Show. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove.
You know I'm back in that mode. This shit like crack on the stove. Pass up the dope to make no, yeah, he cook it up. That's why they back in the shows. Said she wanna link up with me. I put her ass on the bowl. You know I'm strapped with that pole. I put that pap to your nose. Yeah. Go hard in the paint and I smash on these pussies. I'm feeling like Shaq in the post. I'm gon' keep it cool. I'm go hard in these pussies until I get tagged in the post. I did my research. He ain't got no credentials, but homie be bragging the most. Watch me just mantle the goat. I have your ass on the ropes.
You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know,
I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I let niggas have their time, but I want it back. Bitch, it's a repo. They hating it, fuck. This now my roommate. Stay with me. I feel like I'm Russell. These boys the wreck. They don't want to play with me. Back in that mode. No more of the brakes. I'm back on the gas. I'm talking my back bike. What the fuck is you saying? I'm back on their ass. I'm live from the kitchen. I'm back in my bowl. They missing my whip. Hey, wait, let me fix it. I noticed that dope, but then let me zip it. Yeah, young nigga ready.
I'm a little nigga, bitch, but I'm heavy. Off the muscle, I come in here flex. Bitch, I'm mean, ain't shit and a rest. You know what going on, ain't no guess. Who the fuck said I was gone? Whoever said it was wrong? 2, 3, I'm back in my zone. You know? For sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode.
Yeah, Trey Ali. Let's go. Black Codes.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holiday is in the building. I'm gonna say peace to everybody. I want to say shout out to y'all DJ, the one and only, y'all big homie, Tasco the CEO's in the building. I'm gonna say peace to everybody. I'm gonna say thank you as well for buying those tunes. I'll say shout out to all American Aborigines. Let's see, we got here. Takeoff Tyson is in the building. Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Sagittarius Jones. DJ Zero. Was it 0 point? Damn it, man. Something like that. DJ ZPE is in the building. Shy Alpha, Sagittarius Jones. Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Ghetto Child Clinic. Copper Colored Nation is in the building. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Anthony L. Pickens. Peace, King. Thank everybody for tapping in, man. We really appreciate you guys, man. Hey, man, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe on all your social media platforms. Knots 0407 is in the building. So shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys. Hey, man, if you guys truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, press GOAT. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I want to talk about this evening. Just a little monologue before we get into this story, into the show tonight. I think we have been programmed. Yeah, I know, not think. I know that we are being programmed as we speak because it's an ongoing thing. Kindergarten, even preschool, all the way up to today, right? We're being programmed to be less than. Now, this platform, this community, right, was created to uplift the American Aborigines, to inspire the American Aborigines, to reclaim the American Aborigines' heritage, right? Our respect, everything, right? Now, a lot of this comes from self. What they call it, self-esteem, means self, right? Now, when you're pushing your line and you're pushing, as we showed the great Muhammad Ali, aka Cassius Clay, you know what I'm saying? His mama called him Clay, I'm gonna call him Clay, right? And he talked about propaganda, anti-propaganda, and war talk, you know what I mean? And the things that he would say, right, that would inspire and uplift the downtrodden, people that couldn't hold their head up, couldn't look these people in the eye. He spoke for them with authority, right? Now, what is interesting, right, that he used their airwaves to do it, right? Now, could you guys imagine back in those days, if we would have had all this, all these platforms, because they didn't have all those platforms back then, and for people to be able to express themselves and to be able to push their voices out there, right? Right? They didn't have that. But could you imagine if they did, and we were, and our ancestors were acting the way, right, in his day, right, the way we act today with all this that we have? Imagine if we had the same thing back in those days. A lot of us wouldn't be here right now. Okay? You'd have been aborted, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be here today because of all the death and destruction and the degradation and the degeneracy that we are practicing today. Not to say they wasn't practicing degeneracy then, and I'm using degeneracy. Once again, it's a system of degeneracy. Okay? I call it pale degeneracy, but we just call it degeneracy. You guys know what we're talking about. This is a degenerate system of cheaters, liars, killers, I mean, rapists, all these things. This is what these people are, okay? And it's not a color. It is a system. It's a mindset, okay? Now, I was thinking about this, right? And we're going to get into this conversation because this is an interesting conversation that the brother Kwame Brown had with the former officer, I forgot his name, Officer Daly, I think is his name. Peace to that brother, peace to the brother Kwame Brown. Now, what I don't agree with, right, and it's just a respectful thing. It is not disrespectful, you guys, because men should be able to express themselves and how they feel, and it's not a get along, go along, get along gang around here. So we don't do that. Everybody in the chat room, you're respected. Your voice is respected. So this is not a cult. We are free. I know you guys heard this before. We are free thinking motherfuckers. We think free over here, and we allow freedom of speech. Okay. Now I'm going to tell y'all this one time and one time only. Okay. This platform is for all so-called African Americans, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, right? This is y'all platform. This is our platform. This is the people's platform, okay? Also, and now to me, that encompasses, now this is law. This is Aborigine law, okay? Now, y'all might not agree with that, but it doesn't matter because you wasn't here when this bitch was created. So you don't have a say-so in something that has been moving with an agenda for years, okay? And unless you have something to come and replace it as better, you need to shut the fuck up and get on board and get on code. So now I be telling people I am the code because I wrote the fucking code. See how that work? That's how that worked. And I was working the code that got most of y'all over on this side. That's how that worked. Now, what's interesting that I don't want to get into that because it's going to be in the things. I don't want to spoil it. If you guys didn't see the video, then when we get into the video, we'll talk about some things. But it's interesting though, right? That we have all of this now, right? And we have all this greatness that we have seen even since the greatest, Muhammad Ali, right? Since him, we've seen all these dudes, right? We've seen all these men, but we have never seen him again. We have never seen this man again. And he didn't have a piece of these guys' money. Clearly didn't have close to enough as money as these guys have today. Okay? But he had more power, and that's what made Muhammad Ali, aka Cassius Marcellus Clay, the greatest of all time. Because he spoke with authority, he spoke with power. Okay. Now, we pointed out when he was having conversations with the pale skinned guy, right, that he used certain words that took some power away from him. So when you call yourself a black man, right, and then be like, look at him and say, you're a white man, right? You automatically putting them above you in this social caste system. It's only social, it's not legal. Black, white is not legal in America. It's never been legal in America. Okay? Now I hear these things, Jim Crow laws, black codes. Okay? There's a code, right? It is not law. And I know a lot of people like to think it is. A lot of people like to think a lot of shit. People still think that they're walking around 3/5 of a human being, being a dominant gene person. That doesn't make any sense. Being the motherfuckers that everybody on the planet is emulating. Being the people who have invented every modern invention on the planet. Like, make this make sense. Why are we still walking with our heads down? Why are we not walking with our heads up? Why are we not dealing with each other the way other groups deal with each other? Group economics, working amongst themselves, even if they have differences amongst themselves, they still say, you know what? We still have a common goal, and that is to win this economic war. Now, last time I checked, I don't think we even fighting this motherfucker no more. We done gave up. We just like, nah, fuck it. We don't want to fight. We just want to give up. We just want to go work for them, right? We don't want to add anything to our community. We don't want to do anything like that. So that's something that's interesting to me, you guys. When we talk about the state of our people, you know what I'm saying? The state of our union, the state of our unity, state of our spirituality, state of our being. All this shit is at a. It just seemed like to me it's kind of like we're regressing. You know what I'm saying? I remember that Tribe Up, for instance, right, was created to bring everybody in. Moors, Hebrews, Christians, different sects of Christians, different sects of Muslims, all that shit don't matter. Long as you know that you are descendants of the first Americans, Aborigine Americans, indigenous people of this land. Okay? We can work it out from there. We could talk from there. Now, I know a lot of people be banging on, in this sector, bang on people who identify themselves as black, or even if it's foundational Black American. But what you guys got to understand is that these people are a step away, right, from Pan-Africans, right, and a step closer to being Aborigines. And they understand now. Now they're having a closer understanding of what Aborigine is, indigenous is, their bloodline is, their lineage is right here in America. So those same people, right, are going to start checking their genealogy. They're going to start doing things. They're going to be having conversations. So now this thing, right, we say this all the time, that Tariq Nasheed should get employee of the month. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been putting in a lot of work. And for a person like myself, is making it it is once again the step away from Pan-Africans and closer to us in proximity and thinking. It's not a because a person that believes he's an African, right? We have to break the African barrier down. We don't have to break the African barrier down from people who say, "Oh no, I'm foundational here. I'm not African." Right now, when we talked about the other day, we talked about the division, right? It not only is a division, but it's a distraction. Because instead of us building with the brothers and sisters in the Caribbean islands, when I say building businesses, it has nothing to do with handouts from these people. That don't have nothing to do with that. We shouldn't even be having that conversation. Anybody from the islands, anybody from anywhere, I have not seen anybody but one person lie about their lineage, and that was a nigga that's supposed to be from here. He's the only person I've seen do that. And y'all know I called him in a lie. My bad. So I just want to point that out, you guys. I just want to point that out that this is happening. This is a real thing. This movement, this, and when we say movement, this is not a movement, it's a lifestyle. Shut your ass up. Movement means there's movement, motion. We're moving. This thing is moving and we're building. By the way, now we've been telling you guys this for a while. We're hiring, now hiring. We're partners with companies and businesses who are hiring, looking for a job. You're looking for a new career, looking for new business partnerships. Hit your boy up, chiefholiday@gmail.com. We're building over here. Once again, I got to say this again. We're the only builders. This community is building. Okay. Now, a lot of us do things, individually. Some of us, once again, we keep our business to ourselves. It's not about the individual, it's about the collective. So a lot of times people are always throwing like, what are you guys building? What have you guys done? You guys have been on YouTube. But then that same person ain't never did shit. Ever. So I asked a question last night, and apparently nobody knows what building is, right? Because if you guys are here with us, then you guys know who the builders are. And if you're only building, you've seen some stuff that maybe some other people haven't seen, because we're disclosing that with the Only Builders group. Now, I also want to say shout out to all the builders. If you're in the builders in the building, shout out to everybody that hold us down. We definitely appreciate you guys participating in this thing. Because once again, you guys know we're moving away from YouTube as the primary source of us to be able to disseminate this information to our people. You guys already know we're going to be on our own platforms real soon. So you guys will be hearing about that. You guys will be able to come over and participate as well as build with us on our own platform. So shout out to Lord Determined. Shout out to LordDetermined.com, you guys. So you guys will be seeing us real soon, doing the live streams over there, broadcasting or streaming, even simultaneously streaming from over there. But we're definitely going to be streaming from Lord Determined. And also, once again, educational programs from 2 years old to adulthood. Training. Okay? Shout out to Christopher Creer. Shout out to everybody, man, that reach out, man, that got real programs going on, real tangible things going on. I want to say I salute you guys and I appreciate everything that everybody's doing. Once again, we're going to be continually keep bringing heat. Wednesday, we're going to be a pop-up. Well, I ain't going to say pop-up. Only Builders. Wednesday, you guys will be on the lookout for that. We'll be sending out the notification and everything for that. I want to say appreciate everybody that hold us down, man. We really do, man. So once again, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the real. We're in the building. You're not. So back to this conversation, right? So talking about uplifting, right? Uplifting our people, right? And a lot of times, people say, well, why are you guys mad about black? And I'm like, well, I real patiently, right? We've been saying this a long time, and I think it's getting retarded at this point. Because at some time, once again, you got to weigh stuff, pros and cons, okay? If it's too many negative things to it, why are we so attached to things that are harmful to us? That's what's so crazy. To me, it's like a crackhead or somebody that's on fentanyl or something. You know, this is detrimental to you, but the high or the low or whatever the fuck you get off of it is more, you know, I guess that is more important than your health or your well-being. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. So once again, when we talk about this drug, black, right? Once again, I like black. I have black on right now. I wear black a lot, right? You guys. It's my favorite color. You know what I'm saying? You guys say, what's your favorite color? Black. You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite color. You know what I mean? Black. Blickety black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blickety black. I'm black. I'm telling you, I was that guy, man. Y'all remember the CB4? Where dude was walking down, it was a rapper and he was rapping. You know, he had crossed over from the CB4 over to the blickety black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm telling y'all, that was me. 200-degree heat out in Las Vegas, all black. Mad, just mad and hot all the time. You know what I'm saying? Mad and hot. You know what I mean? And that's probably why I was even madder, because I was hot as hell. You know what I mean? So, but they say that black absorb the heat better than that. Nonetheless, is in the building. I see my sister, Miss Gretchen Helm, is in the building. I'll say, peace, sis. How are you? Y'all know, man, having event space and seeking two dynamic speakers. Holla at your boy, man. SuPreme Chief Holiday, Big Aboriginal Power. We are available for bookings. Contact us at idgafbookings@gmail.com, man. Hey, man, tap in, you guys. Hey, we're going to be announcing the tour this week. We're going to be announcing the tour this week, you guys, coming up. So be on the lookout for that, man. We're really excited about that when we come into a city near you. So you guys are interested in it, hit us up, man. We building, man. Yes, we got it. Aboriginal TV is in the building. Hey, what's your birthday today? Hey, it's also, man, we are celebrating DJ ZPE. I'm going to have to get DJ up here, you guys. Get DJ up here for his birthday, man. I'll put the link in the chat room for you guys, man. Y'all come up here, man. We're going to celebrate DJ ZPE and Aboriginal Power, as well as, hey, man, I want to say I have had a chance to talk to you, brother. Congratulations, man. Come over here, man. We have a celebration this evening, man. Congratulations on the babies, on the new ones, new twins. So this is your second set of twins. Sheesh. We see Yan the Magnificent in the building. Peace, Empress. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. None in the building. I come on and rap a taste with the side, man. Well, so like I said, man, that's a beautiful thing, brother. You know, life is great, man. I'm a pro-lifer, man. I love children and I love life, man. And just, like I said, I'm a pro-lifer, man. So salute to that, brother. Salute to your tribe. You know what I'm saying? And I wish more. You know what I'm saying? Say you like, we're at 8 now? It's 8. Yeah, you got a starting 5 and a bench. But you need what? What you need, 3 more for 11? A team of 11, right? Like 11 on 11. Ak Malak is in the building. I say peace. Or shalom. I say shalom to the brother. Appreciate you, man. I see Suda Natural is in the building. Peace, God. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We really appreciate you guys, man. See if anybody coming in here. Yeah, man, we got an interesting show tonight, man. I think so, man. DJ ZPE in the building.
What's good,
Peace
yo?
and God, man.
Peace.
Hey, man, all good, man. So happy birthday, man. How's it going?
It's good.
How you doing?
It's good. I was up all night building with people. It was great.
That's what's up. That's what's happening.
Passed out at AP's channels this morning. My bad, bro.
Oh no, it's all good. We were talking earlier, right? And you had informed me that today is the first day, or this the New Year. It's the New Year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we're gonna pull that stuff up. Let's pull that up real fast. So this is the spring equinox.
The vernal spring equinox.
Vernal spring equinox. Yeah. And we're gonna break a little of this stuff down. what that mean, and because a lot of times, you guys, what they're doing is right. They're taking credit, always taking credit for inventions and things that come from America. Perfect example, the almanac, right? We talk about the almanac, or we talk about um, um, agriculture, right? Um,
Facts.
we had industrial size in ancient times, and the industrial size agriculture that was that had irrigation, you know what I mean, to make sure that the water was getting to it. I mean, just everything, right? That fed millions of people. Now,
Right? Just
what's key about this is right that you have to feed you. You can't build anything without food. You need calories. So all this shit that was built in North, South, and Central, and the conjoining islands in America, right, were built by our people, free people, right? But the video that we had played the other day that got cut off, right? It was a part in there. I don't know if they played in that and before they cut it off, but it said that in our cities, nobody went hungry. We lived off the land. So
facts.
when we talk about agriculture and stuff like that, that for me, that is the foundation of civilization. Your ass can't think. You can't. You ain't gonna be dancing. You ain't gonna be thinking about inventing shit if your ass is hungry, right? Matter of fact, if your ass is hungry, you're gonna be looking to take something from somebody else. That's the European way because they had scarce resources, and so that's when they came here. They're still living that mindset that they have to hoard, they have to take, they have to. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's what happened. And this is just the late 1800s, going into the 1900s. So, with that being said, you guys remember, shout out to Morgan Freeman, man. But if y'all remember the old movie Robin Hood, if you haven't seen it in a while, go back and watch it, right? Well, Morgan Freeman taught them how to grow shit, did. Like, you know what I'm saying? But this is AD time. So these people were not that smart. So they did not bring agriculture here. They did not bring nothing here. They didn't bring jurisprudence here. They didn't bring democracy and they didn't bring business here. They didn't bring it here. It was already here. We were already practicing this stuff. We was already doing this stuff. They took it back to Europe and remixed, singled it. So I just want to point that out before we get into this joint tonight. I don't know. Yeah. Remember the joint I sent you? Emailed it to you. Hold on a second, yeah. Hey DJ, you got the floor, brother.
I gotta finish making this chicken, bro. I'm gonna have to come back up a bit later.
Okay, it's all good, man.
Yeah, man. I'm trying not to burn my chicken, bro.
Takeoff said Tariq is anti-power, huh? I don't know about that.
Tariq is all about enriching himself. You just leave it at that.
Yeah, DJ. You speaking? Fix my mic.
What?
Hold on a second. Yeah, I gotta fix my mic. Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, Happy New Year, everybody. Out to the chat. Let's see who we got in here. Let's see. Can I get into the chat? It's gonna let me. Pseudonatural. Shout out. Peace, brother. Tashawn. Happy New Year. Gresham.
Happy New Year.
It's been too long. Happy New Year, beloved. Take off Tyson. What's good? Happy New Year. The realest nigga alive. What's good? Happy New Year. Prophet Levi, peace. Happy New Year. Big Dog Philly OG, you already know. All love, fam. Happy New Year. Ghetto Child Clinic. This is Ghetto Child Inc. Happy New Year.
So we got Clinic
Aboriginal.
and Ink in the building. Shout out to Ghetto Child, Clinic and Ink.
Yeah.
What up, man? Hey, man, y'all see it right there, man? This is coming from the Almanac. This is Sunday, March 20th. So this just came out today, you guys. So let's talk about this today, right? So it
Yeah, I'm
says
gonna
the
be back in
first
a little
day.
bit.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, let me
Appreciate
get
it.
this chicken.
Let's pop back in here.
Yeah.
So it said this is the first day of spring 2022 today, right? Well, it's the next day for some of you guys, right? So it says the spring equinox, right? Let's get into it. It says celebrate the vernal equinox and start of spring, right? Now we say this is the new year, right? It's the new year. So March 19, 2022, spring 2022 begins on Sunday, March 20th. For me, that's still today. Some of you guys is yesterday. This date marks the spring equinox and the astronomic first day of spring around the northern hemisphere. Okay. What is the spring equinox and what happens on this day, right? Question mark. Before you try to balance, hold on. Before you try to balance that egg, read on to learn more, including ideas on how to spread the first days of spring, or how to spend the first days of spring. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay. What is the spring equinox, right? It says in the northern hemisphere, right? The March equinox, aka spring equinox or vernal equinox, occurs when the sun crosses the equator line, heading north. This event marks the start of the spring season in the northern half of the globe. After this date, the northern hemisphere begins to be tilted more towards the sun. Now, that is basically going on the globe Earth concept, right? So I just want to just let you guys know, resulting in increasing daylight hours and warming temperatures, right? Now, I think the daylight saving time was just like last week or maybe a week before that, but that just happened. You know what I mean? So just want to let you guys know that. Where am I? I just lost my. I said warmer temperatures in the southern hemisphere, right? The opposite. It's the opposite, right? The March equinox marks the start of autumn as the southern hemisphere begins to be tilted away from the sun, right? Now that's interesting. I never heard that before. So when we're having spring, they're having autumn in the southern hemisphere, right? According to them, in the globe concept, okay? That's interesting. I found out some interesting when I was reading this, right? It says, what sort of weather will spring bring? Okay, check out our spring forecast and new April forecast to find out. Okay, when is the first day of spring? Well, you guys know that was today in 2022. The March equinox happens on Sunday, March 20th at 11:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right? This marks the return of the spring. It marks the return of the spring to the northern hemisphere, right? That's in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, March equinox marks the start of autumn, right? While the September equinox marks the start of spring. So in September, they're in the spring and we're in the autumn. So I think that was interesting. And it changes back. You know how the time goes back from there, right? So when it gives you like spring equinox dates and times, and we don't really got to go through that. You guys see that right there, right? Well, check this out. What was interesting, right? When I seen this, okay, like see in 2022, this is right now, it's March 20th, right? And there, or it'll be and then I guess it says the spring equinox in the southern hemisphere is Thursday, September 22nd, right? And 2023 is Monday, March the 20th, right? Still March the 20th, right? And it's Saturday, 21st. 2024 is March 19th, right? So, and I guess there, once again, this science, they did not bring this science to America. Okay? They did not bring the science to America. So I don't know. I think this is the end of this, right? Let me see what it says. What does spring equinox mean exactly? Okay. The word equinox comes from the Latin, right? Latin American words for equal night. Okay. Equal night. Equal and not and nox, equal, right? And nox is night, right? On the equinox, equal night, the length of the day and night is nearly equal in all parts of the world, with the equinox enjoy an increasing amount of sunlight hours with earlier dawns and later sunsets. See your personalized. All right, okay. So basically it's equal days, equal nights, right? And then as we go further closer towards September, you know what I'm saying? Obviously it's gonna not be equal. So right now we're at the spring equinox. So it's equally, according to them, right? Let's keep going. And then they're basing this all off of a globe theory. Now, here's the thing. Now, what's interesting about that, right? Now, if everything, which I think this would be a strong argument for a globe concept, because that's still the model that they're using for time. Right. So when we talk about the spring equinox and we talk about the sundial or the Olmec calendar, okay, we're talking about the Olmec calendar, right, which has become the Egyptian calendar. Well, which is crazy that this is ancient Egypt and that this calendar predates their calendar over there. So how did you guys get that calendar over there? Just like you got everything else that came from over here. Culture, language, this and that came from America and went there. They put a remix single on it and brought it back as if it was theirs. That's what they have done. We can prove it. We've been proven it time and time again. So once again, Latin comes from America. American Latin. It's not European Latin. It's not African Latin. It's not Asian Latin. It's American Latin. It's all these languages that they say have been extinct here in America. They had just been absorbed into, they all were Latin speaking, right? This is Latin America, meaning language. Algonquin, Seneca, Muskogee, Cherokee. These are Latin languages, American Latin languages. Respected to check it. And we'd said this before, Spanish, French, Portuguese, and the language that we're speaking now was created here in America. I know people be mad about it, but that means that you have a phone or you're just dumb and you just don't want to go look shit up. So you got to do is be like American English. When we just started, boom, where does it come from? What words are they using, right? So majority, I think they said over 70% of the language that we're speaking comes from indigenous words here. We talked about Washington, which is a very important word because I thought, because this is how they teach it, how they insinuate it as kids, right? That they brought Washington here, that all this other shit, right? They never tell us that it comes from Washita, and then turned into Washita. The same thing with maroon, turned into cimarron, which is another descriptive term of the people, cinnamon, right? And they have turned into Seminole. Now, remember when we were talking to the brother from the islands of the day. Very shout out to Pierre, right? And we were talking about Maroon. He was like, "Yo, it's the Runaways," but that's the British who taught him English. That's how this works. Even though he knows Maroon is brown, it's still when they came through and this is what they're teaching. They're teaching this concept that we know the brown people ran up in the hills, they ran away, but we're gonna call y'all runaway slaves now, right? Same thing with Seminole. So Maroons are Seminole. That's it. And Seminole are Maroons. And we've been here first before a Seminole tribe or a corporation that was created in the late 1800s. Okay, these corporations were started to take our shit and exclude us from them. So when I be banging on y'all and I'm talking about what the fuck are y'all or what is the benefit of being in any of these bougie ass tribes with these people? What do you get out of it? Then after you get something out of it, how can you bestow that on everybody else? That's the Indian way. Not become over here and be like, oh, it's just us. Because guess what? This tribe, this nation, once we get it, we giving it to everybody that looks like us, that's from here, that's from this lineage, from this bloodline. And if you got one drop Aborigine, you are Aborigine to this land. That's how that works. You ours. We're not giving you away. Some of these other fools, literally right now, Psycho and Renee have a pseudo Sunday, and they're pseudo, right? And they're talking about, because I know their concept. They believe that mixed people aren't black. Nah, okay, like not they meaning like their people. Division, right? Now we understand that historically, right? That's how they took over. That was the Trojan horse, right? We understand that. But this is 2022. How do we reverse engineer shit to get power? Keep playing the caste game. We're going to keep losing. That's the problem. That's the problem I have with that, with the caste system. What we got here? Where's the chief? Trying to get you in, brother. You in there? Yeah, okay. Aboriginal chief, what it do? Your mute, unmuted, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chief. What's up? Oh, okay, cool.
What's happening, bro? Who's that?
Halito to everybody. How you doing?
Man, that sound like Cash. So you're an Aboriginal chief now? I couldn't see that on the top of this nigga's head. What is happening?
Man, fuck them Africans, man. I'm a goddamn Aboriginal, man.
Hey man, y'all heard it here first, man. Cass said we done wore his ass out. He like, man, I'm home. I'm Aboriginal.
Fuck it, man. I might as well.
Come on home.
I know my forehead gave it away and shit, man.
I don't know, man. I was like, man, is that Cass forehead up there? What is happening? Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's interesting. So, Cass, did you know this was the new year today? The first day of spring, the spring equinox of the new year, brother? Did you know that?
Yeah, they got us all tricked and bamboozled with the whole Janus New Year, brother. For the Roman god Janus, you know. Which I don't understand.
Can we pull that other one up?
That anyway, that was weird, bro.
Well, I mean, once again, it's them taking stuff from here. I don't know if you caught this a couple years ago. Shout out to Lotus. We did a build on the Seneca language. Lotus had pulled that out and showed that was a 10,000 BC language, right? That had the days of the week in it. Now I don't have to tell you that
You said the
predates
Seneca
everything
thing?
that they have. The Seneca.
Okay.
So they had the days of the weeks in there, right? Now they'll tell you that the days of the week and the months are named after air quote Roman emperors and that's August. Them niggas wasn't named no Julius and August, okay? Or
I thought
King
Francis
James,
was.
George, none of that. That's all remix single made up to take credit for our shit, y'all. I know. Listen. It's gonna take a little bit more research than what you've been doing because the people who changed it are the ones who writing the research, writing the books.
But
So you're gonna have to
this is
know a
my
little bit more to get this and understand this, or have your sahab there to walk you through it. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're doing. So yeah, we're gonna pull this other one up. But
So
yeah,
what
it's just
was the
really
point? What
interesting.
was the conspiracy of why it was changed though? Like I know they changed it, but the
Power.
conspiracy around it.
It's power. Take our land, keep us disoriented.
Cause it was pretty stupid. I'm like, why would y'all like it's the new year for damn near everybody around the world in spring. Why would y'all change it to January? That doesn't even make I mean, it didn't make sense to me. Like, we know it happened or whatever,
Right.
or whatnot, but it's like why? You know what I'm saying? Like naturally everything, the new year happens in, the spring solstice. And it never was changed back either. They kept it like that. Like after that, you know what I'm saying? They just kept it like that. Was it Pope Gregory that supposedly changed it?
Well, they say it's a Gregorian calendar, but you know how that go. They make shit up so much. It's just unrealistic. So
Well,
yeah, man. Tay
and
Sean, what it do?
Tay Sean up here, man.
No, I don't think he up here yet.
No, well, like the Olmec, I was looking at something with the Olmec calendar and what is the other calendar over in India, and they go back. A lot of them deal with 20. I think the Dogons too deal with 26,000 interval calendars because you got the calendar, you got the solar calendar, you got the moon calendar, and then you also got like the Venetian calendar for Venus, and then you got the calendar dealing with Sirius and other star systems. So these people had like shit 5 or 6 damn calendars they were dealing with.
Well, what we're saying is that they took it from here and took it there and did a remix single. But what they have done, they did that in the 1800s and writing it back as if this shit comes from think about it from this perspective, right? If I'm if I'm changing history in the right now if we had let's say we burn shit down, right? And then they were like, just like what's that movie with Denzel Washington, Book of Eli, right?
I still haven't seen that.
Sheesh, you gotta check it out, bro. So basically, right, if I have the knowledge and I have the book, right, or I can write the book, I can manipulate everybody because everybody was gonna take in the movie. Not to tell you the movie, get spoil the movie, or whatever, right? But the whole movie was about the Bible and getting the whole world was illiterate. Nobody knew how to read, and they had lost all their books. They didn't have any computers, nothing. They lost everything, and so Denzel Washington's job, was to get this book to a safe place because it was evil niggas that was trying to get it. And once they got it, then they can rule over the people because the people will bow down to this book and what comes from the book because they obviously have heard about it. You dig what I'm saying? And so whoever
I gotta
has
see
this
that movie
book
now.
has the power. Yeah. Hey, whoever got the book got the power. And it was that serious. Think about it. Look, just some words that come out of a book was so powerful that people was trying to kill for it. You dig what I'm saying? Because they
That's how
understand
like
the
the whole
power of this
Catholic
book.
Church reign, bro. Like, like most of the motherfuckers in Europe was illiterate. Like you had to have money and be amongst that wealthy class to even be reading. Like, they got it like where every white person was reading at that time. No, the fuck they wasn't. You had to be like up there with bread and money and shit like that, you know what I'm saying, or in some religious institution where you had access to the book, the regular times people weren't reading like that.
Right. What was the need for reading? And then they try to tell us, oh, that we were illiterate. You know what I'm saying? That we didn't know how to read. Well, nah, we did. They just created this language, and then they really just gave it to us, literally, like you said, for the more common people and everybody in the 20th century. This just happened, and they used the Bible once again, the Book of Eli, to indoctrinate us. And I know a
Well,
lot of
that's
people are into the Bible. That's fine, but I'm like, yo, once again, the black is cursed in that book. And that is the book of laws. This is
I
what
can
we
see your
saying.
point.
So
I can
wait.
see your
Hold on.
point on that.
Hold on. Check it out. So imagine if some brothers and sisters got a hold of the book of Eli and they said, man, fuck this part right here. We're gonna make the cursed ones lepers, the pale, right? We're gonna make pale the curse. Oh, my bad. That's what it was. But they changed it with their own hands to make you the cursed ones. Respect to the check it. They
No,
changed it to make
I can
you the
see your
cursed
point,
ones.
bro.
It's a valid point because you got to understand everybody run out here calling themselves black. They call themselves cursed based off of a religious Abrahamic religion. And all the religions fall under that. You're cursed, and you
I
know you cursed.
mean, yeah.
Let's talk
I mean,
about it.
even dealing with English, dealing with English, and you dealing with John D and Shakespeare and shit. Like we know they was heavy into magic. You feel what I'm saying? And when you deal with words like spelling and I forgot the other like I mean we know the words like spelling, like putting a spell on you and all this stuff.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? These cats was I just watched the whole documentary
So you don't
on
believe
the
that
Negro
blacks is
Resources.
part of a spell?
It could be. Now
No,
it's not
hold on,
done.
hold on. Black is cursed in this book that we talking about. The book of Eli is cursed.
They said it on Malcolm X. What's black associated with? Black gnat, black ball, black. You know what I'm saying? When you see black, but I mean, and I guess you can say like Negro was never associated with all those words. If you want to go back, but then some people say Negro comes from the Greco word necro, which means dead. You know what I'm saying? Necromancy. We dealing with Negro and necromancy. So can we do
I mean,
Negro and
Negro dead, black is dead, brother.
yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, and I've heard people, and even I did this when I was into black like that. I was like, man, fuck that. We about to write our own definition of what black is, right? But it don't work that way. Because now I have to put the definition down, write it, and then now get it to as many people as possible to get them to co-sign it. That's too much goddamn work when this thing has a book that people swear on, that people believe in, that this is a holy book, right? And all the holy books and all the holy scriptures, right? This is what these people believe. They believe that black is dead and it is cursed. Okay? Now, it's only social. We're not talking about a legal thing like, oh, we're about to get something from the Black Caucus. The Black Caucus is a dead caucus. Okay? And they're not getting nothing done ever. They never got nothing done. Have the Black Caucus ever got anything done? That would be a big ass no. Once again, we got to talk about voting too, man. We got to have some strategies, even if we got to help each other. You know what I'm saying? We got to get these people out of office. We got to send a strong message to the Democratic Party that we are not fucking with y'all no more. Also, I have another. I say this, man, because you guys might not know this, but we started our own political group 4 years ago. Now, what we had to do is stop talking about the First American Council. We're gonna play we're gonna get into the declaration tonight too for you guys. But yeah, that's which is gonna be published. It's gonna be the 4th year. This July 4th, right? So once again, we and we don't talk about that as much, but we need to. Shout out to all the only builders, man. Shout out to the First American Council, man. once again, we gotta getting the word out and getting more people woke, right, and aware of what's going on, right. That gives us social power, which would give us political power, right. Now, I heard. Nah, I ain't gonna get into that because we're gonna get into this video. Hold on, let's pull this up real fast. Let's see, this is up. Yeah, no, yeah. Let's pull this other joint up real fast. I want to get into this before we get into that video. Want to go ahead and finish this spring equinox stuff up. Shout out to Mound City Mellow. Appreciate the Only Builders, brother. Yeah, man. Hey, man, like I told you guys, man, we're going to be coming through a city near you real soon, man. Shout out to Old Dude in the building. Take Off, the realest nigga alive. Big Dog Philly OG. The Bomb Mom 187. I'll say shout out to everybody, man. Let's put Mound City up here. Shout out to Mound City. The language of spells, that's right. Power to curse with words. Hey, listen. It ain't no. Think about it from this perspective, right? Come on, y'all. I mean, we got to think logically, okay? Now, if let me see. If there was a some property, right? Right? You know how, like, you guys gotta put your name on your luggage or put your name on your property to let you know it's your property, right? Now, if somebody switched the tags and put the wrong lettering, wrong words on there, that bag is going to go to the wrong person, right? It's going to go to the wrong person. Same situation if somebody give you a $10 million check, right? And your name ain't spelled right on it. It's your goddamn YouTube name. The Bomb Mom 187, right? $10 million check made out to the Bomb Mom 187, right? And you like, damn, I got me a $10 million check. And then you run to the bank, right? You be like, you get to the bank, and they be like, I'm just gonna say a name, you know what I'm saying? You're like, Aaliyah, you know what I'm saying? Johnson, you can't cash this check because you don't have any documentation that says that you are the Bomb Mom 187, right? They say right here, your ID says Aaliyah Johnson. Shout out to Leah. So, you know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna be able to cash that check, right? If you've been living in the house 10 years, right? 10 years, and you get into it with somebody in the house, right? And the cops come there, whatever, and they say, "Wait a minute, who lives here?" And the person that you got went to say, "My name is on this lease." The officer says, "Let me see the lease," right? Because you're arguing, you're like, "Man, I've been living here 10 years." You're like, "Let me see the lease." Go over there, officer pull out the lease. The lease say, "Hey, you're not on the lease. Your ass gonna have to go." So that's the power of words, spells, that real things are attached to them. So I just want to say that. You know what I mean? What else we got in here?
So should you call yourself more? Should you say you call yourself a more then?
Nope.
Hey, I'm a more.
You say what?
Call yourself a more. Say, hey, I'm a more. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, when you think of more, it still it still talks about a certain group of people with certain hue and all that. I mean, if you want to deal with that.
Well, more to me is only a descriptive term of dark people. Once again, more Negro, Indian, Black are interchangeable. Now I heard people say, "Well,
They call
color
them
is
Moors, Black Moors too. They call them Black
right."
Moors.
It's just like saying "bliggity black." That's all I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Not, but my only thing is though, right? Like, and shout out to all the Moors, Islam, to all my Moors out there. You know what I'm saying? I just tell the truth, y'all, from what I know. You know what I'm saying? Not what I feel. I'm not emotionally attached to anything. If I research something and it comes out a certain way, it's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But what I don't do is I do not stop. I keep going. I don't stop with my research. I keep going till I can't go anymore. Now, the difference, Cass, like for instance, myself and maybe like DJ Lotus, if we have a different background in certain things, so we know certain stuff. So when we're reading stuff, we're gonna read it differently because we understand something that's there. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Shaylay Wu. Long time no see. Says, how you doing? Piece of Shaylay in the building. But yeah, Mom, yeah, he said, well, let me get that $10 million check. We'll work it out. Sheesh. Yeah, you said you go change your name to the Bomb Mom 187 after that, huh? But now, man, words matter, man. And I don't think people really understand that.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Really.
You ever seen What the Bleep Do We Know? You ever seen that? It was like based on metaphysics and different things. You ever seen that, Chief?
It sounds familiar. For real, it really do.
When you get a chance, just look at it. They might have it on YouTube. It was good. And they were showing like the guys, the monks, how they were like putting words over certain things, just putting it over water. And they were showing the word on how if you put like negative words and different things, the molecules of the water change. So you put something pleasant, it'll be looking like how you look at under the microscope, it'll look like snowflakes and different things. But if you put like dirty words, words like dirt and I hate you, dirty, and all this stuff, the molecules would change. And it was like, well, imagine what's going on with your body. You know what I'm saying? If you put these negative vibrations in. So then you see the power of words on that level, like not even just the not even like when we dealing with law and everything, like it go beyond that, like sound vibration level, man. That was deep. Y'all haven't seen it? What the bleep do we know? Look it up. It's called What the Bleep Do We Know.
What the bleep do we know?
Yeah, What the Bleep Do We Know? It was good, pretty good, bro.
Check that out. So let me just go through this real fast. It's kind of saying the same thing, but it's a couple little things that was in here was a little different. Right? It says the spring equinox, also known as the vernal equinox, right, is one of the 4 solar festivals of the year, right? 4 solar festivals of the year. The equinox, which translates roughly in Latin to equal night, is when the sun is vertically above the equator, right? Making day and night equal across the planet, right? The spring equinox officially marks the beginning of spring in the northern hemisphere, and there are celebrations around the world to usher in longer days and springtime, right? In some cultures, this day also marks the beginning of the new year. That's us, our culture, right? Which in the Iranian culture is called Nowruz, right? The spring equinox is a brilliant time for the new beginnings, no matter how you celebrate on March 20, right? Now, you know how you guys be like having a New Year's resolution, right? Now, if you guys don't mind, you know what I'm saying, this couple years, 1 or 2 year New Year resolutions, Cash, you got New Year resolution? You said you're Aboriginal now, so that would be a great New Year's resolution for you, sir.
I'm Aboriginal to Africa, man. I can't
You
say
Aboriginal
that,
to what?
If I'm an American, bro. I'm an American. So
say less. You've already said, didn't it? That means that you are of the copper color, and I already know what your grandma them said and your mom them said. So you are of the copper color Aboriginal. I mean, American means the copper color races or the Aborigines that they found when they came here. That's us, brother.
Well, I don't know. When I was on what was it, Pan African Strikes Back show, what's the Indian sister that come on there? She said she, Native American. Well, she's not Native American, but she said she's Aboriginal, and they got her grandma on there. Somebody, her auntie, and her auntie, and somebody said we came on them ships. So I don't know, man. Her name is Miss
Oh, you talking
Ravioli.
about? Are you talking about Miss Ravioli?
Yeah, Miss. Oh, she's so sweet. It'd be so funny, man.
That's how you see it. Okay, shout out to Miss Ravioli. This is up.
Yeah, she rep it. Hey, look, she go on there all the time. She rep the Aboriginal like identity to the core. She don't care if a family member disagree with her, nothing. But everybody talk about their grandma, talking about, oh, see, our grandma said we mixed with, oh, we got Native in our blood. You know what I'm saying? They ain't never said we was. They like, nigga, I am. Nigga, I am Choctaw. They said we mixed with Choctaw. And they was talking about the mongoloid looking motherfuckers. That's what they was talking about. So y'all ain't talking about.
But you do know that they're mixed, right?
I mean, look, I met a
Listen, you can't be. Listen. Just understand this, right? You have to have discernment, but this ain't even discernible. This is, brother. We are in the ground. We're on the walls. We built pyramids, more pyramids than anybody else on the planet. And these people was not here. They're made up people. So they're not. This is not their land. They're not. Well, I say this.
In their blood, bro. You see the Mexicans building up all them houses and shit. You see all the Mexicans in
Listen.
man. It's in their blood,
Listen.
man.
Well, that's because niggas don't want to get up and go build nothing no more. Let's be clear. Hey, matter of fact, we can get on up out of this right here. It's just kind of breaking down, yeah. Ready to cue up this video. Hey, let's get a song in before we get this video. You DJ, play whatever you want to play. Let's get a song in before we get into this video. I definitely, before we get into it, just kind of want to talk about it a little bit. Shout out to Big Brother Kwame Brown once again. Like I said, when I seen the Joe Rogan stuff, right, and I was like, what you say? So I don't want to spoil it. So when we get to it, you know what I'm saying, you guys, I don't want you guys to think, this is, it's clickbait. I actually genuinely don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing like, it's nothing that is, oh my God, we should fall out, and you know what I'm saying? None of that. You know what I'm saying? No, it's just it's my opinion. Like everybody has opinions. You know what I mean? And that's just it. I feel, that no, I don't want to spoil it. But I said it before. We have to start counseling people, and we got to be on code, no matter what, because we know that they're gonna do things like it's like putting us in a position that we can't counsel people. And that's kind of that puts us in a position of weakness, because y'all blacks can't counsel anybody. Well, basically, they're telling us that we're not in the position of economically in position because we don't own anything to stop him from eating, stop him from whatever. But we can if we work together. But not enough of us work together, as you see with Gucci, as you see with Vlad, as you see with all these other clowns who are culture vultures, right? Now, I had the question about Vlad. Vlad, why aren't you, sir? Why aren't you talking about your country? What's going on in the Ukraine? Why aren't you speaking on that, sir? Why aren't you?
Where he from?
Yes.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, he do got that Russian name. Well, I thought his family was from Russia. Ukraine, Russia, same people.
Same shit. They taking it back. Putin said it's gonna be all Russian, nigga. We about to get bigger. You know what I'm saying? And we about to get rid of all you.
Didn't Putin say his grandfather was Ukrainian or something like that? Or them all like the same damn people. I think he said his grandfather, somebody was Ukrainian.
That's a fact. Yeah. Something like that. Hey, well, look, let's get right into this, man. This Threads 3000, his story. Let's go.
Stack that bitch up, Mike.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. The truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Yeah, slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens, made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Think I don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted, it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut off trees that have made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privileges real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. We built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read, but we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there to gotta pay attention. We got ancestors but the papers is missing. Kings and queens we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me to say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon killers still walk around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I stated. Still still oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm talking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. It ain't my story. History is his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
3,000. That's what's up. Yeah, man. Happy New Year's, everybody, man. I didn't see any New Year's resolutions up in here. I'm gonna get y'all mines then. We ain't gonna get too deep into it, y'all. I'm just gonna get in the gym. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. This new year, you guys, this spring, this new life. And that makes sense. Why would it be the new year in the middle of the winter when everything is dead, when it's new life? So that only makes sense, man. And, you know, once again, that's where we at. Yeah, that is all facts. And they be like, oh, it was a mud flood. Nah, it was your flood. See my brother Rain Alexander in the building. Thompson's History 101 is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Appreciate you guys tapping in. We'll talk. Free Papu, what up, though? Bright Mo, Deezy, Garfield, Rule. Peace to the brother, man. Appreciate the brother. I'm gonna tap in with you tomorrow, man.
How many spells these white folks got on us? They changed certain words around. They changed the calendar.
Man, they changed everything.
Remember in the Matrix?
But they told us
the years is off.
I mean, but they talk about everything's off though, bro. This is the point. This is what we talking about. When they talk about uh bringing somebody here, well, we was already here. The science proves that. See what I'm saying? So now people are arguing about, like, we are literally wasting a bunch of time arguing over what to call ourselves. You can call yourself whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, but first off, you better have an agenda attached to it. You better have something attached to it that can get some power, right? Now you see a group of people right here that say we Americans, and then we want to be the best Americans we could be, right? But here's the thing: we are the Aborigines, right? Now they are taxing us illegally. They're regulating us illegally. These are things that to me, this is low hanging fruit. So when we talk about getting remedies and getting stuff, I mean, why isn't these smart guys talking about that? These guys with large followings, big groups, and all groups been around 100 years, 50 years, 70 years, 80 years, right? Why aren't they putting themselves in this position, helping put the rest of us in this position? Instead, they're doing the gatekeeping. They're leading us astray. They're putting us all in black status, right? And that's a status. That's a curse. If somebody can come on here and give us a good reason why we should still be pushing black, then that's fine. Like, come on, do it. Let's get it. Let's talk about it. But if it's not, like, okay, look, we got to grow up, y'all. We cannot be emotionally. It's like people still, grown ass people, 40 years old, still talking about Santa Claus. Like, no, but Santa's gonna come down the chimney. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, that's how y'all look. Like, it looks really crazy right now. You're holding on to something that is not real. It's detrimental. And I keep seeing people telling us about the black this, black laws, black codes. All this. No, you show me. Where is that? Show me the law. Show us a black law, please. Show us a white law, please. Show us a slave law, please. Please. That's all you got to do. Email it to me, chiefholiday@gmail.com. You're never going to do it. You're never going to email me a slave nothing, period. Only slaves are them coming to our shores, period. We went into enslavement, family. Say that again?
I said the Ukrainian Slavs. Now, them your Slavs right there. There they go.
Where you see something? Where you see it, man?
Them Ukrainians. The Ukrainian Slavs, them and Russia. That's a whole Slavic battle beef right there.
I mean, so once again, if you ask Vlad, for instance, about that's what I would want to talk to Vlad about. I'd be like, Vladimir, you're Slav, right? He'd be like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, what is the history of your people? What's the, right? Because apparently, right, once again, you guys, they left Europe because of war. See, Vlad would be is what y'all would call a tether, right? Once again, we only focus on people that look like us or come from the islands, even the people from the continent of so-called Africa, right, in different countries that come over here, right? We don't focus on the Vladimirs. We don't focus on them. We don't say, hey, that guy right there is a tether. That guy right there is taking resources. That guy right there ran from his country just like his people ran from their country with him as a little boy and fled to America. Right? Now, I asked this question to foundational Black Americans because when I seen the pale skin come on there and say, hey, I'm a foundational white American, there wasn't no comeback for that. If you have Black, you have white. Okay? That's just how that works. Cass, let me ask you a question. You love Black, right? So would you drink out of a Black water fountain?
What, a black painted water fountain?
No. If it's a sign that says Black on the water fountain and white on the other water fountain, how would you feel?
I would think it's outrageous to even have those signs or whatever. But then I think about the subconscious too, like when you use the word black water fountain and white water fountain. So thinking anything, because this has happened to me as a kid, right? I'm going a little bit deeper. I grew up in a neighborhood. I watched the neighborhood turn black over time. Like later on, we started beating up the white boys and they started moving out. out, but they were moving out before. As soon as like we were like the first 2 black families on the block. As soon as we moved over there, they started moving out. You know what I'm saying? But me growing up amongst the white kids for a certain time, I thought what they had was cool. Like watching He-Man and Thundercats and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So my reality was like when I would go back to like the all black neighborhood, I thought all the good stuff was in the white neighborhood and stuff like that. Not knowing these motherfuckers after I got older and seeing how nasty and shit they were in their cribs and all that stuff. But subconsciously, like with that, even with the white water fountain and stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? It
Right,
made
but
me
how
like
would you? But it's the same water fountain.
same
It's
water
just
fountain.
one is labeled black, one is labeled white. How does that make you feel?
Using those color descriptors, man, you know, black is associated with negativity. So
No. It's just water. It's a water fountain. All you black
so
people
I'm
who
saying
love black,
it
you're gonna
sounds
get you a
like
foundational black American water fountain. Okay? Huh? And then there's gonna be a white water fountain. That's labeled white. You got white on the side, black on the side. How does that make you guys feel? I'm gonna do this experiment, I swear to God. But I know for a fact that all you niggas is pushing all this blickety black, your ass will have a problem, have your whole lip hanging out, mad because they got white water fountains, right? Y'all see what I'm saying? You should be like, fuck that water fountain, nigga. I can't wait to drink out the black water fountain. Is you so black?
yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I was so black,
I'll
man.
be
That
outraged.
wouldn't
I
have
mean, if
bothered
I
me at
seen it, I'll be
all.
outraged.
Hey, listen, that's why I'm more black than all. I was more black than all you motherfuckers, because I would have been so happy to drink out the black water fountain. You understand what I'm saying? I'm bliggity black, y'all. I was black, y'all. I'm black to black, but I'm black. I gotta go back to let y'all know I was black. Okay. And I took
How
it
the
in a
hell did you
different
jump
sense.
on the Aboriginal train, man? What
Because I
happened?
was always a black, I was always an Indian. I was always that. I never was not that since I was 7.
You probably
So
had Dr. Ben. You probably had Dr. Ben and Dr. John, Henry Clark,
that's those are the people that got me away from the land.
you know.
Those are the people that was teaching about African. We was African. This is in the diaspora and all this other shit.
I mean, but
You
that was
know,
important though. That's
it
important
wasn't. It's
because
not. It's a psych op.
you
It's a CIA
look,
psych op, sir.
let me explain. Let me explain.
Hold
You
on.
go
Just let me
to
explain
Africa.
that. Listen, the CIA implanted that into us. Period. We was not blacks, and then they turned black to Africans in the 90s. This just happened, sir. We just became Africans
John Henry
socially
Clark
in the
wasn't
90s, bro.
associated with
This just
the
happened.
CIA,
Huh?
bro. Them dudes wasn't
I know
associated
niggas be
with
like, it
the
was 88, chief. Nigga, it was 90s. I was there. Shut up. That shit
bro.
takes some time to catch on.
Everything
Y'all know how it go.
associated with Africa is considered bad. That's why y'all trying to get away from it.
The giraffes is trying to get away from there. What you mean? What's
Nah,
happening?
giraffes fine. I mean, you
Nigga, ain't
talking
no
about getting
food
ate
there.
by
Ain't nothing there. What is you talking about? No
bro. You gotta go
roads.
over
A
there.
lot of
You need
places,
to
man.
take a
Come on,
trip.
fam.
You gotta take a
I
trip
knew
to Africa, bro. You gotta take a
why?
trip to Africa, man.
Why? Brother, I don't even want to take a jab. So why I want to go over there and take 18 jabs?
Look,
I
bro, you
can't
go
drink the
over there.
water. Come on, sir. Why I want to go to Africa? It's so many
You
places
go.
in America that I want to go first.
I mean, that's fine. You can
I
go
want to
to the
go to
Grand
all
Canyon and
700
shit like that.
Caribbean islands.
You want to go to places warm in the Americas. You don't want to go come up here to this goddamn cold ass part of America. See, y'all
I
niggas
can't wait
want
to
to go
get to
to the
to
warm
the D.
tropical parts,
I can't wait to
huh?
get to the D. I can't wait to get back up there.
It's fucking cold and it's fucking cold and raggedy in this mother. I mean, the D is great, but it's cold and raggedy, man.
Huh? They got heaters. They got bomber jackets. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
We're gonna get it in.
you go over them same tropics. You can go to what is it? You got Sao Tome over there, the island Sao Tome. You ain't even gotta get to the mainland yet in Africa. You can go to damn Mauritius, the Seychelles Islands. Remember that's part of Africa. That shit look beautiful. You know the water's beautiful. The earth is untainted.
Don Ross said, Luisa, you know that the black water fountain is gonna be more sanitary. Sheesh.
Yeah, you
Hey
gotta see the
Don.
difference.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta see. So what? How would y'all feel though? You never said how you gonna feel about the white water fountain. Because if it was just a black water fountain, they'd be like, "This is for y'all," and then you know what I mean. But how does that make you feel that it says white?
Y'all better
It's
not
white,
take it at that
black,
white water fountain. They already
huh?
talking about we don't need to take baths every day.
Shout out to A Supreme Chieftain in the building.
Look, man, y'all got to go over there. Dinus Demir is hosting the Going Back to Sierra Leone. You get your dudes.
Where you gonna take me, big brother? Right, Mo? What happened? Say, where you gonna take me? Oh, up to the D. Hell yeah, man. Let's go, man. Definitely.
Man,
Right, Mo?
that
Right,
nigga ain't even
Mo?
here in the D no more. He got out of this
He in
motherfucker.
Arizona. We close. We're
Right.
gonna link up. Yeah, I'm definitely coming up there, man.
He in New
As
York.
far as I've been was Grand Rapids. When I play football, we played them.
No,
Yeah, as far as I've been.
You gotta go to Canada too, man. You gotta go across the bridge and go to Canada.
I definitely want to go to Canada though.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna be over there the end of this week. Me and my lady friend meeting up with my lady friend. Now I guess you would consider a tether. She's Jamaican, but she's not. They all born in Toronto and stuff like that. And that's the other thing I kind of got like a problem with the FBA, because a lot of times we're talking about new people coming in, right? These people been living over here for generations, like the Jamaicans in Toronto or whatever, but they are like considered how we consider, whether you want to use, we're gonna use the
Hey,
word
can you
African
turn
American and
your
how it might
mic
come
up?
off. Huh?
Can you turn your mic up?
Oh, you can barely hear me. Can you hear me now?
Now you can hear you now. Good. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's the way my phone position. So yeah, man. You go to Toronto, man. They got their hoods. They like the regular dudes. I mean, Tory Lanez from Toronto. I think he Jamaican, but they're like, I mean, they're not like on no tether type shit. Like what we think about tethers or whatever. Like they the hood niggas there. Like the Jamaicans get down and get busy there, or what you call Aboriginal. I mean, Canadian. I don't know. I don't know what.
Hold on. Well, who they getting down and busy on?
I mean, they got their hoods. They got their
Okay.
hoods the same. They
All right.
set up the
So,
same way how we set up here.
hey,
You feel me?
I don't want. We're gonna get to this video in a minute, but because there's some things that was said in this video and it was interesting to me. Once again, I feel like we got to have some new codes going on around here. We need peace amongst ourselves. I'm not saying everybody's not gonna, but we need peace. We're gonna have to stop killing each other and get back to peace and start building. That's the American way. That's the Indian way. That's the Aborigine way. Like the Mandalorian way. That's the way. We keep saying it. When we say North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands, God damn it, that's the top of America, Canada, all the way down to the bottom of it, to the conjoining goddamn islands, okay? Now, us having a Pan-American, and I know people say Pan's the devil. I don't care about no devil. I don't care about none of that. Devils
Remember
walk
you
around
say
this motherfucker.
terms. You remember you
No,
say
I
terms.
got
Remember
you.
we say we can't use black.
Okay, well, let's say let's have an intercontinental. Yeah, let's do that. How about that? Intercontinental.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you, bro.
Well, no, I'm just saying though, we're gonna have to have a different mindset. Now, a person that's in Canada shouldn't. I mean, they had their own, situation, right? But the same people that they were dealing with, some like we were dealing with. We were dealing with the British, so-called French, so-called Spanish, right?
Right. Fact.
Of course, right? So didn't the Haitians, Jamaicans, the Bermudians, didn't they deal with the same people?
They deal with the exact same people.
Oh, they was the exact same people. And they were blackbirding us from the mainlands to the Caribbean islands and back to the mainlands. You agree?
I mean, yeah, it's a lot of niggas in New Orleans that are hate of. I mean, they go back. It's gonna be a Haitian grandma pop up. You know what I'm
How
saying?
the hell you think all those Jamaicans and all those people from the islands got up to the Caribbean islands, brother? Now a lot of them did. A lot of them still came from here because they was escaping, to the north before they put the border up there. So a lot of us were going up to Canada, but a lot of us went down to Mexico as well. You dig what I'm saying? So they was like, freedom was in both directions, so to speak. But we were dealing with both of them, so I think it's disingenuous for anybody to come on here and be like, "Oh, those you guys in Jamaica are not our people," and that's just not true because people were taken from the mainlands of America, and that can be proven. And people from they gave the Pequots up in Canada because they know they displaced them. They know they brought them from Jamaica. They gave them reparations. I don't know how many people got reparations. I don't know what the situation was, but they gave them some remedies for what they have done to them. Okay. So once again, you guys, if blackbirding happened, then we have to talk about it. Now, Florida is less than 100 miles from the Caribbean islands. Okay. Florida is damn near 4,000 miles away from the West Coast. Okay. Y'all have to make this make sense. So more people in Florida will have more of a culture than the people in the Caribbean islands than the person in California or even in the Midwest.
Florida's a long state, bro.
Also, we were trading long before these people came to America, to the Americas. We were already had trade routes throughout North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands.'re going to have to respect it or check it. Okay. Now, if you don't feel like these are our people, either you're working with the people or you still indoctrinized. You still haven't grown into this yet. That's just what I'm sorry. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are still indoctrinated and they have an indoctrination because they're dealing with the colonizer who divided and conquered us. Now, what is interesting is, right, that's the same thing they did with us here with the tribes here. So now when you have people that come on here and be like, what tribe are you guys? I haven't found my tribe and I'm in a nation and I'm over here with these people and we're doing this and that and the third. And I'm like, okay, what is that? What do you get out of that? What happens? You just feel good? As you're closer to the pale skins, you've been recognized. Recognized by who? Y'all act like they don't recognize who we are. They know who we are. They know we the American Aborigines. You have to self-identify. You have to put these people on notice. And that's what the Declaration of Reclamation is. It puts these people on notice. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Like, okay, so with the whole, we were talking about like the beginnings of rap and hip hop, right? So it's been that thing going back and forth with the Caribbean brothers and sisters and the what we gonna call so-called foundational Black Americans. Now, what is your take on that? Because again, like we got cats like Bushwick Bill, right? Like Bushwick Bill from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? But he rap with the Ghetto Boys, and we don't separate the Ghetto Boys. You know what I'm saying? We keep the Ghetto Boys as Ghetto Boys. Same with Biggie Smalls, his mother being from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? And African Bambaataa is a child molester, but African Bambaataa, I forgot what island he was from. Like, and you see all these different people that came in New York and different places came together, and they're part of the culture. You feel what I'm saying? Like we wouldn't know that if they from Jamaica or whatever, like Busta Rhymes, unless they told us. So what is your opinion on that with the whole FBA versus Caribbean thing, as far as dealing with hip hop and stuff?
First off, Caribbean islands is America, but if you want to go with it like that, we've been had rappers, people rapping. Have you ever heard of Down Home Blues, brother? Millie Jackson, Bobby Blue Bland. Name me some more some Down Home Blues. Who else used to rap? I mean, you understand what I'm saying? So long before Cool Hercules was doing, we were in ciphers for thousands. We've been doing this a long time. I'd say that. So we've been rapping a long time. Right. I mean, we've been doing this. What's the dude name? Gil.
Scott Heron.
Gil Scott Heron. Like, I mean, I can go on and on and on, bro. So we've been rapping a long time, fam. You know what I'm saying? Rudy Ray Moore. Like, I can go on and on and on. Like, this is what we do. Now,
Yeah, but
the
far as
art
the time
form,
when it was, we
hold on.
coined it.
They
Once
didn't,
we finally coined it
Kool
and stamped it,
Herc was
right?
here in America. Now, I don't know if Kool Herc was born over there, but they developed the music here in America. Okay. And honed it, developed, and did all these other things. So that's just it. So this is a North American culture. Not taking anything away from anybody else, but this is our culture. This is why we're the
They
best
were
at it.
there though. They were there like
Right, but that's not a debate whether or not it's from there or here. It's from America. Just because the dudes in New York have a strong Caribbean influence, it comes from the South. So I just want to point that out. It comes from the South, right? And so people migrated to the South. So even, so I just want to point that out. So we gotta just be honest about that. We can't keep,
So can we look at the Caribbean? Can we look at the Caribbean as even further south? Like okay, so for you know how folks from the south will come up to the north. You know what I'm saying? And,
hell yeah. That would be far south, I guess.
Yeah. Instead of I mean, I understand when Tyreek say the reparations, they're like, oh yeah, we need to make it clear as this to a point, right? I understand it to a point. But the whole separation thing is a tribal thing because once, he's talking about first generation Jamaicans. Once the Jamaicans had kids here or whatever, and they grow up, we don't know fucking Nicki Minaj is from goddamn Trinidad or this person or whatever. I meet these dudes from out of town or whatever. Or you meet a dude from New York. He got a New York accent. He a New York dude. I ain't looking to see, oh, dude, this nigga eat, jerk chicken and shit like that. We don't see that. I didn't know the one group, the dudes that made Candy Rain, I didn't know all of them was Jamaican. You feel me? Until they said it, like, oh yeah, we opened up some Jamaican restaurants in Atlanta. But they moved to Atlanta just like, fuck, we're gonna expand the business. We got out the, we got played on the music game. But we don't know this though. Like they regular melanated dudes from, or we say Aboriginals.
Who you talking about?
This is dudes that made, you remember that song Candy Rain back in the day?
Is that New Edition?
It was that boy group.
Oh, no. What's the name of that group?
Jamaican.
Who's that? What's the name of
it? Who's Jamaican, bro?
I already know CEO know what the name of the group is off top.
Yeah, but I mean, is that too much digging though? It's like, yo, they with us. You feel me? It ain't. They here now. They here. They having babies. With sisters here or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They growing up in the culture and stuff like that.
Soul for real. Av TV got it. Soul for real. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, them dudes. I think it's too much. I think it's too much. It's a lot of tribalism with that, man. With the FBA thing, it's a lot of tribalism going on with that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was saying the other day that I asked the question. I put the question on the table: was the Tariq Nasheed and the FBA creating division amongst so-called black people, right? And that's a no-brainer. Not to say that we already didn't have the division. I feel like it needed to be brought out. We needed to say something because some of us maybe have never really experienced it. You know what I'm saying? However, at some point we have to. Why are we doing it? We have to be able to get something out of it. And if it's being more destructive than creating and building, then we're gonna have to have a conversation. Now, you should know before anything that this was, you know what I'm saying? And whether it's gonna have an end game to it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, what's the end game to this? Like if I go punch on somebody or whatever, I say, okay, well, ultimately, I know what this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. But ultimately, we're gonna have a peace treaty if we go over here, whatever. And say for instance with Putin, them they invade or whatever. They say, okay, well, you guys can we'll we'll have a compromise, right? You can take half the country. So you take the north half or the east half, and we'll take the western half. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. See what I'm saying? So that if you don't have that fight, you're never gonna have that compromise. See what I'm saying? So we have to have this discussion. Lil Yos Rios in the building.
I mean, it's easy for a man to bring that up, but then have a half Jewish wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Okay, so let me ask you a feel. So Psycho and Renee having a show right now talking about a mixed people, black people, or our people. How you feel about that?
I mean, in the system of white supremacy, like I feel if a
Okay,
person
over
is
here we call it degeneracy.
You said
I just
what?
want to let you. We call it degeneracy.
Degeneracy.
Pale,
Okay, so break it
pale
down from your
degeneracy.
perspective.
Okay, so check this out, right? Remember we talk about the word spells, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you say, "Hey, white man, you're supreme," right? Are you? Even though he might be.
Okay. I see where you go.
See what I'm saying? You're speaking his power, right? But if somebody's being a pale degenerate, you'd be like, that's degeneracy, right? Nobody wants to join a degenerate. You see what I'm saying? Everybody wants to join white supremacy. Everybody, even niggas.
Oh, so
Y'all
you using white degeneracy? So that's what like we can use it because
pale,
I'm trying to see
pale,
this up. Okay,
pale
pale
skins. We don't say
degeneracy.
white either. Pale skin, pale,
So pale degeneracy, right? So
pale
yeah,
degeneracy,
in the system of pale degeneracy, right? We're gonna use
right?
that. You know, this person is looked at as in this. Well, we can say in this country, that person is looked at as a melanated person. But if you go to like South Africa or something like that, or even some place in the Caribbean, they start having those terms colored or brown, a brown or something like that. You know.
Well, here's the thing about colors, right? You have to put a color in front of it because it could be pink colored, red colored, purple colored, you know what I'm saying, orange colored. So when you say copper colored, not only are you talking about the tone, you know what I'm saying, but you're describing a people, you know what I'm saying. So that is who the Americans are, the copper colored races or the aborigines of this land. So for us to attach ourselves to that socially gives us power to take social power from them, make them. Have y'all seen me make them not being able to speak because they can't use white no more, and they can't tell you that you're a black slave? Once you take those weapons from them, let me ask you a question, Cash. What else do they have to say to you?
Well, as far as those words of power.
If you take those words from them, supremacy and white, and you give them black, what do they have to say to you? And slave, give them slave too, by the way. Matter of fact, get them slave first. Here's slave. You hold that. You hold black because that means pale, bleached, blotted out, right? I'm sorry, y'all. So when I say pale, I'm using that for a real reason, okay? Everything is strategy. Get on code.
Well, I mean, shit, they got countries that Czechoslovakia. I don't know if that country still exists, but they had literally countries for slave, like with the word slave on it. So they can have that
Right,
word.
Yugoslavia, right?
Yugoslavia and shit.
Right, but they all Slavs, brother. And even when they moved into the western side of Europe, they wasn't originally there. So you gotta understand that, bro.
I
So
don't know. Let me tell you something. Because we hear like here in Detroit, like you see a lot of those Eastern Europeans. They own like we call it the Coney Islands here. Like they sell the chili cheese. They own them little restaurants and stuff. But a lot of them, you see them, the ones that's like Muslim, they like damn near close to Asia and stuff like that, right? They shaped a little bit different than them Western Europeans. Them Western European chicks be goddamn no hips. Them Germanic
mic check, mic
motherfuckers.
check.
But you get over to Eastern Europe, them white chicks started to get some shapes to them, man. They're a little bit different. I don't know. That's why I was saying it's different type of white people and shit. Them Eastern Europeans, they be like when you go south in Europe, like Spain, or you go like going towards Asia or whatever, they start to get a little bit more flavor than them Germanic motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a little bit more flavor to their culture and shit like that. We dealing like the gypsies and all that stuff. Well, the
Y'all know
gypsies say
what's
they ain't
crazy?
from there. Go ahead.
The hippest country in Europe is Germany.
It's
Germany,
weird though, man. There's some weird shit coming out of Germany, bro.
I mean, I haven't lived there in a while. However, I had a great time. I love Germany, you guys. It was nice. I gotta say though, the people look great. Like I didn't have I didn't have the racism or none of that type of stuff, right? You know what I mean? It wasn't like that. Not my
I
experience,
was in
right?
Austria.
You was in Austria.
Yeah, I
How
visited
was it over there?
Austria. I was 60 miles away from Hitler Town, so I didn't experience it. I didn't experience like it was like little subtle racism, but other people said they did. But besides that, man, it was a beautiful country, man. Like I was more at peace over there than when I came back to Detroit. Like it was peaceful. You know what I'm saying? But and it was crazy because you see the influence of American culture and including Jamaican culture too. Because I always want to throw them in as well. Like you'll go down on the subway, you will see like Tupac and Biggie spray painted on the subway. You will see like them playing reggae and stuff over there heavy. And you'll see like these German rappers, like Turkish German rappers and stuff, rapping and stuff like that. Because they had the MTV Germany and stuff like that. So that was like a little cultural thing for me. I was like, whoa. And it was flowing. I didn't know what the hell they were saying. But the thing I seen when I went over there, bro, what blew my mind was all the Moorish paintings that was everywhere. And 'cause I was in Salzburg. It was everywhere, bro. Like the Moorish paintings were like I'm talking about everywhere, bro. On coffee houses, just everywhere. Every Mozart. We went to Mozart's house. You go in and you look at the coat of arms.
Mozart.
And yeah, Mozart, Wolfgang Mozart, right? Went to his crib and they have a black. It was a black phoenix on the coat of arms, and then next to it was a black Moorish dude with a crown on his head. So that was like, like what's really going on? But see, a lot of times I heard with the coat of arms that it goes back like far as family. Like it might be like, yeah, these people look white, but they go back to maybe some Moorish blood or something like that. So that was pretty interesting, bro.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that what do you think those pictures where those Moors came from in Austria?
Man, this is the Moorish thing been a debate because I'm arguing with these North Africans now. They was talking about all them black Moors that was brought there was slaves or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But they was settled there. They was living there because look, because in Austria, that part of Austria I was at, right? It was called Salzburg. Salzburg mean like the guardian. It was in Germany. It's guardian of salt or whatever. They traded salt there, right? So that was a big salt trading city. I mean, since forever. So were they there trading salt? Like, was the Moors there making money trading salt and different things? You know what I'm saying? Taking it to wherever they was taking it in Europe or going into Africa or whatnot. Because that was a big commodity there in the because the mountains what were it was the same mountains Hannibal marched in. I forgot what the mountains was called, but that big thing that they were trading there was salt. That was like one of the main things that was coming out of that city.
The Alps.
So what are the Alps, because Sweden was on the other side. So were the Moors there trading salt with the people? You know what I'm saying?
Well, did you know that Hannibal was European? I mean, he was from Europe. He wasn't from Africa. Did you know that?
Hannibal was a Phoenician.
Sir.
Yeah, Phoenician. You know the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, bro.
Mm-mm.
Now I don't know where you got the European thing yet. Nah.
See, let me ask you a question, right? You have to know how far today Spain is from North Africa. You have to know that, right?
It's right next to it.
How close you think it is, though?
Shit, you probably can throw a rock. They showed how close is when you look at it. They're showing the camera like right
Say
there.
for a rock.
Yeah, damn near you can damn near throw a rock to that motherfucker.
It's 9 miles, brother.
Is it closer than Cuba is to Florida?
Hell yeah, that's like 80 some miles. This is 9 miles, bro. And Europe is not floating away from Africa, so it's still attached. There's this water. The Mediterranean Sea used to be a savanna, so people used to walk, ride horses, do all this stuff. So there's all the same people.
Man, Chief, that got to be like 800,000 years ago and shit. That shit's being damn Savannah. That motherfucker flooded right now, man. Like,
Well, Lucian was walking back and forth though, so they needed to get there. They couldn't make no boats.
yeah, it probably was small. I mean, shit, the Savannah used to be this. I mean, the Sahara used to be a savanna. It used to be an inland sea. It used to be a savanna, and the desertification happened.
Yo, so look, let's pull this up. Let's pull this video up. The brother Kwame Brown's interview with officer, I think his name is Daly, a former officer. It was a great conversation, you guys. Great interview. Like I said, I just don't agree with the Joe Rogan thing, but you guys will see that and we'll be able to talk about it on the other side of it. Joe B.
But I'm tapping out, bro. I'm tapping out, but I'm listening.
No, it's all good, man. Have a good one.
Peace.
Peace. Said I called them all Ellis Islanders. Like that. I like that. Yeah, man. Serial killer, right? Outside now, you guys. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I think it was Cass that was having the feedback to you guys. Hey man, peace of the brother Kwame Brown, living his bus life. Hey, let's just get right into it. Let's see what the officer's name and get the officer's name right. His name was Nathan. Yeah, Nathan Daly.
Now that's my spiel. Nathan is here to come and give us some real solutions. And if you have any questions, we'll open the panel or we can talk back and forth about some solutions. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good, man. Sorry about the delay.
Nah, you good. You good.
Jasper is busy, so we in the kitchen with it.
Let's do it.
Amish.
Go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
All right. Kwame, first of all, thank you again for letting me back up. We spoke, I think it was about a month ago, and got a chance to meet you yesterday. So it's a pleasure to be back on the platform. Thank you for having me. So for those who don't know me, real quick, I go by Real Nathan Daly. I'm a 13-year law enforcement veteran out here in Atlanta, Georgia. Had to medically retire in 2019 after a tragic accident. Was dragged down the interstate from a vehicle. Was recovering about 2 years. Took about 2 years to kind of bounce back. To be honest, had a lot of support from the community. Truly blessed to be alive. God had his hand wrapped around me in that moment. Walked away with no broken bones, but I was tore up on the inside, mentally, physically, spiritually, and took a while to recover. During that recovery time, as you guys know, 2020, we had the COVID, we had the protesting, we had the George Floyd, we had the Breonna Taylor, the Ahmaud Arbery. It's a lot of chaos, the Rayshard Brooks here in Atlanta. And I had that time to really just sit down and ask myself, what are we really doing? How come we don't have any real change? What's the NAACP doing? What's the Black Caucus doing? What are our Black leaders doing? What's really going on? What is really Black Lives Matter doing, right? And so I had a chance to really just kind of just dive into these real issues. And I said, I want to do something different. I want to bring about change. I want to provide insight to our people so we understand what's really going on, what's really happening behind the scenes, behind this blue curtain people like to talk about. There's a lot of misinformation by the media. There's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of myths that go around in our community. There's no support from our own people, right? And so there's so much to dive into. And I started my channel, Real Nathan Daily, to provide insight and transparency, to have real conversations for those who want to have it. People say they want to have deep conversations, so I take them off to the deep end. And I realize you can't swim, right? I realize you can't swim, right? Think or swim. Critical thinking over there, you guys. And at the end of the day, we do facts over feelings. And if you can't handle it, it lets me know what's going on, right? And so we just expose the truth and be real, be raw, be honest. And that's what I bring. And, I like to surround myself with those who also are doing the same exact thing. And again, shout out to you, Kwame, because you're absolutely right. You guys complain about the game, but you don't want to play.
Right.
And whether or not you playing the game or you riding the bench, the game still has influence over you. And that's the reality.
So I'm gonna start it off. I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna be raw, and I'm gonna be honest.
Let's keep it.
And I think a lot of people were raised like this, and I don't know if they would be honest like I'm gonna be honest. I was raised and I was taught, fuck the police.
Right.
and I didn't know why, but I just knew I had a disdain for the police. All of my brothers said fuck the police, all of my friends said it. So it was in the music, so it was just embedded in my head. Any encounter with the police, before you can even talk, fuck you, why you stopping me? And that was just my attitude towards the cops.
Right.
Until basketball and things like that took off, and activities like that outside of what my reality was were in my environment. And then I still had like a disdain kind of for the police as an adult until my nephew became a cop. And one of my friends became a cop. And I'm like, damn, now it's real for me because these are real people that I know in real life.
Correct.
And although they're good people, now I got to hear it from their side. And I got to hear the reasons why they became a cop was to try to change it from the inside. Yes. And I'm like, well, dang, if I'm coming up already with the attitude that I had as a child of fuck the police, and you only became a cop as a black man to help change it. And my nephew would tell me stories as soon as he get out the car, man, fuck you, you Uncle Tom, you worse than the white people, da 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 da. So they would throw stuff at him, and I'm like, wait a minute. So he was like, man, it almost turned me aggressive and make me want to be worse than white people, because they treat a lot of black cops, from his lens, is that they treat them worse than white cops.
Yes. Let's dive into that.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot. And Kwame, I'm gonna go off, so you got to just let me know what I forgot to touch on, because there's a lot. You guys, there's a lot to unpack. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do my thing.
I'm gonna mute it and let you go.
Facts. All right, you guys, let's take it from the top, right? Kwame touched on a lot of things. He talked about the history of what it felt like dealing with police. And I think one of the biggest issues is that, where do we get this from, right? A lot of the anger we have for law enforcement in our community, even black officers, we're told, right? We hear it in our music. We understand how powerful music is in our community, how much it influences our thinking, our behavior. They don't want us to love the police for a lot of different reasons, right? You guys don't understand how this nexus works, how things connect. It's so sinister the way they set this thing up, you guys. It's so sinister. But let me start with the history, right? Let's start with the history. Let's go back from, I believe, 1865, approximately 1865. We're talking about when slavery was abolished, right? Slavery was abolished. Listen, you guys, in 1867, shortly after, black people were putting the uniform on, right after slavery. You had brothers who were born into slavery, getting out of slavery, and getting into law enforcement. We're talking from slaves to police. They understood the value and the importance of doing the job. They wanted equal representation, right? They were so proud to be an officer because they wanted to take care of their own community. right? These guys, we're talking
Hey, hold on, real
the
quick.
height
I gotta
of
say something.
segregation, black
Oh, I
codes.
forget.
We're talking Jim Crow. We're talking KKK, the Ku Klux Klan.
So remember, these people wasn't here in the numbers that they were after, air quote, the Civil War during the Reconstruction time. They came after Reconstruction, okay? In the numbers through Ellis Islanders. Shout out to all the Ellis Islanders, right? So once again, who was the officers, or who were the protectors prior to 1865, right? You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about the slave catchers and stuff like that or whatever, right? You would have to have known the land. You would have to know, the people, to get intel, so on and so forth, right? So when we talk about Bass Reeves, you know what I mean? All the different legendary lawmen, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there too, what he's talking about. We got Epic Studies in the building. Yeah, let's get back into it. Epic, what up though? PC, brother.
What's good?
We're gonna get
What's
back.
good, Chief?
How you doing, man? Hey, you want to say anything before we get back to the video?
I can wait till it's done. Yeah, I do got 2 cents to put in on, but I can wait till the video over with. I don't want to stop the bill
Okay.
on what he's talking about.
Okay, bro. Thank you, man. Let's go.
Okay.
Told, right? We hear it in our music. We understand how powerful music is in our community, how much it influences our thinking, our behavior. They don't want us to love the police for a lot of different reasons, right? You guys don't understand how this nexus works, how things connect. It's so sinister the way they set this thing up, you guys. It's so sinister. But let me start with the history, right? Let's start with the history. Let's go back from, I believe, 1865, approximately 1865. We're talking about when slavery was abolished, right? Slavery was abolished. Listen, you guys, in 1867, shortly after, Black people were putting the uniform on, right after slavery. You had brothers who were born into slavery, getting out of slavery and getting into law enforcement. We're talking from slaves to police. They understood the value and the importance of doing the job. They wanted equal representation, right? They were so proud to be an officer because they wanted to take care of their own community, right? These guys, we're talking 1867, the height of segregation, Black codes. We're talking Jim Crow. We're talking KKK, the Ku Klux Klan were actually in law enforcement terrorizing Black people, right? And so in 1867, you're talking Alabama was one of the first states that had Black police officers, Louisiana, Texas, Florida. And these brothers served their community with distinction. And of course, there was some pushback, right? Because at the end of the day, we had some people in our community who were like, hey, listen, you're working for the white man, you're enforcing these common laws on your own people, the same thing that white people are doing, but they didn't see the bigger picture, right? Equal representation means so much. It means so much, and the people are proud to have officers. We can even fast forward it all the way to Atlanta. I believe it was 1930 or 1946 when the city of Atlanta got their first police officers, Black, the first 8 Black police officers. The people were so proud, you guys. And one thing about being a police officer back then was that as an officer, a Black officer, you weren't allowed to arrest white people, right? You had to call white officers to come and get the white criminals, So imagine the disrespect that took place, right? Boy, you ain't qualified to lock me up, right? So,
hey, look. So how many people do I piss off by saying you gonna?
Hey, I think. Hold on. We gotta stop it right there. Hold on. I can't. Let's stop it right there for a second, real quick. Listen, that's not true. Before 1900, do y'all know who was lynched more in America? The pale skins. Who were locked up more in America? The pale skins. You want to know why? Because they were poor. Thieves, prostitutes, Ponce pimps. Y'all get it? They flipped everything around on us, man. That's not the history. That's the history that they want to teach, because they still have that same attitude right now today. Y'all remember the air quote black officers that shot into the car and killed the pale baby? That dude got 40 years. 40. See what I'm saying? They still push that. Y'all ever seen pale skins get pulled over by the police? What the fuck? Why the fuck are you pulling me over? What are you doing? Like they have a different attitude towards the police. They know that the police there to work for them. Now, even if a pale skin gives a air quote black officer shit and lip, he still feels like he still has to take shit from them, y'all. I just wanted to point that out. And once again, it's all social. These people work for us. We need to change the power dynamics, okay? I'm gonna say this again. We need to change the power dynamics. Now, I see all these rich ball players, people or whatever. They don't understand the game. It's all business. It's not personal. And they got to stop being personal. Become businessmen. Be smarter. Move smarter. You know what I'm saying? Y'all golf with the mayor, the chief of police, and these people or whatever, to make sure that you have power. We're going for power, right? These people are only here to enforce policies and protect our property. They're not here to rule over you, to enforce you, right? So you guys are gonna hear something that I heard earlier. So I missed a lot of this, right? But I heard something earlier, and we're about to hear it in a second because I know it's about to come up. Yeah, it's just I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, it's just we got to have a different mindset. They are teaching us lies, and we believe them, and we internalize them. We say, "Oh man, we can't feel this type of way about these people." And that's just bullshit. When they ass ran away, we went and hawked their ass down, beat their ass, and brought their ass on back. Wasn't no, oh, you can't arrest a white man. Ah, man, get the fuck out of here. That's some bullshit. So I just want to say that, man. Let's go. Let's get back to it.
Go ahead, brother.
Facts. You know, and so we got to understand it was so much pride. It was an honor to be a black officer. In Atlanta, they wouldn't even allow these brothers to take their uniform home. They weren't allowed to actually be in the actual police precinct. They segregated the police precincts, right? The officers had the black officers had to stay at the YMCA of Auburn Avenue, right? And then so they couldn't carry the uniforms home. Sometimes even a lot of other states who had black officers, they couldn't carry guns. You were only allowed to patrol the black community. You know, they weren't allowed to drive in cars, you know. And so they walked the beat. They walked through our communities, protecting and serving. They were one-on-one with the community. And back then, the people were so grateful.
Let me pause you for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Who was in control when all those rules were in place? When the police when black police officers couldn't carry guns, couldn't take their uniform home? Was it the Democrats or the Republicans?
It was the Democrats.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Democrats. Yeah, the Democrats all day. You know, and for those who don't know the history, you know, we're originally Republicans, you guys. We have conservative values, just to keep it real. You know, you can't trust both sides at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, reality-wise, you know, we're originally Republican, right? And so we know the Democrats enslaved black folks. Like, if you really just keep it real and look at the history. And so, you know, the reality is, you know, this was a very, very prestigious profession for black people. And somewhere down the line, we've lost that. And when we lost that, our people lost the respect for us. I'm talking black men and women who wear the uniform, right? There's a disconnect there, right? We've lost and forgotten that history, which is very important. You know, we were so grateful to be able to put the uniform on, and now we take it for granted, right? Now we abuse that, right? And so now we fast forward current day now, and Kwame brings up a great point. He said, hey, he was just told to not like the police. That was just something we were told. I was told the same thing, you know, never understood it. You know, we don't have a lot of people who are doing the job for the right reasons. The reality is a lot of men and women can't handle power. This is such a powerful position to be in. And just because you think you want to serve people doesn't mean you can handle power when it's given to you. And that's the reality. It's not for everybody. To be honest, this should be the hardest profession to get into, right? And it's not. It's very easy. Everybody named mom is doing the job. Everybody named mom is not qualified. Everybody's not qualified to wield power. So how do you train for that? How do you teach someone? They don't teach you. And then when you get power and you come out here and recognize
We got to take the power away from them.
just submit themselves to you simply because you have the uniform on. That's the problem. Some people can't even handle, like you were talking about earlier, you give people a little platform, they don't know how to act, they act brand new, you know? And this is just on the internet. Could you imagine? You give somebody a gun and a badge and you tell them that you automatically have to respect this person. You don't have a choice. My uniform gives me respect and authority, regardless whether or not I deserve it, right? You have to respect me regardless, even if I'm not someone that's respectable. And that is the issue. What would it look like if officers had to earn the respect of the citizen they come in contact with, right? I don't just have to give you respect. Even present day, I don't respect anyone. You have to earn my respect. As an officer, it doesn't work that way. Disrespect an officer and see what happens. We know what happens. We see the outcomes. You know, it's never in your best interest, right? It's in your best interest just to what? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Right? And so, you know, you guys, I started law enforcement when I was about 20, 21 years old. I was too young. I didn't know any better. There's no reason why I should have been allowed to be a cop. By the grace of God, the teachings of my mom, my father, my family had so much influence. My religious beliefs as a Christian, those things had a lot of influence on how I did the job. You know, all police officers are not created equal. What do I mean by that? Right? If you want to know what kind of officer you're dealing with, look at how that officer was raised. Look at where that officer came from. Look what that officer believes in. You know, an officer's belief system matters. Their moral compass is rooted in their faith. So then you have some officers that are they're atheists, right? I know an officer that practices Wicca. I know an officer that's a Satanist, right? All religions, right? You can't discriminate. One would argue, does that matter? Should a person's religion matter on how they do the job? Absolutely, it matters. Absolutely. You guys, who are we at the end of the day? We're you. We're you. If you don't like the police, look at society. We're a reflection of the people we're serving. That's the reality. So if you don't like the police, then someone has to rise to the occasion. You know, and this is the problem with our community. And Kwame, you touched on it earlier. We're not present in these conversations, right? When I come out here and I serve our people, I'm called a sellout. I'm called a slave catcher, right? I'm called an Uncle Tom. Everybody, Uncle Tom was the hero, right? You Sambos, right? Let's keep it real. So what does that mean? What are we doing? We are discouraging our own people, our people who have good intentions, who want to serve. We're discouraging them from wanting to take up this mantle. We're removing ourselves out of positions of power because we want to do what we want to do.
Right? Isn't that placing us in the hands of the white folks that make the laws to put the cops that they want in position?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Make it make sense. We complain about the police, but you don't want to do the job. We complain about education. Listen, you can't talk about what white people are doing and saying white people this, white people that, white privilege, white supremacy, right? You can't complain about all those things and you guys don't want to step up and do the job, right? You can't complain about what white people are doing and then beg them to educate your people, beg them to police your communities, and then turn around and call them racist. That's counterproductive. You know, you guys, that doesn't make sense. You know, we should be grooming our own people, our best and our brightest, and pushing them in positions of leadership, right? So if we talk about the reality of the situation, there's 700,000 police officers that serve this country of 350 million people, 700,000. Out of that, 12% are African-American, and the number is dropping. When I listen to rap music, because I listen, I hear these brothers talking about assassinating police officers. right? Why would you want to do
no,
the
no,
job?
they're not. No, they're not. They're talking about assassinating the only one specific type of police officer, and that's probably the black ones. They're not talking about assassinating white police officers.
Because
It's
they never
all
do.
black police officers.
Yep. The person who tried to take my life and almost succeeded was a black man. Every person any person I had contact with who attempted to take my life in this profession was always black. Always. You guys, we talk about racism in our community. I never see any white people there. I never see any white people physically there oppressing black people in our communities, you guys. I've worked there. What do I see? I see a beautiful community of black people, middle class, below middle class, some below poverty, just trying to make it happen. And then I see a small percentage, 10, 15% of us who are terrorizing our own people repeatedly, in and out of jail, doing the exact same thing. Our youth terrorizing our people. And we all know who they are. I'm locking kids up at the age of 14, 15, and 16. Only to fast forward 5 years later, they're doing life in prison. I go to these homes. There are no fathers present. The kids are being indoctrinated by the music they listen to. You guys, our culture is broken. Our culture is broken. And we turn around, we blame the police and say it's racist. But then the reality is this: the commissioners, the council members, right? The Board of Education's all black. The CEO, the mayors, they're all black. You guys, they're all black that you voted or did not vote for, and they're all Democrats. I see no racism there. I see no white supremacy there. This is the reality. We have to have the real conversation. They're not.
It seems like the real conversation is when you bring up facts like that, it turns into, oh, well, you're just a coon. Oh, you're just that. When these are facts. And if it's facts over feelings, that you got to run with the facts.
They're facts and hard truths, you know, and I come across people all the time and, you know, you working for the white man. That's what they tell me. You working for the white man. You know, the white man's keeping me down. I say, all right, brother, show me where he's at. Hell, we get them together. Show me the white man. It's something about this Casper that our people love to talk about. You know, I'm starting to think our people are a little bit addicted to white supremacy. God forbid if white supremacy got up and stopped working, right? What would happen? If all the white people decide to get up and leave the United States to ourselves, what would happen?
We'd have to look in the mirror.
Shit.
That's a good question, but niggas would be killing each other. It'd be all bad. We probably kill each other off and they just come right back. No, real talk, yo. Like, hey, Epic, hey man, you know, it's a lot been said right here, man. The thing that I wanted to talk about was this power thing. Who gave them power over us?
Well, are you asking me?
Like, we have to change this. Yeah, I mean, this is a question for everybody, but who gave them power over us? Who said that you have power over us? You work for us. We pay your salary. You're here to protect and serve. Now, I'm not saying to be disrespectful to these people and all that type of stuff, but I'm saying that while we're allowing these people to punk us and you know what I'm saying? I understand the cops have shot unarmed people. I understand this and that and the third. I do. And I'm not gonna be like, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. I'm not about to do that. However, you know, like, hey, you know, you could be respectful or whatever, because yeah, of course, if you have negative energy towards them, they're gonna have negative energy towards them. Now, my last encounters I've had with these people, I had a different disposition. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't afraid. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't combative. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't. Yeah. And you know, and everything went smooth. You know what I mean? And just like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I know exactly what you mean.
Because they're looking at all of that. They're looking at your body language, you being nervous, and they was asking questions like, "You have any drugs and guns?" I was like, "No." You know what I'm saying? Any dead bodies, anything? Got a couple back there. You know what I'm saying? Like just cracking jokes. So just hey, I'm cool. Like, cause at the end of the day, you ain't gonna do nothing to me. I'm not breaking the law. You dig what I'm saying? So I think it's all like I'm not saying that there's some fucked up people out here. I'm not saying it's not. Trust me, I'm not that guy. I'm not naive to be like, oh, no, it's not racism, it's not prejudice, it's not hate out here. It's definitely hate out here. I'm saying, how do we get them? I think we gotta start having some meetings or something. You know, some town hall meetings. You know what I'm saying? City to city. You know what I mean? Everywhere we go, like they got to sit down with this large ass army, 700,000 of these people, right? Think about it, and they all on the same fraternal order, so they taking oaths. So that's another thing. This dude right here, he's not gonna. How about this? Tell us the secrets or betray the fraternal order. So I just want to point that out. And I don't know if you have paid attention to that epic, but yeah, I'm paying attention to it.
Yeah, of course. I know the police is actually a fraternal order. I know that, and also, I think this will bring things into perspective, especially as far as that question you asked about, you know, the power and stuff like that. And it's actually the people that give them that power, but hence that's where the permission is rooted. It's from the people because we have to first put into perspective who and what is the police. That's for one, because once we get that, you know, perspective correct, then I think that would push us to realize how we should, I guess, deal with them. And I think that would answer the question as to how so-called, you know, white people will be able to talk to these people in a certain way, and so-called black people, you know, not able to. Well, I think it has everything to do with ignorance, not so much as race or whatever like that. I think it has a lot to do with ignorance, and the fact that a lot of people feed into the notion or the idea that the police are law enforcement, and the fact of the matter is the police are not law enforcement. The only law enforcement on the land is the sheriff's office, the sheriff and anyone he deputizes, and that is an elected position. The sheriff is an elected position. That's what an officer is. An officer is an elected official. Policemen are not elected. They are hired to their position. Hence, that's why the brother said earlier, everybody and their mama can get in this position and do this work. But the work is not what we think is law enforcement. It's not law enforcement. These people are basically high-powered security guards. They're in place to arrest code breakers who violate the codes that are in place to govern what they do, which is to protect the property of corporations. You see what I'm saying? That's facts. But a lot of people, for the most part, society for the most part, either don't know it, or the ones that do don't fully understand it, or those that do understand it are too fearful to enforce it, don't have the courage to enforce it because everybody else around them don't know it or won't enforce it, which causes the people that do know it to have less of an incentive to develop courage to enforce it. I hope I got that across clearly. But that I think that's the root, bro, of it all when it comes to this problem with the police. Our concepts are wrong. And I think we get that right, you know, through the proper study, then that would reveal how we should be dealing with the police. And I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm saying that to be factual. You see what I'm saying? There's a way, if you're going to learn how to deal with these people, like based on what you shared and based on testimonies I've shared on how you and I have dealt with them. You see what I'm saying? As examples. But I come from the premise of knowing that the police are not law enforcement, and I deal with them according from that premise and that premise alone. And I've had great success, bro. Great success from dealing with them from that premise because I'm coming from a lawful perspective. and I'm dealing with them lawfully, not based on my perception, or or based on what somebody told me, or based on these premises that are actually based in fear, and then based in ignorance too. Because like I said, a lot of people don't even know, that the police are not law enforcement, and that actually the sheriff is. You know what I'm saying? And that's real. But you see the police today acting as if they are law enforcement because the people have given them that position by, for one, acquiescing and
We
not
acquiesce.
correcting them out of it. Yeah, we acquiesce. And two, when we do know, we play the game for the benefit. You see what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, man. I'm not even undermining the police, bro, because to be honest, man, we need them out here. To be honest, we need them out because, man, society is, messed up in most of these neighborhoods and stuff out here. And to be honest, man, if most of us needed, you know what I'm saying, the police around to help us in the time of need, I'm not knocking it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying when it comes to the perception of who and what the police is, I think we need to get that right first before we talking about how to move forward. You know what I'm saying? With dealing with the police or talking about trying to join the police force, our concepts need to be in order first before we talk about jumping into that, because currently we think that's law enforcement and it's not. So we get that right, then we can direct ourselves in the right direction in order to make the appropriate change. But join the police force and saying that I want to get in there and change it from the inside, well, why ain't that change happening? Because once y'all get in there, you realize it ain't what you thought it was. And you actually are a part of a fraternal order. You know what I'm saying? That ain't built off of protecting and serving the people for real. That's not for real. That's not for real.
Well, you know it's a job, right? And it said it was only like 12% of officers out of the 700,000 was so-called, and he said African American, which once again is a misnomer, dude. I was in the chat room like, man, we ain't no Africans, blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Or even blacks, because once again, those are terms. Blacks are even viewed differently in this system. You know what I'm saying? Even when you go to, they'd be like, we have a black man, like, hey, I'm not black. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Yeah. But they push they push this on us. So I think we got to understand that as well, that the dynamics of that. These jobs. Now, here's the thing. This is how I feel about it. Okay. Say you're mayor of a city, right? And the mayor hires, is over the chief of police. You hire him, you appoint, whatever, to these jobs, right? Like you say. Now, with that being said, you have to have a system in place, right? Now, they have most of the jobs. So not only are they not only policing themselves, right? But now they're policing us and, policing our neighborhoods. That has to stop. It should be a rule that it's a community-based policing. You're within the community. You live in the community. The people know you in the community. Whether you have a uniform or not, that's Bob Smith right there. That's so-and-so right there. He's a part of our community, right? That way he knows little boys and little girls coming up. You understand what I'm saying? It's a different, be more interactive with the people in the community, and the fathers. Y'all follow what I'm saying? Give those jobs to the people in the community. Put those funds, instead of putting up substations, put those funds inside the community. See what I'm saying? Because we know there's poverty, there's crime, there's murder. Okay? There's crime, there's murder where there is poverty. Okay? So they're going to get into that too in just a second. But I just wanted to point that out. You want to say anything else before we get back to the video?
Oh, no, go ahead, bro. Let them be. We can speak on it after they finish.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah.
Peace to everybody, man.
People would have to get up and go to work.
Facts. You know what happens, you guys? I tell people all the time, and they say the police are out here terrorizing our communities, killing all the black people. I'm looking at who's selling the lie. And when I find out who's selling the lie, I know who's not for us, right? That's the easy way. Look at the weapons that are being used and formed against us.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll see who's pulling the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Where the puppet is, you follow the strings to find the puppeteer.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, it's very simple. It's very simple. Reverse engineering the problem. When I see people post certain things on their website and these organizations claim they're for us, and I see that they're selling propaganda, I see that they're pushing lies, I see they're not talking about Black accountability, I know they're not for us. I know they've been bought out. I know that. I asked my mom, I said, where's the NAACP? What are they doing?
What did she say?
She said they've been out of a job since the civil rights movement was over. You guys, pay attention. Pay attention. What's wrong with our community? We're so emotional. We're so emotional that we lose ourselves in the moment. Right?
We're the ones who claim we're the strongest.
We are the most resilient. But resiliency without wisdom is foolish. Because then you're just resisting, right? It's almost self-inflicted, right? Our problems start to become self-inflicted. We have the most money. We have the most resources. We're the most valuable. People don't understand our people are valued dead or alive, right? Dead or alive. People are making money off of us. You guys, if you want to know the truth, talk to the people who do the job. Talk to your teachers. Don't talk to the principal. Don't talk to the Board of Education. Talk to the teachers. Talk to the counselors. Talk to the police officers. Don't talk to the chief, right? Because these people are politicians. Their job and what they say out their mouth it's required for them to keep their job.
I say there's some script reading, but they council members, so I can't come at them like that. But they're reading off of a script in order to sway public opinion.
In order to keep their job.
Right.
Do you love your job more than you love your people?
No, they love their job more because it pays for everything. And I say it on my channel all the time. I say it's all about money. And there's so many people that come up here and they act like they believe in it, in the things that I'm saying, and then they end up proving me right by doing some of the things to me that makes them personal gain and personal money. So yeah, I mean the message is still on point. It's just like, when do we heal the sickness? And I think that's why we have to start with the children. We have to get some skills into these schools to where we're teaching these kids something other than after you graduate, you'll have an opportunity to go to college, and then after that, you can get a job that you might not be qualified for, but you're gonna owe maybe 30 or 40,000 for this education that you got that you may or may not be using.
Correct. I caught a glimpse of the chat. Someone said, what are the solutions? Solutions are easy. One, we need to know the truth, right? We need to know the truth and understand. Well, first of all, we don't own nothing. We don't own anything. We're easily persuaded and manipulated through emotions. Shout out to my boy Dre. He said emotions within our community is like a sugar rush. You know, we get that rush, we get that high, and then we die down so quickly, right? And they play off of our emotions. We own nothing. We don't control the information that we receive, right? We don't do our own research. We're headline hustlers. As soon as we see the headline, we're like, okay, that's the truth, right? We don't do our own research. Here we have an issue, Kwame. You brought up a perfect solution: education. Hell, we don't own the schools. We can't even get our own people to go to these HBCUs. These HBCUs are named after white wealthy people. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, you guys. We're being played all across the board. They're playing checkers. We're playing Connect Four.
Right. And then they have control over all of us as Black athletes, because when we're in the game, we're controlled. They take our likeness. They give us a script. They give us a white publicist. If you buck against the white publicist, as long as you say nothing and they control the narrative, the biggest thing they do not like is somebody pushing back against the puppeteers they have in place saying something. Correct. If you notice that if you say something back against a guy that they vouch, it's either misinformation, or if it's a sports guy, this guy is angry, he's crazy. It's always a narrative that they push. And then the
Yes.
public, we just feed into it because these are the celebrities. These are the
Yes.
people that they told us to like.
Yes, that we were told to like and idolize. That's
Mhm.
the problem. You know, and this is in your area right here. This is your area of expertise. Kwame, over 70, 80% of our athletes, NBA, football, African American. Now, how many of those are owners? We know it. Hell, we know how many are coaches, right? What's the problem with that? The problem is, what do they know that we fail to accept? We love money. We love materialism. You know, what is our leverage? Our dollars. Last year, we spent $1.6 trillion as a community. Yet, we only own 1% of the nation's wealth, and it's declining. And so, our wealth should match our population size, 13%. 1%. Here's the problem. What is the only solution to this problem? What if all the athletes walked off the field, demanded real justice, not take a knee, none of that foolishness they was doing. Say, we're not playing, right? Start our own. You talking about all that money these brothers and sisters is making?
But they don't have control of their money. See, it sounds good to the average everyday person. See, but I know,
Right.
especially if you're from the inner city, that's why they prey on the kids from the inner city. If you notice,
Yes.
most of the kids from the inner city are the most talented.
Yes.
But they lack education. They lack a foundation.
Yes.
So most of the kids from the inner city, their whole foundation, we're taught to take our money, and most white people are in control of these guys' money, including myself. All of our money is controlled by the very same people we claim are oppressing us. So
Correct.
it's not like, and banks are not designed for you to get your money back. Go try to get $2 million out of a bank.
Correct.
Order it for a week. They'll delay it as long as they can.
Correct.
So it's not designed for you to get your money back, and so they're not in control of their money. So that's why athletes are not designed. They're not able to make real change, especially not while they're playing.
This is true, you know, and all this ties in to police reform because it shows the lack of power that our community has to actually enforce real change that benefits ourselves, right? We have to first understand why it's not that easy for us to do it, and then also look at where our leverage is in order to make things happen, right? And out of all the police officers in this country, 12% of them are Black.
Mhm.
We look at the criminal justice system. We look at the lawyers, the judges, attorneys, right? Out of all the attorneys in this country, only 5% of them are African American,
Mhm.
right? There's more people going in and out of the criminal justice system that are Black than they are actually attorneys and judges. You know, so when we talk about we don't have enough police representation because we are discouraging our people from doing the job,
Right.
right? We don't want to be lawyers and judges, right? Because it's difficult, it's expensive, whatever it may be, but we're not present there. So we can't have impact in the law aspect of it. When people are saying, hey, they're railroading us in the justice system, in the courtroom. What do we know to be true? According to the Sentencing Commission here in the United States, they have identified, and we know this to be true, that when it comes to Black men and white women and white men who commit the same crime, Black men are charged with a higher sentence. 20% of the time, their sentencing is a lot higher than the white man, right? That did the same crime. This is a known fact, but yet still nothing is done about it, right? And so again, how do you do something about it? We need wealth in our community in order to actually buy politicians like you're supposed to. That's how the game works. But if you're not buying politicians, then you can't get anything. You can't. That's just what it is. You know, when the city of Atlanta, before they had Black officers, one of the things they did when they were able to vote, they said, listen, the church got together and said, I have 20,000 votes right here that you can get, Democrat Party, if you give us Black police officers to patrol our own city here, this whole city of Atlanta. They gave them 8 officers in exchange for 20,000 votes. That's the power when we galvanize ourselves, right? Look what Ice Cube.
Can you say that one more time for the people in the back that didn't hear you?
Here we go, you guys. When we pick the issues that we want solved, then we galvanize our votes. You hold your vote. What did Ice Cube tell us? What he said was spot on. He said, listen, we don't care what side it is. Whoever's going to do it gets the vote. You guys, this is how it works. This is business. It's not pleasure, right? I don't care about your personality. What are you doing for me? Right? We're playing the long game. We're so caught up in who has hot sauce in their purse, who's wearing the kufi hat, right? The dashiki. Who?
And the main thing, who dancing with us?
Who dancing with us? Who's an AKA? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? If you don't vote for me, you're not black, y'all voted for him anyways. This is the whole thing about our community. We have to understand, how does power work? We don't understand how power works. Power is in numbers, not in individualism. You know, and there's so much division. So we talk about police reform. What does it look like? It looks like us coming together, all coming together with a list of demands and voting on those things. We're talking locally. We're talking locally. You guys, we don't show up to these meetings. We don't show up to these community hearings. We don't show up. We're not present. I used to host a lot of community programs and meetings in the community. We're not present. We're not present. And when you're not there, you can't impact and make change. It's just that simple. What needs to happen in law enforcement? We need more black men and women to sign up and do the job. If
what do you say to what Carcino just said? He said, we got 400 young men and women to apply for to become an officer, black and Hispanic in 2017, and only 12 got hired. They found a ways to disqualify the black officers.
I'll tell you the ways. There are going to be some discriminatory practices. Absolutely. There's no way around it. You know, you guys, what does white supremacy look like to me? White leverage. There's 60% of the population, you guys, their hands are in everything. You can't change that. If we stop killing each other, stop aborting babies, we can get our population numbers up, right? We eat better.
Hold on. I don't think nobody heard you there. Woo! Ba, 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 ba.
I know we need to. Listen, you guys. White supremacy, the whole thing about that is a joke. People can believe what they want to believe. White folks can believe. If you're white and you believe you're supreme over black people, that's your personal business. No white man is supreme over me. No white man is supreme over Kwame. No white man is supreme over we the people, right?
I gotta unmute. Fuck no.
What's the reality? They're numbers. It's a numbers game. It's called leverage. It's white leverage. It's green supremacy is the name of the game. We're not playing that game. We're not playing that game, you guys. It's about money. It's always been about money. We got to get our numbers up.
So hold on. What do you say that now that we got the money, and Brother J.R. Smith spoke on it, and I've spoken on it, and I've been guilty of it, and I've woken up and tried to talk to my people that I'm around, and I'm like, yo, I've watched people throw 200,000 in the strip club.
Right.
I've watched people go sit down and have dinner at night, see a pretty girl, and go buy her a car at 2 a.m. in the morning. I've seen things like this. So when you ask, how do you change things? It's all about the mindset.
Yes.
We got to change our mindset and understand, stop buying into the BS that someone is above you. You're the great person. You're doing the work to get the money and then handing it over to people who you allow to control it.
Right. It's simple. You know, when we talk about we don't own anything, I had a conversation, I had a debate with the gentleman on my chat. In my on my channel about oppression and things of that nature. We talked about, you know, he said, you know, black people don't, you know, we're not getting loans from banks. We saw what Wells Fargo did recently, you know, not letting black people refinance their homes. Every African American should have pulled their money out of Wells Fargo, but they're not. Right? That's the reality. We're not. We don't fight the game we don't fight properly, you guys.
Right. So what are you what was the so you're saying they should have pulled their money out. So what is it that's making us identify every problem, yell and shout about every problem, and then do nothing after we do all that yelling and shouting?
Because white supremacy is it's addictive. It's addictive. Why do I say that? It's like when it comes to black and white relations, right? When we talk about white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, because it's a belief. It's a belief, right? That the white race is superior or better, or they think that they're better or superior than black people. It's not true. It's just not true. It's not even factually true. You know, it doesn't even make any sense. So what happens? We're addicted to the idea of white supremacy because it's comfortable. It's comfortable. Because
but you do agree that there's systems in place, like Carcino was saying, there's going to be pockets of discrimination and white supremacy just based on their numbers, based on pulling each other up. That's another thing that we got to talk about in our community. We latch on and leech off of the one that make it, and we end up draining that one person instead of rallying around them and becoming better because of them. LeBron James is a good example of that, because all of his friends around him elevated because they didn't continue needing LeBron James.
Correct. So perfect point. The system itself legally is not systemically racist. The system is not anymore. Systemic racism, we talk about systemic as far as a criminal, let's look at the criminal justice system. When you have black codes, right? You have black codes. Those are laws designed for black people specifically for the purpose, right, of oppression, for that purpose. What do we see now? Those things are against the law now. What do we see now? We have people that are wicked. We have people that are corrupt. We have people that are racist that are inside the system, right? The system itself is okay. The people are the problem. So we need a way to be able to identify, examine, and remove those people out of the system. That's what needs to happen next, right? The problem is when you have a person corrupt at the top, they control everything on the bottom. And so again, where black people are not present, you can't affect change. It does take time. And it's not to dismiss the idea. It's not to dismiss the idea that people are not influencing the system, because they are. So what the brother said earlier about, hey, we had these people signing up to do the job. Okay, this is when, and if you see that there's some discriminatory factors taking place, okay, who's your representatives, right? This time for us to start writing petitions.
And that's what me and Brother Carcino was talking about earlier. Even he's talking about it from a movie exec situation.
Okay.
He was a little upset that, well, not upset, but he's just blown away that everybody identified Puff Daddy and all the black folks that they put in place to kind of control or manage other black artists.
Yes.
But they're doing the job of a larger situation, which is all controlled by, white media and white folks. So we don't call out those situations in the corporations who's making this situation happen. We always call out the black face. And that's the same thing in this situation. We identify the problem, we call out the white man, but like you said, there's black people right there in your neighborhood that you elected in that seat that's supposed to do that job, and you don't say anything because they're black.
Correct. And the thing is, let's talk about the knowledge piece, because that's the most important. You guys, we don't control our own education, right? We talk so much about white supremacy, racist white people, and you turn around and tell them to educate you. How does that make sense, Kwame? It doesn't make any sense
at all.
We don't want to step up and even do the job ourselves. So, it's an easy, the solution is easy. No one wants to be the one to fix it, right? It's easy to tell somebody, get educated, save your money, invest, but it's the in-between piece that's hard, right? It's telling somebody.
It's one element that you're forgetting about. Yes, we accept their education because we drop our kids off and expect them to teach our black babies the best thing for them, but also we eat their food. Ooh, that's one of the biggest things. We eat their food. We get a free stipend of food stamps, and you can go swipe this card at Whole Foods, the same place that the white folks are going. We'll say it's too expensive.
Yep.
We'll sell the stamps, and we'll feed our kids Food Depot, Walmart, Great Value, food that I think is no good. My opinion, that is no good for you.
We have no, because we don't own anything. We own no essential businesses. And a lot of us don't even understand what an essential business is for communities' growth and development. Everything in our community is owned by someone else. All of our expenses in our own community is another ethnic group's. It's their wealth, right? It's their stream of income. Their stream of income is our expense.
Mm-hmm.
We are, Black people are the economy of other ethnic groups.
In every aspect.
Every aspect.
We generate the most money and get the least out of it.
Yes.
To control our likeness, whether you're a rapper, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a YouTuber, whether you're whatever. And they take it and they try to capitalize more off of you than you capitalize off of yourself.
Yes. The education is a problem. Unless we're building our own private schools for our own communities, our kids need to be in uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would even go as far as to separate and teach the gender separately, you know, to remove the distractions. If you're not educating from kindergarten up, because what happens when you have the power to educate? You teach correct history. You can teach valuable things of necessity. We're talking finance. You can reteach culture. We have to, honestly, redefine culture in our community. What does it mean to be Black? We need to clean out all of the junk, all the toxin, out of the poison, right? Teach how do we interact with each other properly. You know, just the other night here in Atlanta, you have, Young Thug's, you know, child's mother got shot and killed over a dispute over a damn bowling ball. You know, we're wiping each other out for no reason at all. No reason at all. We kill each other. If we look at the numbers from Black homicide, people don't like talking about this. Every time I bring it up, they have something to say.
What do they normally say?
On average, this is what I tell them. On average, yearly, annually, consistently, we kill each other about 7,400 homicide, Black deaths, 7,400 Black deaths a year, right? In our community. The killers range from ages 15 and up. You have on average every year approximately 300 to 400 juveniles that are killing people every day in our community. When you look at the white community and see how many people they kill, homicide deaths, they have about 4,000 a year on average. They're 60% of the population, and they only kill about 4,000 a year. We kill about 7,000 on a regular, you know? And so people say, oh, well, you know, it's common to have death and homicide within your own community. That's very common, which is true. But we're 13%, you guys. We're such a small, what are we, 44 million, almost 44 million. And we are taking each other off of the map on so many different levels. And a lot of this stuff is from our music. A lot of this is we don't know how to communicate with one another. A lot of this is overly emotional. You know, again, you look at a lot of our men in our community were raised by moms. You know, shout out to the single moms. We know they did the best they could under the circumstances. But we don't recognize the type of negative impact it has when a father isn't present, you know, or how much influence a father or a father figure or just male role models have in our homes in general, in our communities. Such a big impact. We lack male role models in schools and Black schools, you know, and so this is why a lot of our Black men gravitate to our coaches, right? They have such a strong bond, a strong, respectable relationship with Black coaches, you know, and it's just kind of getting that father figure. So there's so many things we need to address.
There's a lot of people want the link dropped now because there's a lot of people disagreeing. So we're going to drop that link. I hope you're ready, brother.
Hey, bring them.
Hold on, let me get the link. Hold on.
He said he seems to talk more about white supremacy than anyone I know. He should get past saying it first. He's here to blame black people only. No.
Let's see if he hit the link and say that. Because a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times when they text that, they don't hit the link. It's about a conversation. It's not about disrespecting someone's opinion or their message. The link is in the chat.
Angel said, knuckle up.
Black people, put your egos aside and accept these harsh numbers. Denial does not actually help the situation. We got Carcino up here.
Hey, welcome.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
Black people, put your egos aside and accept these harsh numbers.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me mute this over here because I got my.
We got Carcino up.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'm muted. All right, you guys can still hear me? Oh, Kwame's muted. Okay. Can you hear me, Nathan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like I was saying, my uncle just retired 2 years ago, lieutenant, Chicago Police Department. So before I even knew he was a police officer, we've always grown up respecting the law and never really had any real problems with the law as far as discrimination. But we've seen it because my friends and everything else. And just like what you said, as a kid, we thought it was fun. That was a game for us to just run from the cops.
Right.
Right. It was fun. Like, oh, the cops is here. Let's run. You know, and people played cops and robbers. Nobody wanted to be the cop. Everybody wanted to be the robber. You know what? They had to make somebody be the cop. Well, you gonna be the cop. I don't want to be the cop.
Right. That's true. That's true.
So
hey, I thought that was just in Brunswick.
Right. So growing up, this is like, you know, this was the norm. But for us, growing up in an inner city in Chicago, the only white people we saw was people in authority. They were police officers, they were teachers, or they owned a store or the store.
Man, you just said a mouthful right there, because it seems like once we see a black male, especially a black male, in a position of authority, because society as a whole always kick a black male up the ass, I don't think we know how to receive a black male's authority. We always challenge it. I grew up in a home where I didn't see a lot of black male authority, so I didn't like when no black man was talking to me, or no man, but especially a black man. I didn't see that. So who the fuck are you? The first thing I said was, "You not my daddy," even though my daddy wasn't there. Motherfucker, you ain't my daddy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Anybody who challenged anything I was doing, it wasn't about my behavior. It's just you wasn't my fucking daddy.
Yeah. And like what you were saying about the police officers, when we did that, like we did it like statewide. It was like 400 in each different state, and we found out that they were disqualifying majority of the blacks, that because we always vetted everybody before we even would send them there. So they didn't have criminal records at all. They were young, 21, 22, sending them to the police academy. Here in Chicago, we sent them to the police academies, and it was the same weird, like, disqualification. Oh, you got a cousin. This such and such person was related to you. So yeah, we can't hire you. It was all weird, and it would take 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Meanwhile, the Hispanics and a lot of them got right through the door. They took them way faster than they did the African Americans, and they didn't understand it. And one of the officers that actually was hired had people in his family that had committed murders, crystal meth, everything. They still hired him as an officer, and he was one of the people that was reviewing other people that been in there. So it was like, wait a minute, how are you doing this? And it's the thing is that they have a training division down in Jackson Boulevard here in Chicago. Then they got Alpha One Academy, the one that's on Jefferson Street. And that's like the real big one, the nice one, the Alpha One Academy. And most of the guys told them that they were trying to discourage the blacks from being police officers. They was like,
why do you want to be a police officer, really? Like, what is your goal here? You know, are you here to help the gangs? And he's like, I don't gang bang. The guy's like, I'm not in a gang. So they felt insulted, and they asked the kind of questioning that they were asked. Only 12 got hired. That was and like out of the 12, like probably 8 were Latino. Out of 400 people, they found ways to disqualify them. So this is what people have to understand. These are the type of jobs you got to want to have because they don't want you to have them.
Correct.
These are the jobs, construction. These are the jobs they don't want you to have. Why? Because they have great benefits.
Yes.
Right. That's why they like, no, don't get no trade. Go to college so we can get in your pocket. You old Sally Mae. Don't go get no trade so you can go to work right out of school.
Exactly. Right. You look at these jobs that's like sports related, like Kwame playing in the NBA. You see what happens when they salaries like 85 million this season or 30. He's going to make 60 million this year. Then he's out the league. The next year he's making 200,000. That's a heck of a drop off.
Right.
When they're out of the league, they have no real something to pick up on that matches the salary. This is why most of the players go broke, because they live way outside their means, but they're covered by the salary they got. Once it's over, that salary is reduced by 75%, if not more.
Right.
So now that your standard of living has to change, or you're going to have to find some investments, which most of them don't normally get into, because some of them end up in tax debt because they never save or put that money aside to pay the taxes. So now they have to go back and pay the taxes because their mindset was thinking, oh, I'll pay the taxes when I get my next big check or my next signing. I'll get my check. They never prepare for life after the game. So that's why a lot of them go broke, and that's how it's designed. But if you look at most of these jobs, people can make money comfortably, like maybe 106 figures,
yeah,
retire and have the benefits and still get that same money when they're not even working anymore.
And no, but I think the biggest mistake most athletes make is they don't listen to elders. If they try to hit a lick or make money when you're already making money. If an athlete just make 10% off of his money that he's currently making, don't make any investments, don't give it to any financial advisor. Because if you look at the guys who go broke, there's an underlying issue and an underlying problem with it all. Majority of them was stolen from. A lot of money through investments was stolen. A lot of these athletes are mooched off of through their agents, through the team, through the GMs. Everybody is looking at these athletes like they don't know. So these bankers and these agents, it's all a system. And all these athletes have to do is take their time. Don't try to make any more money outside of your contract. Why? You don't have to try to go break the bank with investments. 10% on your money each year on 30 million, that's crazy. On 3 million, 5 million, whatever it is, and then simple real estate investments or suffice. But what most Black athletes do and what they don't talk about is it's always some guy that they give their money to. And that guy is the one that keeps it.
Yes, and then that ends up affecting it. Mostly, unfortunately, the league would suggest these people and they would push them in your life. And yes, that's the major problem. And it's like, are they getting a kickback from this?
Of course they are.
Everybody's getting kicked back.
Everybody getting kicked. And are they Black? The question is, you got almost 70% Black athletes. And are any of these people they're suggesting insurance guys, investors, are they Black? So you're automatically they're doing this whole buddy system and referring all these people to you, and none of them look like you.
These are supposed to be the best money managers. These Black athletes are sitting in front of some of the top money managers on paper. So how are all these guys' money end up in the paper taken from them? They're not doing it to each other. They're doing it to these athletes, and it's happening to more and more of them. Just a lot of them don't say nothing about it.
It's so easy. It's so
that's why I would tell athletes, I'm like, you get an endorsement deal. All the money you get from your endorsement deal, put that in a CD and put it in the bank. Put it in a CD and put it in the bank. Let it sit there for 5 years. You can keep adding on to the CD. That's going to pay you way more than any investment that you've ever done. Put it in a CD in a bank and letting it sit there, and you're going to make money off the interest. Trying to put something into some type of financial advisor, you could end up costing yourself millions, one, just to retain their services.
Yep.
Then,
or these wealth managers that break your money up into 15, 20 different accounts, where they're going to charge you a percentage for creating that account. They're going to charge you a percentage anytime they click a button to move your money. And whether they make you $1 or not, you're losing money. So it seems like every time you give a person your money, you end up losing. So if that's not your profession, that's not your field, keep your money home until you educate yourself on what it is you like. There's no rush. If you're getting 5 years, $60 million, what are you rushing to make more money for? Take your time, let your money grow. And then, like you said, the CDs, different things like that. And then once you find something that you learn and you understand, you can go buy buildings. You can go buy turnkey properties. And this is what people don't understand. That when you control that type of money, you can go buy. Walmart leases their buildings. You can go buy a lease to Walmart. And that's a 30-year contract. There's a lot of these players, they don't even get into that realm. I wasn't in that realm. It wasn't until I took my time and started reading things that when you have that much money, you just sit back and wait. And your game that you play now is Monopoly.
Yeah,
that's all you have to do. And you buy and sell real estate. You inquire things. You shouldn't be out here trying to give your money to somebody to create some new deal. No, the people who make the most money, you just talked about it on your live. They acquired what? Sony. They paid for what other business?
You're talking about the with the record company with Universal.
Yeah,
Universal. They bought Def Jam. They bought Interscope Records with Death Row Records. Then they acquired Cash Money Records, and that equivalent brought in about 20 to 30, almost $40 billion for Universal.
So we have athletes. We have athletes right now that can purchase. We have black artists that their label, their music is being taken. So we have black athletes that can purchase that music. That can go out and buy these music companies and these record labels and maybe sell it back to their black brother if they make their money back. There's ways that we can do things. We just don't think about it. We think that only white people are supposed to do this. We submit and give our money to white people every time, all the time. And every time we try to talk strong or talk black, there's always an issue.
Yeah, Nathan, I wanted to ask you a question because I don't know if you're familiar about it. You know, the Cook County in Chicago, the state's attorney is Kim Foxx.
Yep.
She became famous once she got elected, but she's really from the projects out here in Chicago. And she was in the Red Line, Dan Ryan. She was out there politicking and pushing for votes in areas that other politicians wouldn't go. The neighborhood got behind her, voted her in, and somehow, some way, she then got involved with the Liberal Party. They put her on a diet. She got on and started wearing some real classy wigs. And then all of a sudden, you know, a lot of the police officers were getting off of these cases in Illinois, like the Kwame McDonald situation. The sentencing in that was ridiculous. And now we just like last Tuesday or Wednesday, she announced no charges after a year then went by into the the Toledo and Alvarez, the two kids that got killed. The officers are not going to be charged. And what people don't know is about police kill about 1,000, what they would say,
about 1,200 people a year.
Yeah, about 1,200 people a year, but only 51 police officers have been charged.
Yeah, the problem, what people don't realize is a couple issues. One, I will say this, that there are officers that do their job and they do it wrong, right? We could say they make an honest mistake, but they're wrong. And they're not dealt with properly. Then you have officers that intentionally do wrong and they're not dealt with properly. And then you have officers that do their job properly. And though it may not look the way we want it to look, but it's justified, we have an issue with that. The problem with us is we have to understand the law. right? We have to understand policy and how those things work. A lot of us in our community aren't educated on criminal law or even constitutional law, you know, and so because we lack in that area, when things happen, we're kind of lost. We look at things from a moral compass, so we make moral arguments versus a legal one, and those are two different arguments. Now, I'll have a moral discussion with people because it's important that we have the moral argument, right? We have to have it because, you know, we look at the Rayshard Brooks situation as a perfect example of a moral argument. Like, this brother shouldn't have had to die for a DUI, right? We look at that. You know, could there have been something else? Could they have just let him go? Could they have, yeah, okay, yeah, we can talk about all those things. And then when you look at the legal argument, then you're like, you know, they were justified. And so our people have to understand law. That is so important. We have to understand the laws that govern us. We've lived a whole lifespan in this country, and some of us never really looked at what the laws are that we are governed by. We have people who abuse the law, right? We have officers that abuse the law and get away with it. And we see those, that makes up a small percentage of these officer cases that we see. To your point, there are officers that get off, and it's not that they get off, they're protected by the law. They're justified in what they did. And being justified in what they did is not the same as abusing their power, right? And so we have to make sure we distinguish.
The gray area is, and I think this is what the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the jury selection and having the jury and having people, like most people who are jurors have a problem convicting people of authority, like police officers. They feel like, I'm not going to be the one to send a police officer to jail. You have that in the jury process. A lot of them, they see authority, like when a military man is on trial for something, a lot of them feel very different, no matter what the crime may be, about putting a military man behind bars. And it comes to the point of, should we have special elected officials to be able to go ahead and be the jurors or make the decision on convicting police officers? Because I think we need to have people in there who actually have an understanding of law. Jurors don't really understand the law, like you said. So that's why I think in this situation, we can't have people in that position who don't really understand that and might have some reservations about, because a lot of people feel intimidated about putting a man in uniform. That's why they have people go to the court, like, we need a show of force, and they have them wear uniforms to support their officer in there to put an intimidation factor.
I don't agree with that.
I feel that way about putting them in there.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I don't agree with them doing that because it is an intimidation factor. One would argue that it's not. Then okay, well, you guys need to be in plain clothes when you come in here, because that might impact the jury's decision. You know, the problem with policing and the criminal justice system is the intent. You can't see people's intentions, right? You can have corruption is all throughout. It's pervasive all throughout government, right? We have to understand that to be true. What happens is you have good people that work in this profession that are being overshadowed by the bad. That's in the criminal justice system as a whole, government as a whole. There's no way around that. When you talk about these things like the DA, the attorneys, you have, look what kind of country we live in. We have a person who commits murder. They say they're not guilty. You have it on camera, right? They come to court, they say they're not guilty. Then the burden of proof is on the state, right? To prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this person committed the crime. You have it on videotape. We live in a country where you got to prove your innocence. You're innocent to proven guilty, though all the evidence is here, looking right at us. If you have a good attorney, you can walk from a murder, right? This is our criminal justice system. There's loopholes. There's so many loopholes. You have ways where you can actually remove jurors out of the jury pool. When we look at the Ahmaud Arbery case and the McMichael trial and the way they handpicked the jury, right? All Black, all white. I think there's only one black jury member. And they purposely remove black people. They're removing black people all out. They have rules that they can follow and policies as attorneys where they can actually pull black people out and say, I don't think they're going to be unbiased.
Oh yeah, that happened to me.
Right.
I got brought in for jury duty, and I deliberately got myself out, and I knew exactly what to say to get myself out.
Right.
Hey, Carcino, what you just said happens often, but then we'll turn back around and say, well, there's not a fair jury. But
there you go.
I got out of jury duty too. I got out the right way because I was actually telling the truth.
That's what I did.
You know what I mean? But
see,
at the end of the day, none of us want to be on a jury. So to use that as an excuse is kind of weird. But can we answer this question? Please explain what qualified immunity, what is qualified immunity and what role it plays in policy.
Yeah. All right, let me break it down, you guys. It's a little complicated to explain. Qualified immunity is about civil cases, right? So when an officer does something wrong, they violate your rights, and the victim wants to file a lawsuit against you. It's about suing them civilly, right? People believe that if you can sue an officer civilly, it'll be self-correcting behavior, which I agree. And I'm gonna talk about what my solution is to this problem. I'm gonna explain to you why it's a problem. I'm explaining to you why my reform idea to fix this qualified immunity issue will never happen. You'll never fix this. You'll never get rid of it. That's why when I hear people talk about it, I know they don't understand the job. I'm going to tell you why it can't get rid of. Because police aren't the only ones that have it. And there are more powerful people in this country in government that have qualified immunity. And therefore, if you take it from the people at the bottom, then eventually you got to take it from the people at the top. And that's not going to happen. Right? So they'll never let you take qualified immunity from the officers. So what is qualified immunity? This is how it works. Let me give you an example. Say you have a child. You have two kids. One of your kids decides to take a pin and they stick it into a electrical socket. And you as a parent, you see them do it. And you want to spank the child, but then you remember that you never told the child that they shouldn't do that, right? That was bad behavior. So then you'd say to yourself, okay, I'm not going to discipline the child because the child did not know. So then you look at the child and you say, listen, don't take that pin and put it in the electrical socket. If you do it again, I'm going to have to discipline you. The child says, okay, right? I'm explaining to you how qualified immunity works and why it's dangerous or unique, I would say. Do not say dangerous. Then child number two comes around, your child, right? You told the other child not to do it. Don't take this black pin and put it into the socket. The second, everybody says, cool. All right, we got it. The second child takes a black bobby pin, right? And sticks the bobby pin into the socket. And the parent comes by and says, hold on. I told you not to stick anything into the socket. The child says, hold on, mom. You said don't stick this black pin in there. You didn't say anything about the bobby pin. So the mom says, okay, I can't discipline you because I didn't say that. This is the loophole of qualified immunity that people don't like. Why do I use those examples? They can't punish you for something that someone hasn't done before. So as an officer, if you do something and you violate something while exercising your duties, right, as a police officer, the court is saying, we're not going to hold you responsible because you were acting in good faith, right? You were acting in good faith. And because this has never happened before, how can we say you're wrong, right? This is our first time. This is the first time it's happening. So how can we say it's wrong? The problem with that logic is there's never going to be a situation that'll always be the same in this job. There's always going to be nuances in this job. Qualified immunity is so broad, it protects all these nuances. And so officers are constantly being protected for things that they know and should have known they could not do, right? One officer shot 7 times. This officer shot 1 time. Because each situation was different, the officer is exonerated, right? Because you're saying, hey, this situation was different. slightly differences can throw the whole case out and say this officer didn't know. We don't have any court proceedings stating that this itself is illegal. This itself is not okay for an officer to do. It's not on the books. It's never been tried before. We have never seen this in the court system. And so we've never ruled on it. There's no cases ruling on this scenario saying that it's not okay for an officer to do. And so as long as an officer can finesse those words, you can get off with qualified immunity. That's why qualified immunity is dangerous, because it not only protects good officers, but it also protects bad ones. And so it's a nest egg, and it was designed that way to protect those they want to protect. Right? What is the answer to qualified immunity? Go ahead, Kwame. You about to say something?
No, go ahead. Give them the answer.
What's the answer to qualified immunity? You guys, the best way to do this, to solve this problem, is to insure police officers. Turn this whole thing into a real profession, right? It takes 2 years to get your license, right? Give officers a license to do the job. Meaning, if you have a license, you have to get insurance, right? You get insurance like State Farm or Allstate, right? $1 million policy. So when that officer violates your rights, your civil rights, then you decide to sue that officer. You say, okay, you win in court. Then they say, okay, you owe this person, $40 million, $50,000, right? That's how much they want. Or they win $1 million lawsuit against that officer. The insurance company then turns around and says, you know what? We're going to drop you from the insurance because you're costing us too much money. Now, if you lose your insurance as an officer, guess what you lose with that? Your license. Without your license, you can't police nowhere in the nation. That prevents officers from bunny hopping across states, right? You get fired in Florida, you go to Georgia. You get fired in Georgia, you go to California. That solves two problems. Bad officers going from place to place to place. And then you also solve the issue with qualified immunity, because how much tax dollars are people paying out, right? For officers who are misbehaving, officers who are violating people's rights. I think Breonna Taylor's like 14 million. They had to pay out to the family for those officers. If those officers were insured, then you could sue those officers up to $1 million, whatever their policy holds, right? And so that would end the officer's career for making that mistake. It'll also hold that officer accountable. It'll also save the taxpayers, because you're not going to be paying out to these officers who are and they're going to turn around and keep their job. So it's a roundabout solution.
So you're saying sue the officers insurance?
I really don't think that would work, because you would have so many false claims on police officers.
You have them now. You have them now.
Through the roof, and insurance companies would run for the hills, because the premiums, that would be too high of a risk of a client. So the premiums would be through the roof for the officer, and it's a lose-lose for them. So if they got too much at the stake to risk and to lose, and if people would it'd be so many fake cases.
We have it now. We have it, but that's the part a lot of people don't know. We have it now. That's what's going on now. People go after departments. They make false claims all the time because the department has deep pockets. That's the whole purpose of suing people who got money, right?
Yeah, but insurances don't have to take it. That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna take the police as clients to be representing them when they know that there's it's too much is high risk versus the rewards of getting the money. The insurance job is to collect money, not to pay it out.
Correct.
So their job is like, look, we're supposed to be getting all this money, not paying it all out. Be caught in all kind of red tape and lawsuits and lawyers and going to court.
I disagree. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because doctors have it. Doctors kill approximately 400,000 people a damn year. Police take 1,200 lives. So again, that's not accurate, right? And not only that, we have to challenge and push people to reimagine policing. There's a lot of things that got to get corrected, right? We have officers that are responding to crimes that they have no business going to. When people talk about defund the police, they say, okay, we don't want to defund, we want to reallocate resources. Okay, that's fine. But understand, when you reallocate resources, what does that really look like, right? No one's going to be showing up because your kid don't want to go to school. No one's going to be showing up because you got to fight with your neighbor. Or the music's too loud. No police are showing up because you got into a car accident, right? So we have to then look at how are we going to start redistributing our resources with law enforcement and how we can cut the department in half and use police for serious issues only. Folks say, hey, it's a domestic or it's a mental health cost. Send these specialists. Absolutely send them. Send DFACs to these domestic homes and these issues with children. Absolutely send them. The police aren't trained, nor are they qualified to do that. Some officers are too afraid to even do the basic part of their job. So again, when we look at it and break it down, we're talking about reimagining what policing looks like in this country, because it's not just a Black problem, it's a nation problem. White people are getting thrown around too. You just don't hear about it. You know, our people are purposely being withheld we're being withheld, right? They're withholding information from us because they don't want to show us the truth. The truth is, you got brothers out here shooting Black people too. You never hear about it. I got a couple of friends that unfortunately had to take a brother's life in the line of duty a couple times. You never hear about it, and it doesn't make the news. They don't want you to know. It's only advantageous for them to show you when a white officer kills a Black person. And I'm gonna tell you a story about one of these activists. Go ahead, Kwame.
No, I was saying I think we should get the panel open because self-talk a trip. He ain't talking about the panel is closed. But yeah, I wanna let the panel let you guys know. Please come up and direct a question to one or both of the guys, and we'll let both guys answer the topic. But please just come up, ask a question, and then we'll get some other guys on and we'll try to go through it quick. So let's do it. Let's get Meek up here because he was here the last time. What's going on, bro? We can't hear you. Hold on. Wait.
Hey, that was me. I had it on mute.
All right.
Hey, Kwame, what up? Carasino, how you?
I'm good.
Real Nathan, how are you?
I'm doing good, brother.
Glad you recovered from your accident.
Appreciate that.
Well, you know, I don't really have so many questions. More is just a couple of things to say. It's funny because I was watching the chat, right? And as soon as y'all said something about Democrats not being our friends, boy, they went out their mind. They could not handle it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem, is that I listen to Democrats and they always sell us what we cannot do, what we cannot have, and we still just go with all of that. Yeah, well, them Democrats told me I can't have good credit, so I can't do it. You know what I mean? Oh, them Democrats told me the police is bad, so I gotta hate the police, right? I got police friends. I got a buddy. It's funny. He is actually, but he's in the private sector. He's a lawyer. At first, he started out as a lawyer for the state. And he said when all of this started, he said Black people were shunning him left and right. Shunning him. And he was like, yo, it's weird because how are we supposed to get anything done if we always stay outside the room and just be like, oh, no, I can't do that.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. And so, I don't know, man. It's bad for us. And honestly, we need to get up off that Democratic Party. I'm not saying be Republican, but there's a such thing as being an independent. And what we did to Ice Cube, yeah, I'm an independent too. And what we did to Ice Cube
was disrespectful.
Wild. And we don't even know it. But here's the thing. The reason why we did it, and let's be honest, because white Zaddy didn't tell us, white Democratic Zaddy did not tell us to support that. That's what it is. That's why I find it funny when I hear Black Democrats talk about Black Republicans. Oh, you for the white man. Well, you're a Democrat. Who's leading your party? Like, you ain't leading yourself. So you talk about this white man telling somebody, oh, well, that's a white man. But you following a white man. What sense does that make?
Like, it's you know, Black people have been put in the ultimate trick bag.
Absolutely.
You know? And it's the finesse game is so strong. They got you, they give you this perfect Trojan horse. And we just accepted it. Yeah. And now anytime you try, this is how they do it. They do it with police officers. They make you hate the person that's here to protect you. They make you hate the person that's here to serve you. Now we're talking just in general, black officers who. My bad. Okay, that was. If we're talking about black people who do this job and are doing it for our community, what is the most important thing? The most important thing is we need more people who look like us in positions of power to bring about change. That is the only way it happens. We almost have to say, one would argue, segregate ourselves out of white institutions and then build for our own slowly and truly, right? And you got to start with education. If we are not educating our own people, everything else is futile, right? When you really look at it, nothing else really matters, because then we can teach culture, we can teach finance, we can teach discipline, we can teach respect, and we can teach and redefine what Black culture means. And then from there, you're talking about growing something healthy. We're trying to reach people after they've been tainted, after they've been manipulated and confused. We're trying to change them. That's why this brother can say that, hey, look in the chat, as soon as you see Democrat, people lose their mind. There's an addiction to white supremacy. It's a real thing, you guys. It's almost like we need to be detoxed.
All right, brother, go ahead with your question, bro.
Well, first, I just wanted to say thanks for this conversation, especially at Real Nathan. I got a buddy who's a police officer, and every time he show up to the cookouts, we crack jokes, and I smell bacon coming in. You know,
right.
We crack all the kind of jokes. So thanks for being the butt of them jokes. But one thing I wanted to say was is a lot of stuff y'all saying is so prevalent. Myself, I'm kind of young, but I did 10 years in the military. And one thing I would bump into was brothers or some older gentlemen sometimes on the street. If they ever caught me in uniform, they'd be like, "Black man ain't got no place in the military," and all these other kind of things. And it was always weird, because to me it's like, well, if we ain't got no place, like what we supposed to do then? They just know everything and do everything, and then we just, what I mean? That's something that it kind of rubbed me the wrong way a lot of times. So it's there is like a stigma on being that gets attached to that, and it's like myself in Minneapolis. So y'all mentioned the George Floyd thing went down. Well, a lot of the behind the scenes things was another guy that I know who's got a fair amount of influence in Minneapolis. He not right now, son, not right now. That'll be out in a little bit. Okay, he bad. But we, like, behind the scenes, there was like he would try to, because they were talking about trying to replace the police officers and all this other kind of stuff. Well, he was trying to get things going behind to get people to come volunteer to come be police officers. Didn't nobody want to do it. So it was like, okay, we want to get rid of them, but at the same time, don't nobody else want to come like do the job. We really can't have no effect on the situation. Nobody wants to step up and police the communities.
And what sense does that make? Right?
You take yourself out of the fight. I don't.
And if you don't like police, I've spoke to people. Oh, you got the YouTube.
Hold on, there's an echo going on.
Oh yeah, you probably got to mute your mic.
Oh,
YouTube. You got YouTube playing as well. You got to mute it. So I've talked to people. There's solutions to both problems. We either put ourselves in position of power. One, right? We groom our own people to be politicians and stop accepting who they give us. Right? Half y'all don't know where these activists came from. And when you talk to them, you understand they're not really for Black people, right? Talking about the ones they allow you to see, because the real ones doing the work can't get no camera time. So let's be real. I've met a lot of activists on the ground, Black activists who are doing great work. They can't get camera time at all, right? And that says something. They're out here getting car deals, right? Movie deals and all that kind of stuff. Some are pretending to be white and they're not. I mean, some are pretending to be Black and they're not Black, Talcum X, y'all know who I'm talking about. And so what's the reality? If you don't like the police and you're having an issue with that, you guys, we have to get our numbers together. We vote these people in who are bringing laws across our communities. Those are the ones who have the power. I just told everybody earlier, 20,000 votes back in 1964 got Black officers in Atlanta off Auburn Avenue. It was a real thing. If you want these votes, give us what we're asking for. That's how the game works. If you're not buying these politicians, it costs roughly what? I think The max you can pay for one politician per person is like $6,500. You know, and if you're a couple, married couple, I think it's about $12,000. That's the most one person can donate to a politician that's running. Listen, this takes money. This takes money, and money gets you results. This has always been about money, and so if you don't want to do that, then get the men, the young men, or the men and the women in the community, and have them police their own community. But that's hard in some of our communities. Why? Because the crime, the violence that our people are doing to one another. You know, when I show up, I say it's not racist. The system, the police who are patrolling our communities, there's no racism there. There's mistreatment. There's abuse of power. Absolutely. What do I see? I see Black people calling 911 on Black people. And then a white officer is the one that shows up, right? Or a Black officer. And then we don't like the way that officer talks to us. We don't like the way the officer handles the situation. What do I see the most? I've worked with white officers, Hispanic, Asian, all of them. What do I notice? I notice our community, there's people in our community that don't like authority. And they dislike it more coming from white people, right? And so when you have a white officer who will speak to you the same way I speak to you, you will then, I say, hey, get your ass out the car, right? Because I'm tired. You piss me off. A white officer says that to you, call him a racist. If I say that to you, I'm an asshole, right? Just because a white officer is rude, unprofessional, or disrespectful, as he should not, no officer should be. But when a white officer is those things, we like to call them racist. Every white officer that's rude, unprofessional, and disrespectful is not a racist. Oftentimes, there are more racially insensitive white people than there are racist white people. They just don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your problems. They can give a damn about 400 years ago and what their ancestors did and how much wealth they left them. It's like, hey, it's a personal problem, right? Why should I? This is how some of them think. Why should I care about the fact that your family didn't leave you no money? That's a personal problem. Are they right or are they wrong? It's insensitive as hell, but they don't owe you no favors.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you got another question, bro? Or,
yeah, I just wanted to leave one more thing, and I'll let somebody else jump on. You've been collectively, y'all mentioned the money situation, part of it, and access to capital is something that a lot of us just don't have. I know I still don't. And so one thing not mentioned is to say it's all about the money is the cryptocurrency piece of it that's going on. So like I'm a little bit of a nerd, but I research and I study cryptocurrency. So one thing that I think may be of interest to those watching is we have like a little building community of us YouTubers who research cryptocurrency, and we are not certified financial advisors, so we can't come out and tell you, hey, go buy this. But what we can do is present the research on these different cryptocurrencies so that you can go and look into them yourself. And it's not just young people like me. I found a group of there's like 5 of them. They call themselves the Crypto Intelligence Committee. And there's one of them he's a certified like forensics guy. He's been involved in military law enforcement. Another is actually Imfan Akpan. He's a professor of accounting at a university. Another guy, Red Dad, Blue Dad, or your everyday regular worker, hard working guy like myself. There's Black Rue. He works with Benzinga with investing. So there's a lot of guys. There's a little brewing community, and if anybody wants to find those guys, my YouTube page is Shook Focus Digital. I'm subscribed to all those gentlemen. I'll open up my subscription so that everybody can see them if they can't already. But that's one way, and we don't just look at like I can't afford a Bitcoin. I know the average person can't afford a Bitcoin. It's like 40 grand right now. But what you can do is,
we got to get back onto the topic. So I
okay,
you, bro. All right.
Yeah.
Guys, please come up and have your questions ready. And no disrespect, I don't want to seem rude, but we are getting off topic. So when you come up, have your questions ready. Let's bang it out and let's get it going. Turn your volume down in the back.
Okay, I believe it's down. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we got you.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. Thank you for an opportunity to speak on your show, Brother Kwame. Before I even ask my question, let me tell you, this is classic Kwame, guerrilla journalism. Stay on this vibe, brother, and they won't even be able to get next to you. You are tackling a topic right now it's a sensitive topic, no matter how we slice it, because we do have our brothers and sisters in uniform. So we know what their experience is, but we should never lose sight of the history. So I'm gonna just take a minute or two to cook, because your brother did go back to 1865, but he kind of blew through that kind of quickly. And I don't think it was clearly
Not
stated.
on purpose.
Okay, yeah, brother, I'm gonna cook for a minute and I'll turn it right back over to you. But just give me a minute or two. He stated it was okay, we were proud to get into uniforms, but guess what? You can't touch or erase no white folk. Okay, great. We went with that. At what point? Oh, no, you can't even change here. You got to go to gymnasium to get changed. Okay, and how many other degradations do you allow as a man before you say, hold up, what kind of system am I trying to get into? But I get it. It was seen as an advance. We got the uniforms on. Now we got brothers and sisters that we look at them, we calling them Toms, we calling them this and that. You made a reference to a situation recently in Atlanta with the bowling alley, the young lady getting killed over a dispute. Let's stay with Atlanta. Let's stay with a situation where we had 6 brothers in uniform from our community that came upon students inside a car, college students, our daughters, our sons, that they had an interaction with. And these 6 Black officers took those 2 children, 110, 120 pounds at best, teenage boy and a teenage girl. They went in there and brutalized them and terrorized them to such a degree that the mayor had to immediately fire them. So just getting all us up suited and booted in this man's uniform, and we never got knowledge of self, it came to a place where that's my young son and my young daughter I'm getting ready to engage. So I got to put a Glock to their head. I got to snatch them out and put them face down.
I don't mean to cut you off, but can we please get to a question, because we're trying to get more people through the panel, please.
I'll get to a question. Even though I was just starting to cook, I'm gonna get to a question. So, brother, I was just trying to progress down the line of your saying of getting us more in uniform. I am in New York City. We have a Black mayor. We have a sister, the first Black police commissioner. So we have the 2 highest positions ever, Black faces in powerful places. He is about to reinstitute stop and frisk, a situation that we marched and we picketed and we did everything in our power to get off the books. Now, the brother, and guess what? Another part that Kwame, I ended on this. He was once a member of the 100 Blacks in law enforcement. That was a team of Black men that came together, just like you are alleging that you want to do. They were renegades in the NYPD, because these are brothers that were standing up and making a statement. You're not going to go out and brutalize our community. So now this brother is the mayor from them, but it's an institution. And you said earlier, it's not a racist institution. It's just the people that are sometimes bad. Brother, this system is a racist institution. If
All
you're
right,
not
pause. 1 second.
We got to get to somebody that's going to answer.
If I can just be here.
We got to get to somebody that's going to ask a question. Does anybody have a question? Because it's not seeming like questions. It seems like guys are coming up here, and it's good to talk and filibuster, but we got to get guys up here that have a question. So does anybody have a question for anybody on the panel? Anybody in the back have a question? Okay,
yeah.
What's up, brother?
Salute, panel. I want to salute the former police officer for coming up here to share lights. Now, I want to talk about solution on the qualified immunity. That's my main issue, is the qualified immunity. The brother suggested that police officers should carry private insurance, so that way, whenever they do something, they will be responsible for their actions. Just like if I'm driving a car, I have insurance on my car. So if I go hit somebody, guess what? They're gonna come after me, and I'll go after my insurance, and they will pay. But the Carasino did not agree. And my thing is, Carasino, this makes sense, because that's being responsible for your actions at work. Just like you have a roof insurance in your house, or you have insurance if you are a professional and something happened, or you have a trucking company, and something happened, they might sue you and you go back to your insurance. So I think this is a better idea. I've come up with so many ideas on qualified immunity, but I believe that this particular idea that this officer came up with is the best, is the absolute best.
I didn't disagree with the idea. I'm disagreeing with the possibility of it actually working, because I couldn't see an insurance company taking on that high of a risk. That's
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it will work 100%. First of all, insurance company is not going to pay you $1 without investigating whatever issue that is. We know that. Even if you have a car wreck and somebody died, they still want to see a police report. They want to see some kind of video, some kind of statement. They're not just going to pay out money because this guy's a police officer and he got insurance. No, they will do their daily diligence. They will go out there and be like, okay, what happened? What? And if there's something there, they will pay. Because when you depend on the police department to pay, the police department will not pay because you're going to have a floodgate. A floodgate is when, let's say they go make an allegation against a police officer and they get money out of it, then everybody will start doing it so they can get money. So the police department will not use their money to do that. So it's better for them to go get private insurance. You know what I'm saying? So that way they know they are responsible for their own actions. And the police officer on panel, if you can speak on this, I would really appreciate it.
Yes. Let me also add to that, because what we have to remember that these things flow from different directions, right? We also have to look at insurance companies are going to want to make sure that they're investing in something valuable. Like, this asset is not going to be a risk. So this is going to force them to up training, right? What's the problem with law enforcement now? These brothers and sisters they're in school for about 2 months. 2 months to wield life-altering power, right? In Florida, we had, in Louisiana, we had, and in New York, we could talk about New York, we had white men who were falsifying, planting evidence, making false cases on Black people, right? They had to throw out over 100 cases across the board. We know this to be true. This is corruption. We know what corruption is. So these things are a real problem. These people get into this job, they're not vetted properly. They're in for maybe two months and they got a badge and a gun and they're out here changing people's lives. They're not qualified to wield power. They're not qualified to enforce law. Some of these officers don't even know the law they're enforcing, right?
True.
This is a real problem, you guys. And so the police academy needs to be about 2 years. In Finland, I think it's like 4 or 5 years before you can become a police officer. Yeah. This should be the hardest profession to get a job in.
True.
The most difficult. Only the best and the brightest should get in this job.
And a lot of them get the jobs from nepotism. Nepotism.
Well, I mean, of course. Welcome to America, right? So
yeah,
this
and
is
then not to cut you off, brother. Not to cut you off. I think the process to get a police job should also be more like a psychological test to make sure that these people don't have mental issues. Because if you have bipolar disorder and you are a police officer, what's gonna happen is whenever you come to a scene, instead of de-escalating the situation, you will escalate the situation, and then you're gonna be more angrier than the people who actually called your ass.
Well, that's
what I'm saying. So now I'm fighting with my brother, and I call 911, and you show up and you madder than me. You're more angry than me.
That's why.
I called you to come help. So we need to do psychological evaluation on these people, and they need to have doctors proof that they don't have any kind of mental issues because you're dealing with people's life with a gun in your hand.
Yes, that's why I say training, right? Training is such a big deal. You can't learn all these things just in 3 months, right? My academy was 6 months. That's considered to be extremely long, one of the longest academies. And in Georgia and even in this nation, they don't have academies that long. You have people who go to hair school, nail techs, makeup artists go to school longer than police officers, and they're not over here handling anybody's life. Worst case, you lose hair or something like that, right? Your skin break out. A police officer mess up, you lose your life. We just had a clown not too long ago who mistook her gun for her taser.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? And she's 20-year veteran. I tell people all the time, time does not equate to quality. In this profession, just because you've been doing this job a long time doesn't mean you're good at it. Because it's all about your experience. It's all about who you are, how you evaluate self, how you grow, how you train yourself. All these things you can't account for just anybody and everybody. And so we have to fix that piece. Along with fixing the training, you increase training. It makes the officer more attractive for the insurance company. You could even have the police departments invest, maybe cover 50% of the officer's insurance, right? There's a way. We just have to be creative, you guys. At the end of the day, there's been so much new innovation around us in this world, and it's all about creativity. How creative can you imagine a new world? And that's all we're asking people to do when it comes to law enforcement reform. And the reason why we haven't had any good ones, because people lack the imagination. People don't want to fix it because there's people at the top who are making money off the dysfunction, right? And so again, we have to see the bigger picture. If it makes sense, it doesn't make dollars.
And see, Nathan, what you just said was so true, is that what's important right now is that they're not even having the dialogue that we're having right now. This is the type of dialogue that needs to be happening in those departments.
Fact.
Yes, and that's the reason why.
Champion, I appreciate you coming on and asking the tough questions.
Yes, thank you.
And getting straight
Salute to you, brother. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. You guys have been lit. God bless you guys.
Thank you, brother. Well, go ahead, Carcino.
No, I was saying that is the type of conversations what we're having right now. That qualified immunity, we all agree that it should be gone. But the process is what's going to be the replacement.
Yes.
How can it work? These conversations need to be had all throughout states, because every state the law is different. And
Correct.
that's one of the problems that we have now, is that
and not every state has police unions, and people like Georgia, there's no police unions here, right? And so New York, Chicago, those are different. But people don't realize Chicago, New York, Boston, these guys are considered, these are the founding fathers of law enforcement. This is where law enforcement, the inception of law enforcement started. There's deep-rooted mafia ties, corruption, right? Like this, it goes generation of just a lot of power and a lot of wealth behind those departments. And so that's why they're so hard to shake, and so it just takes the people, which is why I started my channel, to galvanize support. So, when we tell people all the time, hey, we need someone to speak out on these issues, but then we don't support, right? We don't support those people. I'm here to do the work. I'm here to do the work. I put myself out here, made myself a target to do the work. I now need my people to get behind me and say, hey, I hear what he's saying. I might not agree with everything, but I'm asking you to trust that I'm telling you this is better than what the politicians are telling you. Mm-hmm. This whole thing with the Breonna Taylor law and the, don't choke this person, those things don't mean anything. Because at the end of the day, when an officer's life's in danger, I'm pulling out whatever I have. And I've done it. And so those things aren't going to dictate or change anything. We need to get it from the root. And the root is from the police department, from the academies, and how people are selected to do this job. Mm-hmm. You change the requirements, you raise the quality of applicants, and you're going to eliminate 50% of the foolishness. You'll never get rid of all the corruption. That's just what it is. You can't end world hunger, but you can significantly reduce it. And that is what we need to focus on, is reducing the problems, right? And here's the thing. You want to reform the law. You want to reform police. We have to also look at reforming our communities. They go hand in hand.
Right. Did you answer this question already? Can you explain security bonds and how citizens can place a lien on that bond where their rights are violated?
I'm not too familiar with that. I will say people have put liens on officers' homes in an attempt to try to sue them. I don't know how they do it or get away with it. We have an organization that would actually go behind officers and protect officers' name to prevent people from putting liens on their properties. Mm-hmm. And stuff like that, which is why we don't give out officers' first and last names and things like that, because you can go in a courtroom and put a lien on someone, right? And so you'd have officers have all type of court issues in the background. So there's companies there's organizations, or your department is supposed to. I know in my department when I was working, that was something that they talked about a lot. But I'm not too specifically sure how that piece works, but I have heard of those things happening.
And can you answer this one? Do you think? Oh, go ahead, Casino.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you think officers should live where they police?
Yes and no. I think you need officers to reflect their community. They don't necessarily need to live in their community. When I say reflect in your community, before I say that, you guys don't know what it feels like you work in a community, because I've lived in the community where I served for a while. And you know, I gotta go to the grocery store. You know, I gotta go to the bar, I gotta get stuff to eat. People recognize you, right? You arrested someone's mom, someone's dad, someone's friend. You know, people spit in your food. Somebody at Burger King give you that juicy special, right? And so you don't know what it's like to be followed home. You know, you're trying to date, right? If you're a young man, you're trying to date, and the guy's like, hey, I need you to get on to this officer right here. And act like you don't know him and find out where he lives at, right? People vandalize your property. People break into your home and they find out where you live at. So that's a side that people don't think about. People say, hey, officers need to live in their communities. But you know, when they talk about all these reform ideas, you guys, they never talk to a person who does the job. I never understood that. You want to know the truth, talk to someone who does a job and they'll give you realistic explanations. You know, here's the problem with having officers that look like you. And I know that brother earlier, bless his heart, he came up, he was very passionate, right? But he had no questions. You know, he wanted to get his rocks off. This is the problem, right? There's good and bad across the board. There are black officers that aren't good at their job, and there's black officers that are amazing. I know black officers that treat black people worse than the white officers. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So again, it's not always about color, it's about power. It's about power. So what do people look at when they see the dynamic between a white person and a black person, right? This is the dynamic. People want to believe that when you see someone who looks like you, they can relate. And when you can relate to someone, you have a different type of disposition. You're more patient. You're more understanding because you know the culture, you know the experience, you know the history, you grew up with them. So you have a different type of approach. If I'm in a situation and I have to shoot someone, God forbid, and I tell the person to drop the weapon twice, and then I pull the trigger, I'm justified to do it, right? You might have a white officer that sees the same exact situation. They say drop the weapon one time and then they pull the trigger. What's the difference? The person died regardless, but the difference is you had one officer that gave one warning, another officer that gave two. You guys, sometimes in 1 second, 2 seconds is enough to change a person's life, right?
Yeah, and you brought up
That's
a
the
good point
difference.
that I wanna follow up on because my uncle grew up in the neighborhood, and this is why I feel like officers who grew up in the community, so they understand what it's like to live there. And then if they move someplace else, like my uncle did, they come back to the communities in the areas that they police, and they explain things. And when I saw him speak, and he went to the communities to speak and educate, he's listening to the cries of the people, what the problems are in the communities. Most officers are not doing that enough. They don't come over there. Most of the white officers don't. The black officers, they come in there. Some white officers do. I've seen one white officer. He actually does go there to talk to the people in the community, but he mostly dealt with the business owners and mostly talked with them. But the community and the people wanted to talk about how they call the police. They don't show up for like 45, 50 minutes. Or even an ambulance because they say, oh, well, it's a lot of violence and police got better things to do than get killed. You know, and it's so many people are outraged. They lost family members. So you get a lot of the hurt and the pain. Even though then you weren't responsible, my uncle has to be there to take all of it and deflect it and try to bring everyone into an understanding. And the most problem that they have in the communities is the fact that there's less resources in these areas, and that's why it's high crime. It's not like just blacks just killing blacks and they saying, hey, stop it. They don't have recreational centers.
Well, let me pause you.
Learning. They don't have anything to do.
Let me pause you there, Cino. Let me pause you, Carson. Let me pause you there because there's a couple things that's wrong, that's not accurate with that statement. You know, we have communities that have community facilities and organizations. You have people doing things. Our youth have a unique problem, right? I've watched them build facilities in our community, and I've watched our kids go and tear it down the next day, right? It's not all about that. It's the mentality that we're battling with, not the money, right? People say, you know, it's not all about the money that's going through the community, right? It's not all that, because the politicians are there. They're putting money there. They're not putting money in the right place. We're talking about what is the biggest problem in these communities where we see a lot of poverty? It's the broken homes, right? It's the broken homes. You can build all these recreational centers. They don't want to be there. They're not going to be there, right? And so you have to get into the mentality and the mindset of why these kids are not going to these places or participating in these events, because the parents obviously are the parent. A lot of times these are single parent homes.
Yeah.
On average, these are single parent homes. These kids are being raised by the mothers. They have no control over the kids, unfortunately. Right. And so again, the police come in and try to deal with this issue. We're not equipped to deal with it. And what you're saying about that officer, you're absolutely right, because I did the same thing. And when you talk about white officers not being connected, they can't relate. This is true. You have some that do a great job. They're accepted within our community. They're very passionate. They're very compassionate to the issues, and they're accepted. They're welcome. The unique thing about Black people, and I say this all the time, is we don't really care about how much you know until we know how much you care. And that's the difference. We are a loving people. We are people that's full of passion, full of emotion, and we want to know how much you care. We don't care about how much you know. And that's how we reach out, and that's how we get love from our community. What happens with a lot of white officers is they can't relate, and they're not obligated to. That's the part that we're missing, is that they're not obligated. That's not their job. You know what I mean? That's not their job. Just being completely honest. That's why you need more representation in order to have that relation. When I go in, that's exactly what I do. I try to open my mind. I'm patient. I'm more patient than a lot of white officers because I understand the issues. You know?
Yeah, but in a lot of those communities, there are not a lot of jobs. A lot of things for these young kids to get involved in besides the recreational centers. They don't have jobs, little small jobs like teenagers do. And like when you see thriving areas where it's like less crime, you see a lot of educational centers they can go to, a lot of meeting grounds where kids could just go and actually play and meet. Most of the times that there's conflicts and violence in those areas, it's kids that never really met each other before, but in a violent setting. So there's nothing left for these kids to do but to go outside and to get in trouble or join a gang, because there's no recreation, there's no jobs.
They don't want to do that. And there's no I'm into the value of having a father. It can't go unstated, right?
Yeah.
Mothers working multiple jobs. The kids are at home and unsupervised. When I'm arresting these kids, right? Majority of them have, the ones who are old enough to work, they have jobs. They want what they want. They're not satisfied with what they have. This isn't about a lack. This is about desires. This is about wanting to be grown. This is about materialism. This is about Black culture, right? We want what we want. We're not satisfied. I arrest kids all the time who have jobs, who make money, right? They want 2 pair of Jordans, not 1. So what do? They steal it, right? At gunpoint. You look at them and say, oh, your mom has 2 jobs. She gives you an allowance. Why are you out here breaking into cars?
Yeah. I'm going to agree with both of you guys. I'm going to say that they're being from that environment, there are the number one thing, if you're going to have a lot of single parent households, you got to have jobs in place, because young men, they're going to commit crimes to help mama. They're not going to sit back and watch mama starve. So the quick way is to get in the streets. And so for guys like myself, if there are jobs available for me to take, I will take it. And a lot of times we don't have those programs, like Sino is saying. But I do understand your point. And you being a cop, I don't think people can understand your first. You get to go up on the scene and see the carnage, and you get to see going into these single parent homes. You get to see older kids watching younger kids, and you get to see some of the destruction. So some of the people that's in the chat saying what they're saying, you got to understand, you just haven't seen it from his lens. And that's why we have to have these conversations, because it's about a different perspective. If everybody had the same perspective, we would get nowhere. I've never been a cop, so I haven't gone into a situation where I've seen a little child shot before. And I don't know if you saw that, but I'm sure you've seen things that the average everyday person can't see. So we're just speaking from what we see and what we know. But you're speaking from a whole nother side of things. So I think both of you guys are a little bit on point. So ma'am, Speak Love, I like that name. Can you go ahead and ask your question, please? And thank you for your patience. Hold on. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question, I'm gonna state my question first. And I thank both of you gentlemen, Carcino and Officer, you definitely both touched on my question. And my question is this: how do we even start having a conversation? Because Kwame, like you said, it's from an early start to this program, you know, from a young age, you might be taught that forget the police. You know, in the Black community, we're taught, you know, snitches get stitches. You know, different things that are programmed into the mindset. And so when you talk to someone about a narrative that's not being painted, even if it's, you know, in politics, you know, we grow up knowing or thinking that if you're Black, you vote Democrat.
Right.
Rather than thinking for yourself and thinking about this through. And so my question is, how do you get the conversation started? Because, you know, just taking the politics side of things, when I talked to people last time, some people in my family, you know, people don't even want to hear you. Forget listening to what you're saying. Even if you present facts, people don't want to hear what you're saying. You know, they'll automatically write it off. You know, I don't want to hear that. Oh, I don't like this person, or I can't stand Trump, or whatever the situation may be.
Yeah.
You know, so when you bring something up that people don't agree with, whether it will help you or not, people don't want to hear you.
Yeah,
You
I
know, so
agree.
you can even get a conversation started.
Not to cut you off, but there's some things like you just said. There's some things like this. I had a debate with a guy, and I said, "What's the number one thing you think is facing the Black community?" He said, "The number one thing that's destroying the Black community is this no snitch clause." And I said, "What? What are you talking about?" He said, "That's the biggest trick in the book, that you have regular, everyday civilians that pay taxes that are Black, that they think that they're a snitch if they tell what they see to police and protect their own community." Now, if you're in the streets and you're willingly participating in certain things as street activity and you tell, then you're a snitch. If you're a tax-paying civilian and you have nothing to do with the streets, it used to be you're not a snitch. Now, anybody who says anything that's Black, they're considered a snitch. And white people are playing a different game. A man said to me on my podcast, he would put a gun to my throat. If I was a white man, he would never say that to me because he knows the ramifications of saying something like that. But he only said that in hopes that I'm Black, and that if I go do the proper channels and take the proper steps, that I would be labeled as a snitch. A basketball player who's not a criminal will be labeled in his own community as a snitch. So what do you guys think about that?
I think the danger is, well, I have this issue on my channel. I knew when I came out to do this channel and to speak out against these things and really repair the relationship, I knew exactly what I was getting myself into, to your point, right? What do? I start off by listening. My job is not to be right. My job is to understand why you are right. You get what I'm saying? And so I'm here as a translator of things. I'm here to translate what people don't know. You know, our people are perishing because of lack of knowledge. It's so accurate, you know, and we're moving on false information. A lot of things we do, we're moving off of false information. We're told we don't have power. We're told we're not educated enough. We're told we don't have what it takes. That's not true, you know, and we just have to make the sacrifices, and it hurts, but it's either hurt now or hurt later, right? And so when I'm dealing with our people, I'm patient, like a monk, because I know it's not personal. I know it's not attacks against me. The brother earlier, he was very passionate. I would have took on all his questions. I have answers for him. You know, I understand where the pain and the frustration comes from. I agree with his frustrations. I'm here to tell us how we can make it work, how we can change it, how we can bring about solutions, what my solutions are based on what I've seen and what I understand. You know, we know the root cause of this problem is family. And if our families are broken, we can't fix anything. By the time I get to these kids, it's too late, right? And you know, I've held brothers that I've arrested at 15, 16 years old, and then 4 years later, you know, they're on their way to Grady, you know, deceased. And it hurts because I take my time and pray for them, right? On the way to the jail, I'm having conversations with them about their life. You know, I'm praying to them, I'm telling them, say, hey, listen, this, I know you robbed this person, but listen, this incident doesn't define you as a person. Now you're going to be held accountable. You know, you got to sit in this jail, you got to go through the motions, but no, after you get out, you can change this whole thing around. You know, no one told me to do that. That was my calling, right? I love my people. I love serving. And so it's different for me. And so again, all police officers aren't created equal. We know this. But how we do it, we have to be patient. We have to be patient and understand that our people are coming and expressing themselves from a place of frustration and hurt. And the only way to stop it is you have to find out where the bleeding is, and you have to cut the bleeding. We have to stop and so that our issues in our community require surgery. And we need people in specific areas and professions who know what they're doing, who have integrity, right, to do this job. And again, when you, like people like you and others in our community, see that these brothers and sisters are doing that, it is up to you to stand behind them and uplift them, right? And really push them and trust the process. And that is something that I do. I don't believe I would have been able to grow my channel the way that I have without understanding what the problem is and people trusting. Some people say, Nathan, listen, I don't agree with everything you say, but I understand what you're doing. I don't like the way things are, but I understand what you're doing and I appreciate it and I see the value in it. And then, you know, I meet brothers like Kwame and they see the vision and they support. And that goes a long way. We need we need our men to stand up, right? We need our men to get back into these homes. We need our men to practice and our women to practice sexual discipline, right? The men are throwing their seed out here and just throwing their seed in the trash can, right? We have sisters who are just, you know, no sexual discipline. So again, these things are destroying our community, right? They're destroying our community. And we know that there's some, when we look at the single mother rate, the single mother birth rate, and we know it's about 75%. And we know there's nuances to that statistic, but for the sake of this argument, right? We know that the number is high. We also know statistically that a single parent, whether mother or father, increases the rate of poverty, right? When we talk about crime and poverty, Carcino said it, hey, crime is attached to poverty. He's right. So then if we look at crime as an issue in our community, how do we reduce it? We can reduce it by building our homes properly, right? Being disciplined with our bodies, being disciplined with our relationships. We can reduce the crime. We reduce the crime, reduce the police. Reduce the police, reduce the violence, right? There's so many, there's this, if we fix this one thing, a domino effect of solutions come out of that. That's why they attack the family. The enemy attacks the family, because by solving this problem, you can solve all the other problems, right?
That's correct. And a thing that you said also, and if you want to start the dialogue, you can also do it in a question, asking a question to them and let them end up telling you the reasons of why they are choosing who they want or why they like the things that they like. And then you could just rebut those and have them basically leading the conversation with you just asking the question. That opens up the door for a lot of dialogue. And it's a lot of things of what he just said was right on. Like, hey, you got to have the patience of a monk to be able to deal with some people and their attitude, their passions. Yeah. But everybody wants the same thing. But I believe the foundation of it is just like he said, family. Because what happened is we have our children right now. They're coming up faster than ever, and they're exposed to a lot more than we have as children. And a lot of these men and women are stuck up because of too many sexual advances at very young ages, and that they shouldn't have never been introduced to. That's because we don't really have a filter on anything. They have their phones, they have tablets, and they show so many inappropriate things, even in the mornings and afternoons, and they can just see it as over-sexualized music, programming. So as a parent, it's even harder for you to put these guidelines and these borders and protect your children from hearing these things. Like I've seen kids play the most outlandish music in front of their parents. My mom couldn't even hear a profanity. Anything sound like a cuss word, I was in trouble. They're like, whoa, what that almost sound like a cuss word. Don't say that no more. So you had people that was there, but like he said, parenting, father, mother, it takes a village. Yeah, I had my aunties, my uncles, I had everybody to keep me in line. So I always had a village to protect myself. And a strong family foundation, we grew up with a bunch of strong families all on the block. That kind of disintegrated. So if one person wasn't there, you had your uncle that was going to take you. You had your auntie that could take you. You had somebody that was going to be there to keep the family going.
Yep.
So we lost that structure, but it's a lot of things around here that the parents of today have a lot to deal with that we really didn't have back in the day because of this technology and over-sexualized everything. And some of the stuff I can't even believe they allow on television and music and entertainment today.
Well, I definitely agree.
I'm on mute. Go ahead, ma'am.
I definitely agree. I'm going to let you guys go so someone else can come in the room, but I definitely agree with the points made today. It's a lag in my screen, so hopefully I'm not talking over anyone.
No, you good.
I just thank you for the conversation that's being brought forth. I definitely agree with the main focus being in the home. I used to work at DJJ, and you were talking about arresting kids at a very early age. And I used to see kids come in at like the age of 12 and 13.
Yes.
And I work with the female population, also the males, but the female population at one point. And a lot of times, once the kids came in, you saw that it wasn't really the child. It was the environment and the parenting that they had to go back home to, And so if you have, nowadays in society, they don't even want a man and a woman in the home. That's like something strange, cisgender or whatever they call it now. I just know it as husband and wife. And, the Black community used to be the number one leaders in two-parent homes in America. That's talked about and been documented many times through people like Thomas Sowell and Larry Elder. So if we could get back to that, I think a lot of times, we have been raised in a lot of traditions, some traditions that were bad, and some traditions that have been lost that need to be added back.
Yeah.
So if we get back to these two-parent homes and the man back on the pole, I think it'll wipe out a lot of different things. But we're going to have to have a reprogramming and repositioning of the mind.
No, they traded the man in for programs because it's all about money. So you trade the man in and you put all these programs in that's not going to solve anything. The programs is the medicine. The fathers not being in the homes could be the problem. And it's a lot of emotions, it's a lot of data that could support that theory. But we're too emotional to even address that. Because I came from a single mother and most people did. We're not going to address that issue. We're going to be emotional about it. But then you see a man, like he said, waiting outside of a bowling alley for a woman. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, that's unheard of.
Yeah.
You're waiting on a woman and to shoot her? Like what? So we have to get back to real conversations, and these programs are to pacify the issue and to give you the belief that we're trying to solve the issue and we're trying to do something about it while we're ushering in younger and younger Black boys that go to prison. And like he's saying, we have to get back to not being used by the government. We have to get mothers that if you do have a man that just don't want to deal with you, he don't have to respect you, don't have to argue and fight with you. Time, place, and give men that equal right so he's not up under a woman when it comes to the parenting situation. Because right now, as it stands, when a man walk into a courtroom, I mean, he might as well just shut up and open up his bank account, because that's what it's about.
Let me tell you about that. And ma'am, can you please email me, because I would love to have you on my channel, because I tell people all the time, we really want to hear the real truth. Because I can tell you guys my side, but just like she said, working for DFACS, working for child services, working for the juvenile justice system, you will start to understand exactly what I'm saying, that the problem is so pervasive, and you need to talk to people who've done the job and can tell you exactly what the issues are. Are young girls are used sexually? Our young boys are used for crime, and this very consistent across the board. They're runaways. The parents give their child away to the state. They can't control them. They're unruly. You know, and we look at what the percentage is with fatherless homes not being in the house, fathers not in the home. You're talking about around 70% of the suicide rates on juveniles are come from kids who don't have fathers in the home. 80% of child behavior problems, fatherless home. Delinquency, fatherless homes. Like, so these things are, there's a correlation. There's a strong correlation to how kids study, how they learn, their behaviors, all these things. When you lack a parent, you know, it's so vital to kids to have both parents, you know, and whether co-parenting, but just in general, having both active parents is so vital. Please email me, because I would love to talk to you more about that and, you know, get your perspective so they can hear. We need to hear this stuff.
I'll definitely get your information out with links and send you an email. Look forward to talking to you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Kwame, I wanted to tell you one thing too. You brought up about the court system, and this is going to be out to our sisters. We're going to have a quick question, a quick conversation about how the police are being used and leveraged by women. You know, child custody cases, and how the court systems for child custody is such a problem for Black men that need to be addressed. And, you know, if Black women are saying, you know, we're for us, by us, right? We're supposed to be for you, then it's only you who can fix the court system, right? You're going to have to stand beside men, hear what men are talking about, why we believe it's unfair. The system is not equitable for men, Black men, right? And work with us to fix it. That's why a lot of brothers don't want to get married. You know, they hear the war stories, the horror stories about how difficult it is just to get equal custody, just to get parental rights. You know, I would have women call the police and say, officer, I need a police report because my child's father, the baby daddy, he violated the court order. I said, okay, well, let me see the court order, right? I'm reading it. What did he violate? Well, my child was supposed to be back 30 minutes ago and he's not. I said, okay, where's he at? He's on his way. He's late. I need a police report so I can take him. I said, hold on, man. We're not doing that. We're not doing
Facts.
that.
Or facts.
We're not doing that. You guys it'll blow your mind.
And look, and then if a man walk away, they'll call him a deadbeat. But that right now, you're saying, you're just trying to be malicious. Like,
yes.
How do you know the kid didn't want an extra ice cream or extra dessert? And he's on the way, and you're gonna call the cops?
The game
don't want to deal with that type of drama and stress. We already fit the description. Facts. Why do we have to deal with that just to be a father?
I mean, that's the problem right now. Is I had a friend who, you know, his girl called the cops on him. He just got out of jail, and knowing how his PO was all on his back all the time, just harassing
man.
She fell. She slipped down like 3 little steps and actually was drunk, you know, and she called, I'm gonna call your parole off. He's like, why would you do that? And then she went to try to get the charges dropped because she realized she was just being dumb. And they was like, no, we're gonna prosecute him, or we're gonna put you in jail for making a false police report. And now she done messed up, and he was like, I told you don't play with it. Now they finna give me a case on it. He wanna see me out no way. Like, and now they don't understand that this is not a game. You know, like, I have him locked up, like, I'm gonna get him out tomorrow. They play. You don't play with the police, you don't play with the law, you don't do these type of things. And then for some of the mothers, and I gotta say some, when you try to go for the child support, you know, it's not about you. The support is for your child. You got to think about the child too. And what's important for him is to make sure he does have a father in his life. You can't teach him how to be a man. He's going to need a man for that. There's a lot of things that, like, I raising my little sister, but I'm like, she needs a woman, you know, like, I'm helping my mom with them, but my mom got to be there to deal with some of the stuff, to talk to her about, you know, woman things. She needs that woman around there to help her. So I was like, look, that's the way it's got to be. It's got to be two. If somebody has to, I mean, hats off to all the women that do it themselves and got to play both parts, mother and father, and they do the best they can. But the structure of having the mother and father in there but you got to have education too. You just can't be two people in there doing ignorant things. You got to have that education. Have to educate yourselves too.
I hear this a lot. A lot of women say this. When they can't control, they try to confine. A lot of women say when they can't control the baby daddy, they want to, cause all kind of problems. Why is that the goal, to try to control a man?
Because the problem is,
and it's not all. We're not talking about all. We're talking about some.
The problem is, from what I've noticed, is a lot of women feel powerless. They believe they're powerless, but women know that the greatest power they have is their words. Their words. A woman's words is like a sword of fire, right? Their tongue is just as dangerous as a weapon, and their tongue is a weapon. The most dangerous thing to a black man in this country is an allegation, right? And so an allegation from the mouth of a woman is just as dangerous. Just as dangerous. And I think a lot of people downplay that. A lot of women don't realize it until it gets hot and heated, and then they want to go to court and then try to throw everything out. And that happens all the time. And the issue is, I always make it a point. No disrespect, ladies. I take you to jail just as fast. Just as fast. And a lot of times I'll get on these domestic scenes and brothers will be like, yeah, she busted my lip, but it's all good. I don't want her to get arrested. That's my child's mom, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, sir, with all due respect, if it was you, no one's asking you no questions. No one's going to ask her for permission, whether or not they want to take you. They're taking you off a GP. I said, I got to take her. I got to take her. Because the problem with a lot of women sometimes is that they know the power they have. They know they can leverage law enforcement. They know they can leverage the court system against men. They know they can hit brothers on the back end, and they can make it stick. They know that. I had sisters lie and create a whole fictitious story about a domestic violence. And by the grace of God on that brother, there was a camera at the baby, what do you call those daycares, a camera that was showing the incident. She said that he punched her while she was holding the baby, right? He was trying to get the baby back, that type of thing. Made this whole story up. Sorry, officer, I didn't do it. There were no witnesses. She's crying. She's saying this happened. Well, he's about to go in for some time for that. That's cruelty to children. If you strike someone in the presence of a child, that's a felony. Cruelty to children. So then I get a call from the owner, say, hey, I got a camera that's pointing right there. It's a small little camera. So let me take a look at it. Never happened. It never happened. I went to that woman's job and I arrested her, And, the reality is a lot of times you have officers that don't want to hold women accountable for telling lies.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. It's a real thing. A lot of officers can be biased towards women. It's almost like you go in there and you coddle them. I don't coddle them. I don't know if you guys saw that video with the baby. And, I guess, I don't know who, she called the police. And he was like, hey, she needs to get out of my place. And she's walking all through the place. The police are there. She's cursing them out, saying this, saying that. They let her walk up and down, in and out of rooms, going through stuff. I said, never. Never. As if women can't kill. As if women don't have hands, right? As if women don't carry weapons. Those officers could have been taken out by a woman, right? And so I treat everybody equally. And so women do have power. They have privilege, right? They have privilege you get the right officer. Yeah, the woman can have a little privilege over you. Unfortunately.
So what you're saying is that the proper thing to do, if it was a proper situation, they wouldn't let her walk around the house?
Absolutely not. You cannot walk around.
Yeah.
If I show up and it's a domestic, you don't go in rooms, and in certain places, in certain homes, I check the couch before you sit down. It's that real. It's that real. You can't let people walk up and down, walk around. We had officers get killed by the woman who called the police on the man that was beating on her and then shot and killed the officer as they were trying to arrest him. She had a change of heart. These things happen. And so, it's a very dangerous job. They go in there, you see her, everybody's either separated and they sit down somewhere and we have a conversation. Ma'am, I need you to come here. F you, F12. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. You know, before you know, you shot in the back, you falling down, tased, and you in handcuffs. You know, and so it's there to protect the officer because there's so many dangerous things inside a home, inside unknown areas. It's in your best to just listen, have a seat, but people look at women and they believe because they're women that they're not a threat. That's not true.
Yeah, and then you see a lot of women, a lot of them, some of them are being taught by their own mothers who did the same thing.
Woo! Carcino, you about to get in trouble. Woo! Woo, you about to get it. Boy, you about to get it.
Right. They're being coached
right.
to do this, and they don't even realize. I'm like, why would you want that? And you went through the same thing with your child. And you should want your child to say, okay, well, I want you to at least have my grandchild should have a father and a mother together. You're coaching her, and they would go through a situation where they would try to withhold the child from you as long as they can, then try to come back and get child support because it's more money.
Right.
They feel that way, but the person might not even have been informed that they're the father, and they plotting this.
Right.
They were like, the longer you can hold out and make it look like he wasn't supporting the kid, but you never even clarified that this was the father. You really didn't know or might not have known. And they just might have kept it to themselves and said someone else was the father for all these years. And then they could come back and get back child support. I think the system have to really look at this and think what is actually best for the child. And the only thing they could do is that the father's got to be a little bit more proactive and say, I got to get joint custody. That's the only thing that's going to really protect you in these situations. You got to get joint custody early.
And that's the problem. That's what's so retarded about the concept. We made this child together. So why do I need to get joint custody? Why do I need a judge to tell me I have joint custody over a child that I help you make? The problem with how illogical this whole thing is women have power to control all aspects of child creation, delivery, or execution of the child, right? They have complete control. If I don't want to be a father, a woman can make me a father without my permission, right? If I want to be a father, a woman can refuse to make me a father without my permission.
That's true.
What would it look like, right? And it's up to men to make this change. What would it look like if women had to get permission from a man, right? Written, signed permission to be a father. And if a man refuses, a woman cannot seek any financial gains, right? Or financial support from that man without his approval. That would be self-correcting. Because women will be like, shoot, before I have this baby, are you going to agree to help me out? Are you going to agree to take these receive the court taking payments to pay me for this child? If a man had to consent, because it seems like we can't consent to anything these days, right? If a man had to give consent for a woman to acknowledge the fact that I'm going to be a father and I'll take financial responsibility, women will be forced to make better decisions. But when you incentivize having children because you get paid, right? There's someone that's going to help take care. Someone's going to force this man to pay. If the court could not do that, I think that you would have a lot less women. You have a lot less problems when it came to these court issues. Men should not be forced. Just like I can't force you to have a child or force you not to abort the child, then I shouldn't be forced to pay for the child either. Right?
My money, my choice.
I want to address to the ladies. Yeah, I want to address to the ladies out there that's listening. You got to stop condemning men and saying men ain't on anything. When you have assisted living that will put you in a place where the rent should be about $1,200 a month and you're paying $67 because of assisted living, and you able to have a job and still go out, and then your neighbor, he don't get those same privileges. So he got to pay $1,200. So it ain't that men ain't owe nothing. We just got to pay the full rate. Y'all getting a discount on assisted living. Y'all renting $67. Your light bill is like $20. We don't have those type of luxuries. So you have to understand when you try to say, yeah, y'all ain't own nothing. Y'all broke. No, we got to pay the full rate. Y'all getting these tax breaks. Obama made it that if you single mom, you get free college. Your college was free. You could go to college for free if you was a single mother.
So, Carcino, do you think that's incentivizing and making young girls say, you know what? I'm not going to try to work hard. I'm not going to try to do this. I'll just have a baby and go to school for free.
That's what happened. That's how I found out about it. One of the girls who was working 2 jobs, she didn't have a child, so she was paying for her college. The 2 girls that was there with her, like, oh, girl, you can go for free if you get a baby. She was like, so I gotta have a baby now? She's like, I work 2 jobs now, and I'm paying my student loan. She's like, oh yeah, the Obama plan, you got a kid, yeah, you can go for free. I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. I was like, that's how I found out about it.
So basically, we're not incentivizing hard work. We're incentivizing a situation where if you look at the numbers, it's not beneficial for a child. So what does that say about our government?
Yeah, I mean,
it seems like that is promoted mostly into poverty-stricken areas where they call the red zones. In those areas, do you see a lot of these programs put in place where it seems to be individualized, where the man is out of the picture? You know, they'll say, well, the man got the same right. If he was taking care of the child, he can go in and get these things. But how many of those opportunities, those situations do you actually see? It's mostly the man is not in the picture, and he's mostly not allowed to be, or the woman don't want him living there because he's gonna mess up her thing. You know, like, I got my rent is $67. You come in, and he was like, look, I could pay your light bill. Your light bill is $20, so I can pay that.
Well, look,
I'll pay for that for a whole
terrible.
It's
Where his brother they keep men around just somewhere in the background somewhere.
Yeah,
but
cut the check.
Yeah,
cut the check. Shout out to Angela Stanley. I learned yesterday at her show. 79% of Planned Parenthoods are all in Black communities. I didn't know that. I heard it was an issue. I heard it was an epidemic, and I didn't know it was 79%. Jesus Christ! So
I saw that. That was staggering.
That's crazy. This stuff is by design to keep us apart. Again, the whole idea and the objective is to keep Black families from coming together. Because where you have Black families, you have Black wealth. And again, they know our power, and they know a tree without roots cannot stand. And so, what do? You get them at the root.
Let's do that. DJ, what up, bro? Epic. You still
What's good? What's good? That's terrible, man. What the hell is he talking about? All our women live in subsidized. What the fuck?
Yeah, that sounded crazy.
That's some crazy shit. Where the hell he live at? I ain't never seen some shit like that ever.
In Georgia. Yeah, they started going.
No, there was still plenty of sisters in the countryside in Georgia. I met plenty of sisters in like Lafayette and outside of Atlanta. Like, nah, man, I don't know where the hell these brothers from, but I the hood is not full of just women, man.
Hey, man, links in the chat room, man. I don't know what you guys think about this.
It's like, I mean, you don't even have to grow up in the hood to know that. I'm just saying. I kind of started getting offended at the narrative towards our women. I'm not digging that. They're painting all our women like they're welfare queens and shit, and our women work hard as fuck. That is not true.
That's a fact. Well, let me see. Well, it was an interesting conversation. The qualified immunity, though, and I know we talked about this before, especially Libra Sun. But dude said something that was interesting. That it's not just the officer. It's the if they take it from them, they take it from the top, and that's why it's never gonna happen. Now, what do you feel about that? And do you feel that insuring the officers and putting insurance on their ass will
peace?
Peace. Yeah, fam. You feel bro?
I feel like that would be the great idea. I mean, I was. Aren't they already insured? Or their badge is insured? So were we talking about insuring the officer himself, like the person? I think that's a great idea. I mean, if you look at the original system of checks and balances, everyone that works in the government is supposed to be insured and bonded and pay licensing fees and registration, and not none of this the people are supposed to. We're supposed to be secure in our documents, free to travel without molestation, meaning, no Nazis asking us for our papers.
That's
That's the point. That's the point I was getting at as far as that's why we have to get back to the root of understanding who and what the police are. You see what I'm saying? I'm not negating the issues that was being talked about, but we talking about they talking about these issues like they're so relevant, and they ain't dealing with the root of the issue. Is that the fact is what I was talking about earlier, and until we deal with that, we're going to always continue to be running in circles when to deal with the issue about the police, because everybody think that they're law enforcement. We keep calling them officers when they're not, and officers and elected official. And I heard the guy say he said it fraudulently. He said when these policemen are elected to these positions, policemen are not elected to their positions.
No, they're not.
They're hired there, and the chief and lieutenant and all that stuff. That even though they may raise and rank, but I know the chief, he's appointed.
Yeah, that basically makes them state mercenaries in my eyes.
Those are that's exactly what it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't sugarcoat it. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. The police department is not a government agency. Get over yourself. You can believe it all you want to, but that's not a fact. The police department is not a government agency.
Yes, sir. It's a big difference between law and color of law.
Exactly, and that's what the police operate from. That's why you hear them when they go into their radios. That's what they speak. Their color of law. That's what they're enforcing. Black male,
color
white
codes.
male. That's color of law. Those are color codes. And why he's sitting up there lying, talking about that's it's no longer in effect and all that. No, it's still in effect. Those codes are still being enforced today. So he's a clown. That guy was a clown, man. And that guy was up there as a brother to sit up there and promote that shit to keep our ass docile by believing in that same talking point. That shit is a fraud. Excuse me, man. I'm passionate about this. All that shit is a fraud. They talking points. All of that was a fraud. It's all fraudulent.
Yeah, you don't need to be excused, brother. Get into it.
Yeah, for real, bro. Because that's what we not dealing with. And they keep on putting these monkeys up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's what it is. It's our people, and they keep putting these monkey ass niggas up here, man. They have these motherfucking talking points about these issues, and ain't nobody telling the truth about it. That's the only way we can get everything into perspective. We're not getting it into perspective because the truth is not being spoken about it.
Well, yeah, and there's no
tell
civics
half lies
classes.
or half truths.
Yep, indiscriminate lies and truths.
Exactly, man.
I hate half truths worse than an outright lie. If you lie to my face, at least I know what you're about. But when you withhold the most important part of the truth, that just makes me want to beat you upside the head.
Yeah, because it's some bullshit. Yeah,
it's beyond bullshit. It's like it's like a masculine energy acting like a feminine energy trying to capitalize on you going to the store. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
And it's like, I don't know about y'all, but when a woman's like, when a woman tries to play word games and get me to go to the store and say, you mind picking me up while you're at the store? I'll stop him right there and be like, time out. A, I didn't say I was going to go to the store. And B, if you want me to go to the store and get you you need to ask me. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. And when I come back, we can have that talk. So I feel you, bro. You're calling them out on the bullshit. Because bullshit. And then I hate the way he was just talking about our women. The nigga just talking shit. Like what hood does
Yeah,
has he
I
ever
had typed the
visited?
same thing in the chat. Man,
Hell.
that's some bullshit.
Yeah, that was pissing me. I was getting a little
I was like, where
hot-blooded.
the fuck is
I
that?
had to
Where
say
the fuck
something.
are they from?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where the fuck are they from? Because I ain't. You find all kinds of people, not just women in the hood.
Man,
Males and
and on top of
females
that,
and babies of all kind of ages. You know.
I know brothers that got subsidized rent just as well as some women.
Facts.
I know, you know what I'm saying? Come on, that was bullshit.
Facts.
I
Yeah, my
don't know where you
pops.
was coming from with that.
My pops had subsidized income. He had injuries and he was retired from the carpenters union, and he took care of everybody's fucking babies. He had 6 to 8 babies in the house all the time. He was taking care of and feeding, helping them with their schoolwork and shit. You know, so it's like, you know, he painting the narrative of people in the hood, and he ain't spent. I could tell he ain't spent no time there. Cause there ain't no love in his voice. He's just talking with hate towards women like he's a fucking ponce.
Man.
I don't like that.
And I'm like, man,
Yeah.
I was, you know,
Nobody
I was
should.
really,
It's like,
I was
nigga,
really
come to Marine
trying to.
City. Come meet some of my folks. We'll change your opinion if you are who the fuck you say you is.
Right.
The only thing he said that I really agreed with was that shit about the insurance.
That I agree with. That's a brilliant fucking idea. I agree.
That is a good idea. I agree there
But I
Because
too.
also
that
feel
will
like
stop a whole lot of that dumb shit.
it'll cut a lot of bullshit off. But I also feel like they were right too, that they're gonna it might be difficult to get that shit started because insurance companies are gonna be terrified of the cost. But I think people are underestimating how terrified the cops will be when they realize they're under that close observation. You know what I mean?
Do they have to be bonded?
They do have to be bonded. So you can how does it work? Hang on a minute. You can place a lien on their license, which fucks with their bond, and they can no longer carry, which means they can't operate. But they're talking about something else completely, because this means that the individual, not the license, would be insured. You see what I'm saying?
Got you.
So
Yeah,
every
I do.
individual that applies, no matter where the fuck you from, like, clean slate. We're watching you. We're doing psych evals. We're making sure you are a servant of the people. And if you do any fuck shit, you know, you can no longer work in any state in the, you know, in all 50 of the United States and all conjoining territories. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you can't even go to Peru and be a cop now. Like, you're done. You finished. You fucked up. That's how it should be. You fuck up, you do some fuck shit, you do your time just like anybody else, and you don't get to go back and wear that badge and go to New York and pull a fucking Die Hard.
I seen it done. I seen a cop. He was from New Jersey, got fired in Jersey, and came to New York. And was a cop here in New York. He told me that shit out of his own mouth.
Yeah, he probably did all kind of moonlighting in between too.
And I'm so like that's where like they're getting off and these people, man. Not to mention, like, I did a little research, just a little on that qualified immunity, but and this another thing he didn't talk about. That just like most cases and lawsuits dealing when you suing these people, most people suing and coming from the 14th Amendment as a 14th Amendment citizen, which is what all U.S. citizens for the most part are classified under. And when people file lawsuits like that against the police, it's from their premise. But they
And
ain't
that's why
talking
it's so
about.
important to correct your status.
No, but no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What about you suing from the premise outside of that jurisdiction? You would have standing then, and that qualified immunity wouldn't stand. It wouldn't hold water. It doesn't apply because you're talking about a man. You're talking about a man or a woman that you didn't violate. You ain't talking about a 14th Amendment citizen. You talking about that.
Yeah.
That's outside of that jurisdiction. So we gonna deal with it. We gonna deal with it like that. But they ain't even talk about that part though. They talk like it's just set in stone and that you gotta go by it and ain't no way around it type deal. And there's some other weak ass talking point, but ain't nobody dealing with the law because they too busy calling the codes law when that shit ain't law.
Yep.
So that's what I
Plain.
mean. The talking points that they were using, it was deceptive, very deceptive. And I wasn't going for that shit. I'm listening, but man, we're not dealing with the issue because the root when you talk about law ain't the codes that y'all reference as policemen. And y'all calling each other, still training the people to call y'all officers, which y'all assume that position when we give you that power, which means the police only got the power that you give them outside of what they already have.
Well,
You
and
see what I'm saying? So when it comes to this law,
correct me if I'm wrong, but if they're actually factually working for the state and accountable, wouldn't that make them an officer of the peace, not a police officer?
if that's the case, but is it?
Well, it's obviously not, because they're not officers of the peace.
Exactly. That's because, bro, they're under the guise of that. They're pretending it's from the power that the people give them. You assume that they're a peace officer or whatever. Like you forgot that police come from policy, and that's
Well,
what
no,
the
I
fuck they
said
are. They're policy enforcers.
officer. Yeah, no, I said officer of the peace. That's a
but
whole
see,
different
you get
thing
the
than peace
illusion because
officer.
Right. Yeah,
but you get that illusion because they ride around on their cars like here in New York. They ride it on the cars. It says protect and serve. You know, so that gives the people.
Hey, you know
right.
that those
That
black
this
and
is what I'm
white
going.
speed signs are for them, not us, right? That's why they're
Yeah,
black and white,
I've
and they're
been
called
told
black
that.
and whites. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've started reading up on 15 Uniform Commercial Code. I've started reading up on this shit.
Indeed. So, because the question, because most people don't even ask this question, even when they see that on there, protect and serve, who and what. See, no, has anybody actually asked themselves that question, or even
But
legally,
that's
if
what
you
I'm
will,
saying. It's
legally
the
ask that
illusion.
question? What does that mean? Right. So it's left to assumption. You can assume what you will from that, and that gives them leave if you assume the wrong thing. They're not under obligation to tell you straight out, but you're being held to knowing it. You're being held automatically to knowing it.
Yep. See,
You're
people
supposed to
are.
know
Yeah,
Go ahead,
people
bro.
are assuming that they're supposed to be informed as to their civic rights and duties, but there's actually no law anywhere that forces government organizations or corporate ones to incorporate civics anywhere in school. In fact, they've removed it. So, I mean, that's the whole purpose of civics, is to know your rights and obligations as a citizen.
Exactly.
Or should I say,
Yeah,
your
that's big
fiduciary
removed.
duties as a citizen. But yeah.
Most people don't know it, man. You know what I'm saying? They playing us on that ignorance. They playing the people on that ignorance, and now they're out publicly. You know what I'm saying? Not officially. They'll do it publicly, like you see today. They do things publicly all the time, using these terms and saying things. You know what I mean? But it's not until you do research and you search the actual record, is where you actually get some truth at. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've in my experience, bro, that's been my experience. They come out and they say a lot of things. They say it publicly, a lot of things, but officially, that ain't what it is on the record. Officially,
You know what I
they
got a
do it
problem
right,
with,
but when
bro?
they come into these newscasts, they say other stuff.
You know what I got a problem with? I
What?
try to educate brothers about the law, right? And especially in the hood. I try to educate them about the law. When I approach them and I try to have peaceful and educated conversations with people. You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, they don't even want to dialect. You know what I'm saying? Or even if I try to explain it to them, they look at me like I'm crazy or like you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Man,
I do.
them people ain't gonna listen to none of that, man. They gonna do what they want to do. All that
You
old
know
type
what
of
though,
shit, you
brother?
know.
I would say keep it up, because you'll probably find at least one youth like I did, who does want to listen. There's a couple I've been teaching for like 3 or 4 years now. It's worth it if you find just one youth that actually needs that. Because it's like Christmas every time you tell them a piece of truth and their eyes get brighter. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, I had these conversations. I got sons, and I have. It's fucked up, but I gotta have these conversations with them. You know what I'm saying?
I can see that. I
Like
mean, I don't
just
have any
tonight.
children myself, but I can see that. But I
Just
could
tonight,
also
I was
see.
having a conversation with my son about it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. But you know what? It's imperative that we as men and as fathers that we do teach our children these laws. Because if
Facts.
we don't, who the fuck
Yeah.
will?
They don't teach it in school.
And then if we don't teach them the difference, you know what I'm saying, and how to make the distinction, when they get older, they're just gonna grow up in fear, fearing the police, fearing this, and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's
Not
the same
realizing they
cycle. It ain't
power.
no real change. And there's no real change because they don't have power. They don't have any power. You see what I'm saying? And that
Yep.
power comes from that knowledge of knowing. Because when you know,
Right.
you can make the truth your own and find your own way, and you can navigate based on the truth that you have for yourself.
Self. Facts.
But we got to get back to teaching that. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
have to,
I
because like
agree.
you
I
said,
agree
if we don't,
wholeheartedly.
ain't nobody else doing it. It ain't, and to be honest, it ain't their responsibility to. You see what
Nope.
I'm saying? It's ours.
Nope. Yeah,
It's
Facts.
nope. You're
ours.
right.
Yep. Well, what does
Right.
it the courts say? That they say the burden of proof is on us, right? Unless we're making a
And there's no
claim.
ignorance of
And
the
if we're
law.
make exactly, but if we're making a claim,
Ignorance of the law, no
then the
excuse.
burden of proof is on the court. See what I'm
Indeed.
saying? Until we
Yep.
make a
Indeed.
claim, the burden of proof is on us. So it's our obligation as citizens. It's our fiduciary duty to inform ourselves as to our rights and obligations as citizens or the people.
Righteous.
I mean, they don't teach police law. They teach them penal codes for convicts
Right.
in a penal colony. We are not the convicts in a penal. I tell cops this shit all the time when they talk to me. I'm like, bruh, I'm not part of the penal colony.
Man, that's a deep one there.
I'm not one of these people. I'm not part of your penal colony. Like, leave me alone. And they leave me the fuck alone when I say that. Because they know enough to know I know what I'm fucking talking about. I even had cops. I had even had cops in Hunters Point in the city one night, like pull up on me on bikes and try and fuck with me. And I told them I'm indigenous, and they're like, "Oh yeah, from what tribe?" And I said the Calusa, and they got quiet and rode off. Somebody knew their history.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That they would
somebody.
even, but it's crazy that they even attempt to fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? You know, but
Facts.
I guess
I was just dropping
like
my cousin off. Shit, I was just sitting in the car waiting for my cousin to go grab his shit so I could drive him to work. Like, I was driving him to work, but we got halfway across the bridge and he realized he forgot his lunch and his phone, so I had to go back. He had to go find all of his shit, and then, you know what I mean? And while I'm waiting, they just roll up on me on bikes, all stealth like. So I just laughed.
yeah, you just made me think about something. There was this pale face, right? He
Yep.
was a senator, and they pulled him over, and his tags was bad, so they impounded his car.
Mm-hmm.
He was so fucking mad. He actually went and changed the damn law, had the law changed so that they couldn't do that shit no more. But
Yeah, you
I
could do
guess
that.
until it happens to one of them, I guess it doesn't matter.
Exactly, because the law apparently, see, and this is something that one of my uncles told me once that I'm just remembering now. He said he's a paralegal too, by the way. He said the law doesn't apply to you until you're informed of it.
I don't know
Makes
about
sense
that
to
one.
me. Well, it makes sense to me because think about it. If they're charging you for something, how can they charge you if you know the law and you know that you're exempt of the charges or outside of their jurisdiction, or even have a
Well,
legal
yeah, in that light, yeah,
interpretation
okay,
that
in
they
that
have
light.
to debate? You feel what I'm saying? If you know enough of the law for surrounding things you do on a daily basis, and they try and trap you up. Well, I mean, the cops don't even know enough law, right? So they book you and da 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 da, and then you have that conversation with the cops, or excuse me, with the judge. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm telling you, I don't even know law. I just know what I was taught from government in high school, and I think I took like one course that was part of U.S. history and government in college for like half a semester is all it lasted. So I haven't hardly learned any fucking law, but I do remember what I did learn because I was on my own. So I figured I better pay attention to that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I learned all mine by trial and error.
Yeah, same.
Real talk. I gave them too much of my motherfucking life.
I done hung out with too many OGs most of my life though, so I've avoided a lot of mistakes and pitfalls. I've always gravitated to OGs because I wanted to learn how to build shit and move shit and shake shit and make shit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Shit, I got a mentor now. I'm 50. I'm 55, and I have a mentor right now, but he's like 70.
That's what's up.
You know what I'm saying? So and he just started mentoring me like a month ago.
That's
But
what's up.
yeah, but
we need that more amongst each other as men. Like we need soundboards and energy boards to bounce off of. I feel like we would be
yeah, I mean,
less
but
combative. Go ahead.
he owns like about 6 properties. You know what I'm saying? And how me and him even linked up. I was talking to him about some of the ideas that I was having, and I was just trying to get what he thought about them,
Mm-hmm.
and it just grew into what it is now. You know what I'm saying? And so
That's
I
awesome.
really, yeah. So I really appreciate the brother too.
That's what's up. That's awesome. Happy New Year, by the way, all y'all.
Same to you. Yeah, a
New
lot of people
Year
don't even know
y'all
about
too.
that either.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's messed up. There's even less sources out about it now than there was a couple years ago.
It's crazy, but they switch things up and change things and move the timelines and
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy, man, crazy.
It's like, I've come to realize we're not like we're unique not because we're interpreting the truth of lies, but what makes us all unique is we're actually having to become historical criminal pathologists in order to figure out what the fuck is going on here. You understand what I'm saying? Like we're like
Yeah.
detective level geniuses out here figuring shit out on a cosmic fucking level.
Righteous.
I agree.
Just thought I should put that in the air so everybody can pat themselves on the back because it's well fucking deserved. Like this is
Nah,
beyond
you
just learning
right.
our history. We're dealing with all kinds of fucking shit from all kind of directions, and we're just like out here ducking and dodging, weaving and bobbing.
Gotta fight our own people and shit.
Fucking giving it the Ali 1 2 3.
Is that a History 101? What
What's
up, my
up?
guy? How's it
What's up
going, my
with it,
brother?
brothers?
What's good?
I'm
Happy
doing
New Year,
good.
Peace,
brother.
peace, peace.
Happy New Year, brothers.
Happy New
Hey,
Year,
Same
bro.
to you.
it's crazy because he was saying we got to duck and dodge, bro. We be even having to duck and dodge our own people. You try to tell
Mm-hmm.
them this
Yeah.
information, they be like, "Nah, bro, you're tripping, bro. We were slaves." Like, nigga, nah, you was a slave. I ain't no slave.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even possible, bro. You must be European, bro. The fuck you
Facts.
gonna try to say we was a slave, nigga? You got to be European. You must got a European grandma or something.
That part. That part.
That
That's the
shit.
only way. That's the only
Yeah, it's
way.
the
If you
only
ain't
way
from
you
here,
had.
then you
Exactly.
would be in indentured servitude.
Wait, so that's probably what they be talking about. They be
It
like your
very well
ancestors
could
was
be.
slaves. Yeah, you might have had one. You
You
might have
might have
had
had a
one.
relative that came in and amalgamated into the tribes
Slavic.
here
and they probably reclassified motherfuckers just because you had one drop of this or one drop of that. Think about it. If they gave us the one drop rule here, where did they get it from?
Because, like, for instance, we ain't all mixed with European, but I do got some
Exactly.
friends that they did their genealogy and they do have some Slavic grandparents. They do. Just they're pure white. So yeah, some people they gonna have some ancestors that are slaves because they got white ancestors. But
Facts.
nah, don't try to put it on the indigenous people because we wasn't no
No,
slaves. We're the
no,
landowners.
man. There are exceptions to every rule. That doesn't mean that the exception is the norm. I'm tired of these
Exactly.
motherfuckers acting like the exception is the goddamn norm. It's not.
Exactly.
I appreciate y'all.
You already know.
Already.
I'm glad to see everybody waking up, and it's good to be part of real conversations for the future.
I seen it when I seen I seen the link and I started watching and listening. I was like, wow, that's a good topic. You know, it instantly caught my attention. You know what I'm saying? Like it grabbed my attention. I was like, yeah, I want to listen to this. I got to hear what they talking about because it's important that we know the mindset of the people. You know what I'm saying? Like
facts.
We got to know what we dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And who we dealing with.
You're only
You
gonna
know
get
what?
that from the people.
You know what? I'm gonna start hitting people like the ones that want to question me. I'm gonna tell them to start looking into Sitting Bull and Geronimo. Do real deep research on these people so you can see their characters. They're just characters.
Mm-hmm.
Literally just characters. What is that? The 1904 World Fair Tour or World Fair Trade with Geronimo
Oh
was
yeah, yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Then
yeah.
you got Sitting Bull and all his little side shows and shit.
Yeah,
Bruh,
that is
these
during the
is
time of the
characters,
World
bro.
Fair. You're right, and also
It's
you
all
have
around the same
the
exact time.
Wild Bill.
Yeah,
What's the
where's
Wild
his
Bill?
bullshit? Yeah.
Exact
Yeah,
same time, bro.
you got the Ringling Bros. You got all that shit going down.
All
You
circus.
got
At that time, yeah.
yeah.
That circus
They
shit,
had
bruh.
human exhibits there too.
Hey, what else? What else happened around that time? 1904 Boule. Then
Wow,
1906. That's when
yeah,
they
There
you
you
start
got a
go.
taking
point
You're right.
there.
Greek letter
1906. Hey,
societies. Yeah.
1906. 1906. They start disbanding the creeks and the Chita. Come on, bruh. Like they was
Mm.
literally doing this in chronological events. I'm like, y'all can't try to tell me, bruh, that this ain't our shit, bro. You could just easily do the dates. Just look at all the
Mm-hmm.
dates and just put everything together. You'll see that it's orchestration, bro.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, I found I
that's
got
what
on
I
my
see
mother's
too.
side. I got
It's a pattern
on my
Mm-hmm.
on your
on
mother's
my
side,
mother's
brother.
side. On my mother's side, I got a long line of creeks.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a lot of Muskogee and Creek
And
too.
then people don't realize that the creek and Chita, that's same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Same shit.
Yeah,
We're all
yeah,
Muskogee.
Well,
We're
and
all
Creek
Muskogee.
yeah,
is
yeah.
Creek.
Yamasee, the
Yeah.
Yamasee, all of that. The
Yep.
Chickasha, all of that. The
The
same people.
Calusa Hatchie,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
The
they
Maya
blurred
Imi.
the
Natchez,
state lines. You know what I'm saying? They
They
you know
moved the
we
state lines. Yeah.
right.
the Huma.
Yep. The Puma. Yep.
Because a matter of fact, they got now they try to show you these Huma people, like the what's that shit called? There's this Cajun TV show, and they try to say that those people are Huma, but they're not. Because you go to Louisiana and you will see the people look just like us. They be like, "What's up with my Huma? What's up with my Huma?" That's what
Mahuma.
they
I've
call.
heard that
Yeah,
before.
Mahoma. They say that. They say
Mahuma.
Mahoma.
Yeah.
That's what they call you. Like instead of saying my nigga, they call you Mahoma because that's their tribe, and
Ah,
they're
that's what that meant.
Negroes. They're
You know what?
Negroes
I met a brother I met a brother who just got out of the army on a Greyhound coming back from North
from
Carolina. He
Louisiana.
said that. He said
Hmm.
Mahuma.
Guarantee it's people from Louisiana. That's that Louisiana shit.
He was
And
visiting a cousin. Like he went
what
to
we don't
he would
realize,
yeah.
and then the Carolinas and Louisiana is very, 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 they're very connected. The Geechee, Gullah Geechee, and all of that. It's
Mm-hmm.
very connected. That's why you got the NOLA. They like the NOLA, the
Yeah.
NOLA.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
you find that in Carolinas,
Like the
Florida,
DJ
and
Peanut or
Louisiana.
like the DJ Peanut Nola.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately understood what the Nola was. I was like, oh shit, that is such a pimp name. Oh yeah.
This shit deep. It's all connected because we all one with just hella
I got a
different names.
Louisiana side on my father's side. I need to get deeper into that side too.
Yeah. I just found a great uncle from Guayama, Puerto Rico, who married into the family in 1906 and started playing for the Negro League in 1909 and was playing for the Philadelphia Giants in Japan for the Emperor in 1910.
Oh yeah.
Like the Negro League was playing internationally in 1910. I had no
Because
idea.
the Negro League was way bigger than what they speak about. The MLB
Bruh,
wasn't shit. There was no MLB. The
there was
Negro
no
League was
MLB
it. Yeah, the Negro League was it.
until Hank Aaron left. There was no
Like,
MLB, and I can tell
bruh,
you because
look up
my
Reuben
kin played
Foster.
baseball all over the world, and there were no. The only pale person was the coach for the
Yep.
first
Look up
season, and that was it. After that, it was
you should,
all Negro.
bro. And look how he looks in the picture.
I know,
You look how they look in the pictures, bro. You can tell they're out of place, bro. This is what
right?
motherfuckers need to just look and realize they look
Right.
out of place, and everybody else looks like they've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. They're giving
It's
these people jobs
obvious.
because they felt bad, bro. They felt
Mm-hmm.
bad for them. Reuben Foster. I need people to go look up Reuben Foster.
Why does that
That's
sound
one of
familiar?
the. He's one of the pioneers. He's one of the ones
Yeah,
who
that's
started
right.
all of
That's
that.
he's the reason why the pastrami sandwich is named a Reuben. That's right, Reuben Foster.
Yes,
You just reminded
yes.
me. Thanks, brother.
And he's a Negro, bro. Like
Mm-hmm.
one of the most prestigious that you can ever think of.
Yep.
And
That's
he owned multiple teams.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro,
Oh,
they
like
better quit
three or
with that
four.
shit.
He owned like three or four
Yeah.
teams, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because
He's in.
he had the cake. He was financing it all. He was like flying
Yep.
everyone, or
Yep.
well,
He was.
sailing
Yep. Paying for
everywhere.
everything.
Yep.
Exactly. And then he
He
eventually
was their
took it to
producer
Cuba.
basically. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And he eventually took it to Cuba, and they had the all Cuban team and
Yep.
all Negroes
Mm-hmm.
again, except a few little mixed people that we made and
Well,
created.
but they were mostly isolated in Havana.
Mm-hmm.
And ironically, in my research of my family, they were isolated in the red light district. They
Yep.
weren't allowed to leave.
And then that's crazy
What?
because Blue was just Blue. Yeah,
Yeah,
Blue was
think
just
about
talking about
that.
that.
Like,
Those are all islands. They're all like motherfucking. They're damn near like big ass prisons.
yep,
They are.
they
They're
were pimping
hubs.
those women
They're
over
hubs.
on Horrors Island
Yep.
and
That's
all
all
kind of
island
islands
is.
off the coast. That's what Horrors
Yep.
Island is. Yeah, man, people don't even
Just
know.
like the Isles of Men and Isles of
Mm-hmm.
Man and all of that shit, bro.
Yep.
These islands
Yep.
were fucking hubs. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They're not land that you just lived on forever. No, that's mainland. When you venture to those islands or have to get pushed to those islands because it's
You
fucked
know,
up.
right? But yeah, it's exile. But I also
Yep.
suspect that's where all these creeps take children they kidnap from places now.
Mm-hmm.
Suspect that's their hubs.
But
That's
yeah,
why
they've
they
been saying
Oh
that
hide
yeah,
on
about
because they're
those
doing it.
islands
They're doing it
off of
today.
Haiti.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. No, go
Yep.
ahead, go ahead.
They doing it today, bro. Like the
Right.
Pizzagate shit, bro. They go to my islands, bro. Like that's what niggas gotta realize. Anytime you hear anything about an island, realize that they're makeshift. Those are
Mm-hmm.
makeshift islands, all of them. Cuba, Dominican Republic, fucking Haiti, all of them makeshift islands, just like Dubai. They fucking separated all this shit.
Mm-hmm. Protectorates, I believe they call them.
Yeah,
Just like
and this shit is
DC and the
crazy.
Vatican and the Kremlin and all these
Mm-hmm.
capital state or national capital buildings. Yeah.
And people think it's crazy, but all you got to do is just go look into how they made Dubai, and that would fucking tell you it's easy as fuck to do.
Bruh.
Makeshift islands.
Dubai is fucking mind blowing.
Like, how the fuck you create an island?
Right?
Look at
Dubai is
Dubai.
fucking mind blowing, bro. I've been. That place is
That
fucking
shit's
mind
crazy.
blowing. It is insane. Bruh.
I know they had to have some niggas to help them do that shit too. 'Cause that shit,
Oh
kind
man.
of.
Nah, they didn't help. They were slaves. Let's
Yeah.
be clear. Let's be clear.
Well, let's just face that reality, because Arabs even enslaved their own fucking women under Shiite law.
But they still have slaves right now today.
To this day,
Yemeni.
yes, sir.
Yep, Yemeni. Go to Yemeni. Or Yemen. My bad.
Real shit.
You know, I mean,
Yep.
I got one problem with Arabic people, and that's their fucking Napoleon complex. Like, they need to let the fucking ego go.
They do sit on a high horse mixed with
Well,
it's
so
because
let me
they
ask
were
you
put
guys.
on it by the Batu Khan.
Let me ask you guys though. Speaking of that though, I spoke earlier about the curses, right? You know, they're also in Islam. All Abrahamic faiths believe in the curses, right? Do you guys think, you know, because we're so wrapped into the religion, that's why we so attached to black as a people?
Yep.
Yep. That's
It's
a
a
deep
curse.
observation. Yeah. Yeah, we're attached to that curse of Ham, even though
It all ties together.
yeah, exactly.
The
So
black
it will
church.
it ties together neatly in a nice little package if you think you're black. If you don't know what black means. If you don't know what bleak means.
I think of negativity anytime I think of black.
Right? I think black deeds.
Part of our. Yep.
Black deeds. That's what I think. And I don't mean in land deeds. I mean in action.
Hey Chief, I sent you a link in Instagram.
Let me check it. I didn't see nothing. I seen it come up, but I didn't see a thing in there.
Yeah. I just want you to peep it when you get a chance.
You know, something just kind of hit me in the head. Okay, so maybe somebody in the community can elaborate on this more than me, but so I'm having a hypothesis or a epiphany, if you will. So the original swarthy nobles had patents of nobility, PATENS, patents, right? So now we have a patent office, which obviously derives etymologically from patents. And we have things like Cracker Jacks, which are copyrighted, right? Or which is a branding. It's making a brand, right? To copyright something. So if you brand something like black, would you be able to make a profit off of it?
Depending on what it's used for.
Like, couldn't you?
They're doing now.
So, well, what I'm proposing here, and I don't know how to say this.
You think they patent? Go ahead.
I think somebody's making money. Well, I've already heard somewhere that I think it was like it was somebody in the Aboriginal community. I think it might have been on Kulik's channel or on Terry, the Autochthonous one's channel. It was something to do with that. But so I already know that African American is a term that is owned by someone in China or by, well, it has to be by someone in China because it can't be owned by China itself, which means every time you say that word, you are paying them. Well,
believe that.
Every time you say that word, I would assume on the media, which I'm assuming if we're alive right now, that would count as media, right? Social media,
Right.
media, you know. So how do I say this?
I know
Like,
what you saying.
so what?
I get what
Why
you
wouldn't
driving at though.
why wouldn't someone be
Yeah.
able to also do the same thing for white and Jewish and Christian and anything and everything we can think of? Do you get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like every political quote unquote talking point, I feel like they could be like they have to be profited off of somewhere. How the fuck?
Well,
Like
we
I'm
know
just
that
no no no
Christianity
because
and Jew and
I
Jewish
took.
is
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm just saying we know
I
that them two are definitely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was an honors
So all
economics
the rest
student
of it
in high school, and I just remember thinking in high school, like,
makes
how
sense.
do you like? Okay, so you back a currency with something, but how the fuck do you make a currency? What validates a currency if you aren't backing it up with gold?
The
Do you
word.
see what I'm saying? Like it either has to be our birth certificates and all caps and our socials, or it has to be the nationality that they keep changing on us, or it has to be both, right?
Blind faith is
So
what it
Yeah, I
becomes.
think. Yeah.
so
Is
who's to
what it
say we
becomes
can't take all of these terms and flip them around? Like I feel like I don't know enough. I know don't know enough about this, and I feel like somebody else out there can elaborate more on this that knows more about the law. Because, like I said, I just started reading this shit yesterday. But do you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see the point you driving at.
They're making money off these terms.
I feel like we're being pimped.
I
I
believe
feel
so
like
too.
that's why we keep having
Yeah,
our
but we are.
nationality
It ain't.
changed.
Hey,
Well,
That's a
no, but I
fact.
feel like
wait.
that's why our nationality keeps changing is because
Yes.
somebody in political power somewhere is pimping our nationality out.
Somebody's posting us.
Hey, you
Somebody
notice
is
you notice
pouncing
that,
us. Do you get what I'm saying?
brother, you notice that black excellence, black business, support black. You've been seeing that a lot.
Chief,
So
what
you
about
right.
the Black Boy Inn of Prince Edward? I wonder if that's actually a real thing or if that's been written back and if someone's capitalizing off of it. Like I'm just thinking that maybe this is another window into like disproving a bunch of bullshit. Because if somebody's making money on it now, it has to be a colloquial term, no?
I think they're just making money off of it, but they love this. Is what they love to do. They love to put stuff in your face.
They
Yep.
do.
You remember when that Duchess wore the Blackamoor brooch
I do.
Yeah.
and they went crazy? Like,
Yeah,
the
I
hell
remember
would you
everybody was
say?
talking about that. It was like, what the fuck is she doing?
Well, they were saying, "What the fuck was she doing?" But if they could, they would have been like, "Hey, just to get at us, she's wearing something racist. You guys you should be affected by it in a negative way." You know what I'm saying? But
Uh-huh. Yeah. They always try
she
to
didn't
get us to
even
hate our own shit.
But she didn't even apologize though, because she's not in a position to have to apologize. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
apologize. What? I'm in a royal family. I don't have to
Fuck y'all.
apologize for anything that she's doing. But what they tried to use that situation against us and not really actually tell the truth. What she was doing was showing the actual noble ones, the actual
Mm-hmm.
true royal family.
Right.
The real
That's
tutors.
that's what I
Yep.
took away from it.
Yep.
They
That's what I
love
thought.
putting it in our face,
Yeah.
bro.
She was repping the real tutors, and she
Yeah.
was repping everyone that came before William of Orange.
Hmm.
Yes, sir.
hmm
The
And so
Teutonic
that
Knights, all of them.
So I mean, do y'all believe that those people are the quote unquote royal family?
Pardon? I
I
barely
said,
hear
do
you,
y'all
brother.
believe? I said, do you guys believe that those people who are claimed to be the royal family of that, do y'all think that those people are actually the royal family?
Fuck
The
no,
pale
nigga. Them
faces?
them
Hell no.
hamburglers. Them the
Hell
fucking
no.
Just,
hamburglers, bruh.
I'm, I'm, I'm
They're
just asking.
they're they're pawns. They're
No, they're a
pawns.
bunch of ponce and
They're
hamburglers, man. What
pawns.
you what you think they
Peons.
what you think they were talking about with the hamburglar? There's some
Hmm.
hamburglers.
That's it.
Indeed, indeed. I'm just asking.
Burglar.
Gotta ask, but I gotta see where you at. I gotta ask.
Why you think that? Look, I'll put it simple. Why you think they married her in the family? Hmm?
Mhm.
Right.
Legitimacy.
Mhm.
That gives them a legitimate claim to the throne.
Right. Because we waking up and we seeing what it, you know what I'm
And
saying?
she
What's
was,
up?
yep, and she was wearing something to let the people know she knows who she is, and it's time for her subjects to wake the fuck up. The Red Queen is in court.
Yeah, that is deep.
Off with their heads. Has it ever occurred to any of you that we are the four horses of the apocalypse?
Expound on that.
Well, it's just in my explorations of the history of the world, there's always reference to four kingdoms and four kings. And then if I look at the cross of Sardinia, or the flag from the 14th century and back, it's a cross with four Moors heads facing Europe with white headbands.
What about the
Now,
Mayan cross too?
right? But if
Of
you look at the
Palenque.
cross, you look at that red cross, and you look at the equation for centripetal force, they're identical. They're an aegis with a red cross.
The four
I feel
corners.
like that cross in that algorithm are a reference to some sort of free energy that we were rocking before the fall. I know how it sounds.
No, it makes
I'm
sense.
hearing you. I hear you. I hear you. It don't sound crazy or out the way for me. I know
Because
you talking to
it's
me,
just
so I
like with the
got you.
Bible. Even though I don't fuck with the Bible, how he talk about the four corners of earth.
The four
Same shit.
winds,
It's all
the
the same
four,
shit.
yeah, and I mean, like we know it wasn't nothing but niggas back here, so it was everywhere. So, and we would have had our own kings elected by our own people everywhere. You get what I'm saying? And as I study all the people, and I understand that until the barbarian invasions of the Volker Wanderung, everyone spoke one language, then why wouldn't they have been able to speak the same language we spoke here? If everyone there spoke the same language, why wouldn't it have come from here? Where else would it have come from?
It's like you said, it's one language has been divided.
One people,
One
one
complex
religion,
ass
one,
language.
yeah.
And that makes sense. As complex as we are, we had the most complex language. That's why they always tell you this language that we're speaking now is dumbed down.
Well, it is, because it isn't our language. It's not English. It's English.
And if you ever realize any Aboriginal you know, if they know multiple languages, they speak that shit like fluently, all of them.
Yep. When they can
Cause
go in
that's
between them too, and
yes,
speak
easily.
them easily, fluidly between them. They can speak broken languages, 3 or 4 at a
Oh
time.
shit, we're the
Like,
only
how
ones
do
who
you,
could do it too.
right? How do you speak 4 different languages broken up like that and understand each other unless you came up with this shit? It's a dialect continuum. It's the
In your
oil.
soul, it's in your soul. Like I ain't even fluent in Spanish, but Spanish is like easy to understand. Fucking
Easy as
French is easy to
fuck.
understand.
French,
If you take any
German.
of them classes,
I can
yeah,
I
you
can
take them
I can
classes for a
read.
little bit.
Like, look, I didn't even take classes, bro. I was a mover, and I got this like dope ass computer and this dope ass fucking like home entertainment system that was wireless, and it was all the program was all in German, and somehow I could figure out, because I learned Latin
Cause you're
in
Aboriginal.
I broke it down. I didn't know how to
That's
write
what I'm
or
saying.
read the shit, but I knew
That's
how
what I'm
to.
saying.
Operated like a manual with like 50 pages and figured out everything
Cause that's how we
somehow. I
start.
don't
We
even know
start
the
from
fuck how.
nothing. Because we start from nothing, bro. We start from nothing and we create. So
Facts.
if we start from nothing and create, we had to have done that with the languages too. So
Exactly.
inherently, we gonna just know that shit. It's in our
Ready to lay
soul.
down, Terry. Ready to lay down.
Well, find a rest stop.
That's why they can't get it. They can't understand it. Like for instance, bro, you ever spoke to any pale face people that's supposed to speak their language? It's supposed to be their language, but they barely fucking Like
They
they
can
don't
barely
speak that
speak it.
shit
Yeah.
fluently. Yeah.
Nope.
I'm like, how the fuck?
And they even say things that crack me up sometimes. Like if you're anywhere around, Redneckville, you'll always hear them say to people from India or Asia, they'll say, "Speak American. This is America." That shit cracks me up because they'll say, "Speak American, American,
It's like
Merikkan."
it's
Like
like you
motherfuckers
don't even
betray.
speak it.
Exactly. It's like, that's what I be thinking. I'll
You
even
know
stop.
what? You
I'll even
right. They
stop and
tried.
I'll be like, hold up. This is America,
They
Jack.
can't read either,
First.
bro. They can't
Secondly,
read
in America, he can play his
or count.
cultural music and you can turn your shit up and leave him the fuck alone. How about that?
Bruh, these motherfuckers can't read, they can't count, none of that shit. Bruh, there's been so many times, bro. I done been at the
Well,
fucking cash register and they sitting up counting fucking $17 out, like
hey,
literally sitting there thinking about counting $17 out. I'm like, hold on, bro. $17, you shouldn't have to sit and think of that. I literally was
facts.
buying some food just a few days ago and she was counting back my check. I'm like, come on, like that's not something that's hard. It's not like it's $87. That's still not hard, but come on. You slow.
Well, everybody can be fast and slow. I would say it was the byproduct of the environment she was raised in. I mean, if there's no incentive or inspiration, what do you expect of anyone?
Yeah, that's true.
I
But shit,
mean,
I
I
ain't
feel
met too
like I
many of
feel
them
like
motherfuckers that can count.
see, I feel like our people are like blessed, not cursed. Because I can't even tell you how many times I've had nothing and I should have been dead, and I came up just out of nowhere. Like, we're definitely a blessed people. There's no curse on us other than the ones we make.
Yep.
I'm inclined to agree there, 100%. Because we the only people on the planet. This goes on with what he's talking about.
Facts. And we're the
So
only ones in
I'm
my observations growing up in orphanages and shit. Like, I done seen people of all ethnicities at their weakest and lowest. And I can also tell you, we're the only ones that could take it and shrug it off, even to our own detriment. Like, we don't
Facts.
get
And we figure out a way.
stunted. We don't get stunted as youth and terrorized for our whole life. We just turn mean and more cunning. Other people turn more docile.
They get in that depressive state.
That we don't do suicide and all this shit like them. They have to put like special fucking rhythms and snake charms in the music with constant negative, violent imagery in order to make us go there. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean,
Yep.
that's what hip hop is. Well, not hip hop. That's what gangster rap is. It's trying to level
Facts.
the playing field and give them a biological chance.
The
That's how I
media,
see it. Yep, all of it.
fucking video games and shit. Cause I
You know,
guarantee you, bro,
I
we
feel
play
like video
GTA the
games are
most.
Yeah, but I feel like video games might be the future of warfare.
Hmm.
You know, get up in some kind of fucking VR rig and like fight your heart out, and you can die 1,000 fucking times and still go home and sleep. I feel like motherfuckers might actually be able to figure out a way to settle their differences without actually bludgeoning their brains out. Not that I think that wasn't healthy. Every man I fought, got in a fight with, we were homies afterwards. It's like you
funny
know,
how
you
that
know,
how that works out like that.
isn't it? But you actually know a motherfucker when you both stand your ground, 10 toes down, and you whoop the shit out of each other. Then all that's left is respect. You done got
Right.
all the bullshit out the way. All that's left is respect. It's like, look, we beat the shit out of each other, but we're still both here. Respect. Let's go get a fucking drink.
Right.
Like, where the fucking blunt at? Shit. You split my lip, nigga. Shit. How am I gonna? You know what I mean?
For real shit though.
I feel, amongst men, sometimes there's a, how do I say this? There's a special language that can only be spoke with fists.
Agreed.
Sometimes you
But
gotta get
yeah,
that shit out the way.
yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to get this shit out of the way at first. Because it's like, I mean, call me crazy, but I mean, I don't hang out with weirdos that like talk shit in secret. You know what I mean? Or try and pull like cheap shots and crack jokes that other people don't understand. Like, I don't like that shit. I don't hang out with people like that, And it's like you get into a confrontation with someone like that and they run away or fucking apologize, then it's like, okay, like I see what it is. You just like to talk shit. There's a lot of people like that.
So what do you think about the school of thought that we used to war like in a way of having dance offs and shit like that?
Oh, bruh, I've seen the evidence. I've seen a lot of the archaeological evidence. We had dance offs with war calls, like we had fucking marching bands, we had fucking ball games. Like Montezuma was a title earned on a ball field. It was
Right.
earned on a ball field. They
The
want to act like
Mississippian culture,
we sacrifice
football.
people and shit up there. Like, nah, nigga,
Oh nah.
we elected the emperor up
Hey,
there.
them
Hello.
sacrifices, bruh, that's like common day. If you do some shit fucked up, bruh, you getting killed. That's what that shit
Facts.
is, bro.
Fact,
That
well,
ain't
that's
no
that.
fucking we're
Yeah,
just killing you for no reason. Nah, you did some heinous weird shit, so you gotta go.
exactly. Like you drank a bunch of
That's why they talk about
alcohol and raped somebody.
and rape
We're
somebody. That's
cutting
why Queen.
off with your fucking head.
Yes, that's
To
what they
make an
talked about with
example of
like
you.
Queen Zinga when they tell you
Mm-hmm.
all them stories about like Africa and shit. They're telling stories that actually happened here, bro.
Yeah, we
Like
were
how
harsh.
we weren't savages, but
No.
we will kill if we have to. Our own fucking brother if he does something that's fucking heinous, kill that
Mm-hmm.
nigga. He's a cancer. He's a cancer to the whole
That's
society.
yes, sir. We always cut cancer
And
out of
that's
our
and that's that
society. That's right.
Yeah.
right, and that's that culture. That's that culture that I think most of the brothers today don't really deep down don't want us to get back to because
They living weird.
this current state that's otherwise it keeps them safe to continue doing the bullshit that they've been
The
getting away
do,
with.
yeah,
Yep.
They
yeah.
living weird. They living
Yep.
on some weird shit.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So they safe, so they keep on doing that shit. And they really don't want to
Fucking
see us
weirdos.
go back to you know what I'm saying? Because they be some dead motherfuckers for the
Exactly.
violations.
Right? You know how many stories I've read of like motherfucker who betrayed us having to walk the guillotine? Because the guillotine is actually all of us lined up in 2 rows, men and women.
They'll fuck you up.
And we club your ass. And if you make it
Fuck you up.
through the line, you get to live. Otherwise, your ass dead. But either way,
And
you
you
got
can
to
see them
go.
But back
You
in the
good.
can't. You
'70s, we
can't
had
stay.
that's how you had to get in the game.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah,
that's where it
look
comes
at
from.
Kodak.
That's what I'm telling people. Like the
Look at the
blood
Coda
and the
six,
Crips.
bro.
That's just
Look at the
tribal
Coda
shit,
six,
man.
bro. That
That's
shit,
just,
bro.
you
It's
know.
obvious.
I guarantee you, the Crip walk ain't a Crip walk. I guarantee you that shit's been around since 10,000 BC, my nigga.
We
Nah,
really
that
do.
crip
We
walk
really.
came from a man that was he was crippled and he started
You sure?
he was dancing. Yeah, yeah. Well,
You sure
Nah,
though?
the
Cause I
Crip walk
seen
came
some
from the
shit.
Blood Walk. Nah, the
See, but
Crip
I've
walk
seen some
started.
shit
The
on
Blood Walk was the
murals.
first. Oh yeah, it started way before that. You right?
See, I
It
done
did.
seen shit on murals that make. I mean, I done even seen shit in Chihuahua that look like the little Egyptian dance they show on shit, but more
Because if you
elegant.
really think about it, yeah. Because if you really think about it, all that Blood Walk, Crip Walk, and all that really starts from two step, and then
Yep.
it advances into other stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Yep.
evolved.
It's
Yeah, it
just an
evolves
extinction.
into other stuff, and all of that comes from where the
Hey.
original dances,
Oh man.
stepping and shit.
Hey, you guys got to look into this. Maybe we could even show it on the screen. I found this in my etymology research while I was eating dinner on the show earlier. The word twerk actually
Yeah.
existed before. It's
Yep.
it's what is it? It is Oh, hang on. It's Terkw. Turku. It means Proto-Indo-European, or proto meaning before the Indo-European root, meaning to twist. It forms all or part of contort, distort, extort, extortion, nastartium, queer, retort, thwart, torch, torment, and torque. Rotating force, torsion,
Rotating.
tort, torticollis, torturous, torture, and truss. It is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence is provided by Sanskrit tarku, or Tarkuh, which means spindle, and in Latin would be torquere, to twist. Old Church Slavonic would be traku. It reminds me of Dracula or Dracul. Band, girdle, Old High German Drasil, Drahsil. Also, the name Turner comes up, like Jack Turner from the Pirates or the Butt Pirates of the Caribbean. German Dreschseln, Drechseln, to turn on a lathe. In Old Norse, it would be Pvert, Pvert, which means a cross, as in a cross, an expanse. In Old English, which is also the same, and you know it because it says in Old English, it would be puer, or Pweorh. And the P is the exact same capital P. So as you can tell, they're the same language. And puer means to transverse, perverse, angry, cross, gothic, and puerns, which means angry. Crazy, right?
Yeah, that's trippy.
I mean, I was also looking up the etymology of harlequin earlier today, and that's why I brought up the Four Horsemen. The etymology, like Harley Quinn from the comic books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, if you put it together, it's not Harley Quinn, it's Harlequin. And Harlequin is a 1580s expression in German, which would be Harlequin, or Harlicken, one of the stock characters of Italian Commedia dell'arte, from the French Harlequin and the Italian
the comedy.
Arlecchino. Yeah, see how they always do it? They always have the divine comedies and divine tragedies, right?
And what is she though? What is
But
she
they're
as a
all
character?
a simile for our downfall, which is why it's always a comedy or a tragedy.
It's all connected. Exactly. Every single thing they do, every fucking thing they do is connected.
It's
crazy. All of it, their movies, their TV shows, their everything, and it's all to bring your ass down. That's why I be like, bruh, you only watch that shit to decipher. Do not watch that shit for entertainment, because it's not for entertainment for you.
Check this out.
Such thing.
So Arlecchino, they say this, which we know already, derives from Old French harlequin or hell equine, leader of Le Main Heliquin, a troop of demons who rode the night air on horses. This is perhaps of Germanic origin.
Templar.
Yeah. He seems to correspond to the Old English Herla, Searning, King Herla, mythical character, right? Because myth is always based on reality, right?
On reality, bro.
Legend.
It always happens.
A legend is always about a legend. The character sometimes identified as Woden, King Herla. Woden being Odin. Woden being the Germanic or Slavic hijack of Odin, which Wednesday is named after. Yeah, it's our shit.
Odin is American, yeah.
Odin and Woden
Odin
is their shit. They just put a W on the
front
of
they just put a W on it. Yep. Like Odin. Odin is American. Odin.
Yep. Lamar Odom. Yeah. See, they
Lamar
have an
Odom.
obsession with prefixes. They have an absolute obsession because they had no suffixes. They had
Yep.
no surnames. So they have an obsession with prefixes. Now, everyone else had patrilineal surnames, which was our prefixes. So adapting to a middle name or a given name was easy, right? But then they adopted that and then had to invent surnames after us. They had to actually constitute legally. I think was it Denmark or Sweden in the 1500s made it mandatory that everyone there had to. Okay. And it also says possibly, or well, not possibly, also to German King Earl Koenig, Earl Earl Koenig, Erlkonig, the Elf King of the Goth poem, sometimes also associated with Harlequin of the 9th century Count of Boulogne. Harlequin of the 9th century Count of Bologna, who was proverbially wicked. Now, here's the interesting fact. Because my mother's heritage comes from the center of the Mediterranean, I can actually tell you that, how do I say this? That the Bologna was a college in 113 CE. It was a institute of architecture, if you will. In English, pantomime, a mute character who carries a magic wand. From his ludicrous dress comes the English adjective meaning patry colored. In 1779, patry meaning father, and colored, we already know what colored is, right? This was another thing that made me think about, like, could you like copyright these terms, like break this shit up? Because they like to add prefixes to shit, right? Well, if you just add a prefix, can't you make money off that? So if you take Odin and change him to Woden and everyone recognizes Woden, even though he's not the original Odin, or he's a new god instead of the old gods, wouldn't that make this a copy right of the Inquisition? Isn't this the Inquisition on paper? Am I crazy?
That's all these motherfuckers been doing. All these motherfuckers been doing. That's crazy.
Like, this is some paper genocide, man.
That
Why else
with
would you
every
hide shit
fucking
like
thing.
this?
Just like we was talking about a few days ago with the fucking taking everything to Europe. Like they basically just took every fucking thing to Europe. Everything.
Pardon me, brothers. I gotta get out of here, man. Y'all have a great day, all right?
You too, brother.
You too, brother.
All right,
Blessings
Mr.
and
Brooklyn.
New Year, brother.
Happy New
same
Year.
to y'all.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, we're gonna start winding this down, man. I'm dozing myself, guys.
Overstood.
Yeah, I know you be staying up all night.
Facts.
All right.
I'm gonna be over here getting some more etymology after we're done till like 7. Shit. I still got hours of energy, so yeah. I'll be on my studies, man.
Yeah, that's what's up.
The more I have, the more I can pass on, the quicker this bullshit dissolves itself, you know?
Right.
I'm out here talking with all kind of people all over the place. And they keep trying to pay me, and I'm like, nah, this is for the truth. I don't want your fucking money. Also, I feel like I should clear the air about something because I said that. The amount of time people put into learning this kind of knowledge and bringing it to you, I don't feel like anyone should have a problem with asking for a buck or two. I'm gonna just keep it real, because it's like, I know you brothers have been researching this shit like I have, and this shit's a full-time job to get a handle, and we still ain't even caught up. So
We
the
definitely
fact
got
that
an opportunity.
anyone would criticize you for trying to make a living on helping everyone just seems a bit ludicrous and self-absorbed and crazy to me. Like, I came here I came here as a master teacher to learn and pass knowledge. Like I don't want any money. That is my currency. You feel me? Like knowledge is the currency I nourish my soul with. But other people got families and babies and shit, and I don't. You know what I mean? Like my life is set up so I'm secure. I don't need to worry about it. Other people, they got their shit going on, and it's like we need to be unifying. We don't need to be fighting with each other. This is pointless. We got everybody from every corner of the plane coming at us. Even our own people, in our own houses, in our own families. Like we don't have time for this. We never did.
Right. That's a fact. Shit.
Real shit, man. Big fact.
It's like, I mean, I understand we got differences, but I feel like we should meet up and handle that shit and dry out our dirty laundry in private, not in public. You know what I'm saying? We ain't, I mean, because nobody's foolish for feeling how they feel, but these YouTube streets are not real.
That's facts.
We don't need to be like publicly humiliating ourselves or anyone. That's counterproductive. That's all I gotta say.
Epic. Thought you was out of there.
I'm here, man. I'm behind the wheel, but I'm about to pull over to this rest stop and probably give me a few hours of shut out. But yeah, DJ, man, you on point, bro. DJ CPD, you on point, man. 100, bro.
Thank you, brother. I just want to see us get somewhere, preferably in my lifetime. But if not, that's cool. As long as I know when I go, these babies got a future.
Hey, Epic, you have safe travels too, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, have a nice rest, brother. Happy New Year.
Thank you, and Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah. And shout out to the chat. Happy New Year to everybody.
That's right. Peace to everybody, man. Appreciate you guys. I think AP about to be live in a minute.
Damn, it is like 12.
I'm about to go all the way to sleep.
Good, Chief. You should, bro.
For real.
We've been up here 6 hours. There's plenty of time, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Yeah. I'm going to say good night to everybody and Happy New Year. It's been a pleasure, y'all.
That's a fact.
Peace to the gods.
Constant history, man. Appreciate you, man, coming through, man.
You already know. Appreciate you too. Thank you for letting me on here. Happy New Year, brother.
You too. Anybody else on the panel? Let me see. Make sure we got everybody. Oh no, everybody gone. All right. Well, I want to say thanks everybody for tapping in, man. You already know, man. Thank the one and only y'all big homie, the CEO. Appreciate all the hard work. He's still up. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapping in, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. And we will catch you guys, I guess you can see you guys. Some of you guys just getting up. So yeah, I think AP about to go live. If not, soon, a little bit. So yeah, man. So hope you guys had a great evening. And happy New Year's, everybody. Happy winter, not winter, happy spring equinox. You know what I'm saying? So equal nights. So yeah, man, let's get some. I'm gonna get take a little cat nap, man, and I catch you guys in a few hours, man. One love, and we're gonna get up out of here. Say peace and love, and we out.